messaging has been given to the civilians to brace for this possible retaliation?
Well, firstly, the country has now gone into a complete state of emergency, which means only essential services will be allowed. Yesterday, we have received messages that only to have essential travels from a lot of embassies who are operating in Israel. But today, the Home Front Command issued a guideline which says that only essential emergency services stay very close to the protected spaces, which is bomb shelters, which is your underground bunkers, just to make sure that whenever there is a retaliation from Iran, which will be happening soon, and it will happen, it takes a bit of time. Last time when the same war happened, we saw it took several hours for the retaliation to happen. But whenever that retaliation happens, to make sure that you are close to a protected space, because even in the last war, we have seen people who have used protected spaces, underground bunkers, they were unharmed. But if you do not use it, the capacity of these missiles, the long-range missiles that Iran uses, are far greater, and it can harm people and it can lead to more casualties.
In fact, let me tell you that the Iranian airspace is now completely closed. There is a NOTAM over Iran. That's the latest breaking news update coming in. Flights are also being diverted away from Tel Aviv and Amman. So the entire skies over Israel and Iran are being fortified. Israelis have been asked to stay indoors. And the Iranian Supreme Leader has been taken to a hideout. So we have multiple breaking news updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen. And we are staying live on these pictures coming in. Those were pictures that came in from Tehran. And we are hearing that the Iranian Supreme Leader was not present there. Iranian Supreme Leader was not present at his residence. That's what the Iranian agencies are claiming. So these are pictures coming in. Let's go back to the pictures. He was apparently taken to a safe house. Ayatollah Khamenei was taken to a safe house. And we are staying with those pictures coming in right now. Staying with the pictures of how his home was targeted by the Israeli strikes. Israel has closed its airspace for all civilian flights. And all its residents have been asked to go to the bunkers, stay safe and brace for a possible retaliation from Iran in the next few minutes, perhaps hours, we don't know. But we're waiting for the latest details coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Latest details that mobile phone lines have been cut in parts of Tehran, internet slowdown across Iran. And Iran has just faced a revolution where people came out on the streets asking for the Iranian Supreme Leader to go. And on the back of that, Iran facing a double-edged sword. On one hand, facing the might of the US and the Israeli military, and cutting off mobile and internet to brace for any possible damage and visuals going out from its own soil. Isn't it? That seems to be the case, Ratnadeep. Ratnadeep is in Tel Aviv, and he's getting us the details. Ratnadeep.
That's true. That's the precautionary measures that both Iran and Israel is taking right now. For the Iranian side, that we have get to know that the strikes have a large impact and they would take some time to retaliate. But while the retaliation happened, Israel is trying to make sure the civilians, and especially we need to understand today is a day when most religious Israelis, it's a day of...
Stay with me. I have right now Eylon Levy. Eylon Levy is the former Israeli Prime Minister's office spokesperson. She's joined us live. Hi, Eylon, can you hear me? Good evening. Morning. Good afternoon. Can you confirm if the home of the Iranian Supreme Leader has been hit by the Israeli strikes?
Those are the reports we have seen circulating on social media. There is no confirmation. All we know right now is that there is a joint Israeli-American operation against the Islamic regime in Iran after its repeated threats of both death to America and death to Israel. The talks on the nuclear issue have not been making progress, and consequently it appears the Americans and Israelis are launching a joint offensive against the Islamic regime in Iran.
We have a confirmation from Israel that the Iranian leadership has been targeted. Do we know who these leaders are outside of the Iranian supreme leader, of course? Who else has been targeted in this strike?
These are reports circulating on social media at the moment. We don't have confirmation of what the targets of the strike are. But remember that the last Israeli preemptive strike against the Islamic Republic in June last year also began with attacks on the senior regime military leadership. And the purpose, of course, is twofold. One, to cripple the decision-making process so that the Iranian regime cannot retaliate with full force against Israeli cities. And it took them some hours to get their ballistic missiles ready in order to attack Israeli cities. And also as a signal for those who oppose the regime that they should rise up against the regime that has been oppressing them, that we saw massacring protesters in the streets because the regime is vulnerable. But again, everyone in Israel, we've just woken up from those sirens and emergency alerts, and we're waiting for official confirmation. There is none at the moment.
Yes. Both sides have been bracing for this, isn't it, Levi? Both sides have been ready for this moment. We are hearing that this is a joint strike. How difficult do you think it's going to be for Israel to, retaliate in a situation like this when they seem to be completely cornered in the Middle East?
How difficult will it be for Israel to retaliate?
Iran, I beg your pardon. Iran. I mean.
Right, and that is an important point. The Iranian regime is completely cornered now. Let's remember where we were 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the Iranian regime had Israel surrounded with a network of proxy armies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, expecting that they would all come to its defense if the regime were in danger. They miscalculated. In 2 years of war, those proxies have been seriously degraded, and the Iranian regime is left without friends. It has no allies in the region except for the proxy armies it has paid to sow chaos, because everyone understands that the Islamic Republic of Iran is the #1 threat to regional stability in Western Asia through its pursuit of nuclear weapons, its pursuit of ballistic missiles, its arming of proxy forces in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria, and elsewhere. So whereas Israel and the United States are acting in lockstep to counter this threat to regional stability, it looks like the Iranians are totally alone, and the proxy terrorist armies it had relied on are for now nowhere to be seen.
There's also this that threat that Iran seems to be facing from its own people, because we just got a news update right now that phone services have been disabled. Internet has been shut down, something we saw during the uprising a few weeks ago. Perhaps they don't want the pictures to beam out. Perhaps they also see the threat within in this situation.
The Iranian regime's #1 fear is its own people. This is a regime that has ruled Iran for 40 years through brute force and repression. Everyone saw how the Iranian regime massacred protesters who rose up to demand freedom and personal security. President Trump said in the State of the Union, 32,000 people slaughtered by the regime. And so it knows that it is vulnerable. It knows that the people despise it. It knows that the people want freedom and they want democracy like we have in Israel and you have in India. And so the Iranian regime is going to try to suppress any internal dissent, cut them off from internet, cut them off from phones, cut them off from information so that people cannot use this moment of weakness to overthrow the regime. But this is a regime that has brought nothing but death and destruction to the people of Iran and to the people of Western Asia, and it's time that it goes.
Yes. We're hearing of a possible second strike in other cities of Iran. I can't confirm that, of course. We're just picking that up, that there's been a second strike in Isfahan and other parts of Iran as well. Anything that you've been able to pick up from your end, Elon?
No, not at the moment. I've been on television with you for the last 10 minutes. But of course, if Israel has launched a preemptive strike against the Islamic Republic of Iran, together with the United States, it is obviously not going to be limited to one or two targets. Everyone in Israel has now been put on alert to prepare to run to bomb shelters. That's how we woke up this morning, with emergency alerts on our telephones saying, know where your missile shelters are, because we're bracing for an Iranian retaliation. And if Israelis are bracing for an Iranian retaliation, it means Israel has a target bank of valuable targets to eliminate the threat of the Iranian regime and not limit it to one or two attacks. Israel and the United States together understand that the threat of the Iranian regime cannot continue. You cannot have a regime that continues to arm terrorist armies in the region, that threatens to sink American ships, that is trying to rebuild its nuclear program, ballistic missiles that can reach Europe, and President Trump said will soon be able to reach America. So I won't be surprised if we see beyond an initial range of strikes. This looks like a well-coordinated operation between Israel and the United States, and it's not going to be over anytime soon.
Aircraft have now taken off. I'm getting in a breaking news update. Aircraft have now taken off. There are some reports and the first videos coming in, Elon. Maybe on TV I can show you those pictures coming in of Israeli jets flying over Tehran, spotted over the skies of Tehran. And now that's a report that I have right now. The report is just coming in. Attack planes have taken off from aircraft carriers in the Middle East. I repeat, attack planes have taken off from aircraft carriers in the Middle East. We can confirm that to our viewers. There are dozens of US strikes being carried out by attack planes, bases around the Middle East, different bases. Planes are taking off. So there is a wave of strikes. It's not just Tehran. There are multiple targets, multiple cities being bombed by Israel and US jointly. I'm repeating that again. Attack planes have taken off from aircraft carriers in the Middle East, and the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, is in the Middle East. Elon, obviously both sides and all sides have been preparing for this moment, and it appears like this is now the finish, perhaps.
The United States has been warning the Iranian regime it needs to strike a deal that stops it being a threat of aggression and instability in the Middle East. It has to stop pursuing nuclear weapons. It has to stop building ballistic missiles. It has to stop arming terrorist armies in the region, and it has to stop repressing its own people. And the Iranian regime said it's not willing to negotiate on most of those points. And I think the Americans have had enough of a regime with an official policy of death to America. That is something that the regime chants: death to America and death to Israel. And they say enough is enough. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to continue defying the international community, the United States, to pursue weapons that endanger the entire region around it. And therefore, America's patience has snapped as well. And that is why it looks like we are seeing a joint American-Israeli operation in order to eliminate that threat. The United States has moved a colossal amount of force into the region. It's the greatest force buildup since the Iraq War. 2 aircraft carrier groups, one in the Persian Gulf and another in the Mediterranean, in order to prepare precisely for this possibility and to tackle that Iranian threat head on.
Yes. Absolutely. And any details you're picking up, Elon? I know you're live with me right now, but you know, this time the messaging was from both sides, from both America and also Israel, that it's either talks, negotiation, or it's going to be a fight to the finish. And in a fight to the finish, we knew that they would go after the leadership. It appears like they have. Okay. We're getting in some more breaking news updates. Elon, I'm getting in more news right now that there have been attacks and a confirmation coming in of multiple attacks in multiple cities of Iran. It's not just Tehran. Multiple cities of Iran have been struck. In fact, over 50 fighter aircraft have taken off from the two aircraft carriers in the region. The attacks are beyond Tehran. The attacks are beyond Tehran. Elon.
I want to underscore a very important point here for your viewers. Israel and the United States will be attacking regime and military targets. The targets will be Iranian regime officials, the apparatus of domestic repression, nuclear sites, ballistic missile threats. They will be attacking targets that endanger the security of our people and of people across the Middle East. You can expect the Iranian regime to retaliate with ballistic missile attacks against Israeli cities. That is what the Iranian regime did in June. Israel attacked regime and military targets, and the Iranian regime attacked civilians. We had whole apartment blocks in Tel Aviv, in Beersheba, that were flattened by Iranian ballistic missiles. And it's why everyone in Israel knows that as soon as there is a siren, you have to run to shelter, because the Iranian regime is going to be targeting the people here. And that's a critical distinction as we watch any tit-for-tat unfolding in the coming days and hours.
Yeah. Elon, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu, and just 2 days back we had the pictures of our Prime Minister with him. And, you know, even the Israeli media was talking about the symbolism of that visit. And we know that Netanyahu is a very, very, very strong leader in the sense that he doesn't pull his punches. And you have warned Iran about a possible war. And if that possible war comes, it will be a fight to the finish. Now, strategically speaking, apart from targeting the leadership, what would be Iran, what would Israel be going after in a war like this? What would the possible targets be? What would they want to sort of neutralize?
You're right to mention Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's visit to Israel, which moved everyone here to see the leader of the most populous country in the world's biggest democracy, speaking in the Israeli Knesset. And I think the timing was no coincidence. Prime Minister Modi looks at Israel. He sees the extraordinary defense technology that helped to intercept drones and intercept missiles, and says this is a country with which India needs an alliance. It has proven its worth, it's proven its contribution to stability, and that is why we are seeing Israel and India growing closer together and talking about not just trade, but joint manufacturing and innovation, because Israel has technology that India wants, and that's why Israel is the second biggest supplier of defense technology to India in the world. As for what targets Israel will be going after, I think there are several main ones. First, regime officials, the leaders of the regime who have an official policy of death to Israel and have been pursuing that with impunity for decades, they will be on the target bank. Two, the nuclear program. Israel and the United States thoroughly demolished Iran's nuclear program over the summer, but Iran has been trying to rebuild its nuclear weapons program. That would be an existential threat to Israel, and that cannot stand. Three, we're talking about ballistic missiles. Israel is a very, very small country, and the Iranian regime is building thousands of ballistic missiles. If the Iranian regime were to launch thousands of ballistic missiles in one go at Israel to try to overwhelm its missile defenses, that would be the equivalent of a nuclear attack. And Israel cannot allow that. So it's going after the ballistic missile launchers and the missiles themselves and the factories so that Iran cannot launch a massive missile attack against Israel. And fourth, I expect we will also see target attacks on the mechanisms of domestic repression in Iran, the Revolutionary Guards, bodies that have been slaughtering protesters in the street and have been a critical part of maintaining that rule of terror of the Iranian regime over the people.
In fact, just while you were saying that, I have a confirmation now that Iranian nuclear sites have been hit. I now can officially confirm that some of those sites were hit. In fact, I'm getting in some details. We have Mr. NND Dubey also joining us in the studio here as we continue to analyze. Eylon Levy is the former Israeli Prime Minister's office spokesperson, so he's getting in details firsthand. He's live with us. And Israel has begun air and US. Okay, I have a correction there. US has begun air and sea strikes. The different carriers are beginning to strike pummel Tehran this afternoon in what is serious escalation in the last 1 hour. US has now begun air and sea strikes on Iran. They were building up for this. And Iran and the Iranian supreme leader put out pictures mocking the US, saying that their missiles would ensure that the aircraft carriers would go to the bottom of the sea. But I'm not so sure that that's happening anytime soon, going by what is going on. From the details we've picked up, US and Israel joint strike. US aircraft have taken off from the aircraft carriers. And let's go across to the pictures coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go across to the pictures. Eylon, we have a confirmation now that US has also joined, has begun air and sea strikes. What kind of build-up have you seen? That's a map, by the way, Eylon. That's a map of where the US air bases have been in the Middle East. Okay, the operation is called Operation Lion's Roar. Operation Lion's Roar. That's the name of the operation now underway over Iran. Eylon, what sort of build-up have you seen? And this was seen coming. Of course, one was to pressurize Iran into agreeing to the terms. That hasn't happened. But we knew that if that failed, this was an eventuality. NND Dubey also joining us in the studio. Mr. Dubey, it's a serious escalation in the last 1 hour since the story broke. We are hearing now that American jets have also taken off from the carriers, and also air and sea strikes have begun, sir.
Actually, this is not commencing all of a sudden. It was building up since last many days, and you see the negotiation and the military preparedness were going on concurrently. So both the parties had expressed some hopes. Probably they are going to strike some agreement for this enrichment of nuclear sites. But I think it could not move ahead, and this is basically, it was being anticipated as something going to happen. Because if you connect with the demarque of Indian government few days before for their basically citizens who are in Iran to leave Iran immediately with their travel documents. So those things were war indications, and probably India was having a very close eyes on the developments, and that might have basically encouraged our government to basically alert our citizens. So this Israel and US joint military attack has already started, and probably there must have been some coordination. USS naval ships were already ready in the ocean, and they were carrying the complete preparedness, and it's something very big thing that both the countries, they have launched together, and it's a second attack after not a very big gap on Iran, and probably the peripheral towns and cities are being made target in initial attack, and more preparations and more attacks are anticipated in coming hours in the succeeding night. That is my expectation. And this war was going to happen. That was very sure. Everybody was analyzing at the same line. Only time was not anticipated correctly, whether it is going to happen today or it will take a gap of few days. So now the escalation level is much more what initially it was anticipated.
Sir, I'm going across to our correspondent in Tel Aviv. We are live from Tel Aviv right now. So let me go across to Ratnadeep, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Republic is live from Israel this afternoon as we get the first pictures of the strike on Tehran. And we are hearing, Ratnadeep, that the US has also begun strikes via air and sea. Strikes have been launched. What more are you picking up since we last spoke?
So Israel has named the operation against Iran Lion's Roar. If you remember the past operation that happened in June, it was called Rising Lion, and this has given the name Lion's Roar. And what we get to the sources that here are reporting are telling us that multiple sites to Iran's missile program has been bombed, and it was aimed to neutralize Iran's planned missile retaliation, targeting launchers above and below the ground that were ready to fire. So that's why it was a preemptive strike.
Iranian media confirming that thousands of Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps IRGC have been killed or wounded. Thousands of IRGC members are wounded or killed in the strikes in the last 1 or 2 hours. Ratnadeep, do we know what the targets were? Do we know what the targets were? Even the Iranian media is confirming that the leader's house referring to the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei's home being targeted.
Looking at the past precedents, the targets could either be any planned missile retaliation targeting launchers. It might be the IRGC affiliated organization groups which have repressed people, as Elon was pointing out. Also, it could be top leadership in the IRGC, which could actually neutralize Iran's capability of launching ballistic missiles direct.
Seemed to have just lost the line there. He was live from Tel Aviv with us and lost the line there. But I have a couple of updates coming in from both Israel and Iran. Iranian media is confirming that thousands of members of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have been killed or wounded following the attacks on the military centers and positions. This is a semi-official ISNA, so that's coming straight from the source in Israel. We have back-to-back breaking news updates. Let's keep breaking all these updates straight up. Another breaking news update now coming in. That 2 powerful explosions have been reported in the city of Qom. The Iranian media has confirmed that as well. Israel has declared a nationwide state of emergency, so they're bracing for a retaliation. And we don't know what that retaliation is going to be, but Iran is promising a crushing response, saying that this response is going to be crushing when they launch strikes. Let's go straight to the pictures coming in. Explosions were heard in the northwestern Iranian city of Tabriz. 2 powerful explosions reported in the city of Qom. Explosions heard in several Iranian cities, including Khorramabad in western Iran. And news agencies confirming that multiple cities have been hit. Blasts also heard in Loristan, Kermanshah provinces. So we're getting in pictures non-stop streaming into our newsrooms. We have Colonel Shailendra Singh and Mr. NND Dubey also joining us in the studios right now, staying with the pictures. But Colonel Shailendra, I think even Donald Trump has just spoken. Donald Trump has just put out a response to what is going on. It's a video response. We'll just play that in a few minutes. But I'd like to get your response first up on what you're seeing right now. So the pictures from both Tehran and Tel Aviv. I think those are pictures from Tel Aviv. Live shots of the pictures. The streets are deserted. Israel is bracing for a retaliation.
Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Namaste.
As far as Tel Aviv is concerned, I have somebody there who rang me up and he immediately informed me that they had got that SMS that be nearest to your bunkers in near future. And maybe if you can take shelter in the bunker is more advisable. So this was already on since yesterday night when people woke up to that. Now coming to the point where you are talking about what will be the breaking news. Take my word, you can start doing it. The breaking news for the world is going to be how Iran will react. This complete war is now dependent on Iran, the way they will react. If they want to limit it, they will only strike Israel. They don't want to limit it, they will start striking the American bases in the Middle East. And that will break the ultimate war. As per me, there is still 1% hope, 0.1% hope that the Iran will only strike Israel. But knowing Iran well, they will not, because they know it. This is all done by US. What US has smartly done is that it has created an excuse for itself, world and the Middle East, that see, we have not done, Israel has done. And thereby that Middle East requirement and demand that their bases cannot be used against Iran is actually met, technically speaking. So you will find it that now the ball is with Iran, how Iran will react and act. Why react? I'll call it act. And we definitely can expect a very big response from Iran, and that is why Israel is not fool to declare their complete airspace as closed, all flights closed, everything closed. So people are in bunker.
So there is a soundbite of Donald Trump. It's an 8-minute soundbite. It's the first response of Donald Trump to the strikes on Iran. I'm going to play out that soundbite. If you have that soundbite, let's play that up, please. It's an 8-minute soundbite. Trump confirms, in fact, that we have launched a wide operation in Iran. Our goal is to eliminate threats, protect the American people. Iranian actions directly endanger. Iranian actions directly endanger Iran. So he's saying that the fight is not just to save the people of Israel, but also the people of Iran. So this is a big escalation. Can I get a confirmation? Can I get a confirmation? In about 10 seconds, I'll have that soundbite, but I can confirm that Donald Trump has said that Iran was developing long-range missiles, and that is why they chose the military targets. The military targets were carefully chosen. It's not just Tehran, not just going after Ayatollah Khamenei. Perhaps the first visuals came in from Tehran. Okay, let's play.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay, getting breaking news right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting an input of the alert. India has now issued an advisory. We have the advisory details coming in. The breaking news update you just heard from Trump saying that they will bomb the hell out of Iran and make sure that there is no threat, military threat from Iran whatsoever. Indian advisory of the Embassy of India in Tel Aviv asking for Indian nationals to strictly adhere to the safety guidelines issued by Israel and the Home Front Command, asking all Indian nationals to remain in close proximity to designated shelters and in the nearest protected spaces, asking Indian nationals in Israel to avoid all non-essential and unnecessary travel within Israel, asking all Indian citizens to monitor local news, official announcements and emergency news alerts, and asking for any, in case of emergency, to contact the embassies. All right, let's go back to the news point. Let's go back to the news point right now. Indians are given a set of instructions to stay safe, but let's go across straight up to the pictures coming in from different parts of Israel. We have multiple pictures coming in. Those are pictures from Tel Aviv. Pictures from Tel Aviv. And that's the skyline over Tel Aviv. Just change that, please. Visuals over Tel Aviv, the skyline over Tel Aviv. As we see it, Israel is bracing. These are live, non-stop live pictures that are coming in as Israel also braces for a possible retaliation strike. If I can get Mr. Dubey to give, looking at all the updates, that are coming in, the US has also launched a multiple US air and sea strike. So this is a coordinated strike. By the way, that's the skyline over Tel Aviv. The skyline over Tel Aviv. So this is going to be interesting how Iran responds in the next few hours, sir.
Iran may not go for a full-fledged response, but probably the situation is grave because it's a clear-cut air strike and missile strikes. And the major cities of Iran are being engaged right now, what the visuals are showing. Iran may retaliate by missiles, which is their basic arm at these moments. And that has been the point of conflict between both the countries because Iran is having a capacity to engage the targets of military interest inside American bases through their own missiles. And apart from nuclear armament, America had got a very serious issue against Iran for the capacity of missiles which they have. If you revisit your last 12-day standoff in the 2025, Iran had used their drones, their missiles against the adversaries. And I think they will be definitely using these weaponries very soon. That it might have already been started because that is the thing which they have. I don't have any thought process about the nuclear issues right now, but definitely they are going to retaliate by drones, by their missiles against the Israeli targets, against the American targets in the Gulf. That is my thought process currently. It's going on.
Okay. So I'm getting in some more details right now. Let's go across to the picture. Let's stay with the pictures. More videos coming in. Let's keep playing those videos one by one as they're coming into our newsrooms. We're playing those pictures out okay, we're getting in now an alert from the Israeli Indian embassy in Tehran as well. So for the Indians who are stuck in Tehran, there is also an advisory that is being given out by our embassy in Tehran to all Indians. And we know that there are many Indian students, especially in Israel. So this is extremely serious. There are several thousand students across Iran belonging to India, and that is why this is important. The Embassy of India in Tehran has asked all Indian citizens in Iran that in the view of the developing situation, all Indian nationals are advised to exercise utmost caution, avoid unnecessary movement, and remain indoors as much as possible. Indians may also continue to monitor the news, maintain situational awareness, await any further guidance from the Embassy of India. The emergency contact details are given. We'll also put out the details on our screens right now. Iranian media has also confirmed that 7 missiles have fallen in the area of the presidential palace in Tehran. And Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian is safe and sound. That's a confirmation we're getting in. Colonel Shailendra Singh, the situation evolving, if I can get your analysis on that.
You see, there's nothing to analyze. It's very clear cut. When you are hitting the nerve centers of Iran, you are very clear-headed. You are hitting the intelligence headquarters. You are hitting the decision-making offices oblique the Iranian president's place, the whatever. More important is that as far as Israel and US are giving a clear-cut indication that yes, now they mean business. And when they mean business, the only way only wait is now how Iran is going to mean business. Is it going to mean business only with Israel? Which will be very difficult. There is hardly, I don't think, except for the ballistic missile, no missile can reach Israel from Iran in about 10 minutes. Nothing can reach in 10 minutes. The minimum time they require is 12 to 15 minutes. I think that too also ballistic missiles. Cruise missiles will take much more. Drones will take much, much more. So what do they have? What's the option? The only option to hit hard by Iran is the basis of US. And if it does that, this is where this war will get formalized. It will be then called as a war, because then you will find that US will have an excuse that yes, they can do a ground action, they can do an air action, they can do a missile action, they can do a drone action. Every damn thing they will do. And there the war will be of a very severe nature. As far as Iran is concerned, not that I'm trying to say that they are weak. They will strike. They have the capacity. The missile power of theirs is quite high. There is no denial of that fact. The biggest missile, as per me, which Iran has, is called as the Hormuz missile. The Strait of Hormuz is the only blackmail point which they have. And the moment they touch or they influence or they try anything on it, you will see that the whole world gets affected by that. In the last time when they were doing only an exercise of 4 days, the barrel cost went up by how much? $8. $8 per barrel. Imagine, when there was no war. And if anything Iran does on Hormuz, it will be very, very severe. And that again gives the excuse to US that they will strike more hard. I do agree that as a Israel-US combination, Iran will not win the war, but it will affect the war. It will definitely send some body bags for the US, which is absolutely not acceptable to the US population. It will strike Israel. It will motivate, or which is already a declared policy, that the Houthis and Hezbollah will definitely hit Israel hard, very hard. Houthis will even also try that in the Red Sea, that they will start hitting at the US assets. So overall, if you see, you may have a good build-up. You have two armies. I call them army. Both the aircraft carrier is as good as the army. So two armies are there. You are too big, I do understand, but you are too big a target also. Iran doesn't have to bring down the complete army. Iran's win is only in striking one. Where US will strike 100, may not get the result. But Israel striking back even one can make all the difference.
Okay, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates, sir. We're getting in back-to-back breaking news updates. Let's go straight to the pictures. Non-stop pictures streaming in from different parts of Iran right now. 7 missiles have fallen in the area of the presidential palace in Tehran. The Iranian president was not there in the palace, according to the Iranian media. Even if he was there, they will never admit that he was there. But they're saying that the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, is safe and sound. Another bit of breaking news update right now. This is such a coordinated attack that there have been large-scale cyber attacks as well. Large-scale cyber attacks on Iran, and even the Iranian media is confirming that there have been several sites that have been hacked, and among the sites affected were IRNA, ISNA, Tomahawk, Asar-e-Iran. These are Iranian news websites that have been hacked. Multiple cyber attacks targeting media platforms. It's a cyber warfare, like we saw during Operation Sindoor. Of course, it's not just going to be a linear warfare, it's going to be cyber warfare as well. And several Iranian sites have been attacked. So that's a confirmation coming in. Large-scale cyber attacks. And the president's office in Pastor Street has also been targeted. So multiple targets. Explosions now in central, northern, eastern Tehran. Multiple cities across Iran have been targeted. And Iranian nuclear sites, I repeat, Iranian nuclear sites have also been hit. I have a confirmation here that Iranian nuclear sites have been hit. Iranian media, I don't know whether it's been hacked, but I can tell you that one of the leading Iranian international sites is currently saying that thousands of IRGC Iranian soldiers are either killed or injured. Mr. Dubey, looking at the scale of the attack, it's entirely possible, sir, as of now.
Actually, apart from the war being fought on the front, I mean, this cyber warfare was expected to start same time because it's going to be another war on the screen, and the adversaries have already started that war. So if you take the total number of hours the strike has started, I don't think the number of casualties should be so high, but definitely the bigger war is being fought on the screen. And as you are already reporting that various important sites and media links have been hijacked by that has been affected by the cyber hackers, and Iran and the Israel and Americans will definitely do it. So there is one more important issue that if you listen the Trump's statement just after the strike, he is connecting to the people of Iran also at the same time.
Yes.
He is also expressing the cause of the confrontation. Same time, Trump is also saying that you, the people of Iran, I am your well-wisher. I want you people to be safe. I want you people to be out of this tyranny with the present regime. So he is touching somehow the population of the Iran also. And this cyber warfare is one of the biggest tools to impact the mind of Iranian, which is currently going on. And in recent past, the lot of resistance, agitation has already taken place in Iran. Many people have been killed. It has been over-reported also. But the one thing is very clear that the local Iranian population also become victim of this agitation against the current regime. So same time, this psychological warfare is also going on with the same might. And obviously, cyber warfare is the important part of the entire conflict. That is my take.
Sir, thank you for that, sir. I'm going across to another bit of breaking news update coming in right now. I'm going straight to that air defense activated. Iranian air defense has been activated in the city of Desful. In the city of Desful, okay. We have a detailed, some more comprehensive report perhaps coming in right now of the different cities in Iran that have been targeted. Aircraft carriers. Colonel Shailendra Singh, it's now that you will actually start getting a scale of this response, because we're getting in reports now, and wherever those missiles are being launched from, those missiles will be just about having been struck now or will be striking now.
There is definitely the way, Trump is trying to bring out things is quite a serious matter. We must accept that. Why? Because I am saying again and again, the highlighted enemy is who? Israel. US is still not highlighting itself. As what I can see, that aircraft going down would have been shot, if at all. There cannot be any other aircraft other than Iran coming up with. There's no other country who will fly an aircraft in favor of Iran to strike any of the US assets. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll go by that. It must have been an Iranian aircraft which was downed by whatsoever. Coming to the air defense, I agree, strongly agree, that air defense of Israel, US combined, is very formidable. And they cannot afford anything less, because they definitely know their stakes are much higher. आप ईरान के 2 जहाज गिरा दो, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं. आपका अगर एक जहाज गिर गया, Iran has won. Why? Because you will suddenly find that yes, the US will understand what is the cost which they have to pay, because their own population will not accept it. Coming to this point about the cyber warfare will be very much there, not only in infrastructure, news media, economic, all those places they would like to paralyze Iran. which is already under paralysis. There is also information warfare going on. There is also now starting a propaganda warfare which will be on. There will be a psychological warfare, as Dubey sir brought out very correctly, that the public is being told that we are with you. Where were you, Mr. Trump, when thousands of people have already died? You have allowed those thousands of the death to take place. This is all speaking warfare, I'll put it like that. That he's trying to say that we are there to save you. If you are there to save you, you would have come much earlier. The way now the media warfare will start, you will see that the Western media will try and dominate world over to only project their points. Iranian points will not be coming out. So overall, if you see, everything will be done by US and its allies to make sure that the Iran voice is not there, because as far as I am concerned, Mr. Trump, I do not agree with you. Your country said that Iraq also has got chemical bombs. We could never find them. Today you are saying that we will not let Iran become a nuclear power. Well, where is that nuclear power? In 12-day war, you had already said you have destroyed everything. So now within a few months, it has all come back. We must understand the psychology or the diplomatic war which US is trying to create in favor of themselves and against Iran. Not that I am a very big fan of Iran. I don't like their terrorism done anywhere in the world, by the way. But at the same time, that country also has a right that yes, they will go the way they are. If their own people are not liking the fanatical way of living, leave it to them. Who the hell are others to tell them? And definitely US cannot be relied as a sentry or the moral policing which it is trying to do. There are tens of things which I can point out wrong in US. But above all, this war is going to head for a very, very nasty future. And let me tell you that world will be affected by that. I will be affected by that. And that is where I try to bring out every time that it is going to be, if Iran is able to, which I know Iran will not, if Iran is able to contain this only specific to Israel, there is a hope. Otherwise, you are heading for a very big war.
Yes. Okay, I'm getting in a breaking news update. Okay. President Pezeshkian is safe. That is a breaking news update coming in from the newsroom. Secondly, Abraham Lincoln USS, that is the US aircraft carrier, Abraham Lincoln nuclear-powered carrier that can hold up to 90 military aircraft, has carried out strikes. Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier. Look at that. Take a look at that map there. If you're seeing that map, and I'll try and go on the wall. And explain it. If you can just put that on the wall, you can see that over Iran, the airspace is closed over all of Iran and Israel. And just take a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to just walk up there and show you what is going on, because right now in the last 1 hour, things have changed in the Middle East. In fact, very soon things are going to change very rapidly around the world. And this is why wherever you are, you should keep an eye on the situation that is evolving. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. This is in the war zone right now, over the skies of Tehran, completely clear. Skies of Iran, Iranian skies are clear. This was earlier, and as the barrage of missiles kept pummeling Iran, you will see that the skies over Iran just clear up. So all flights, the entire airspace has been cleared, which means Iran is bracing for more attacks. They want to keep their air defense systems activated. And if there is any movement, they're going to try and neutralize that over the skies of Iran. Now, over Israel as well, Israel is completely prepared. You will see that the skies of Iran have been cleared, the airspace over, and Israel in the last few minutes has shut down its airspace completely. Civilian flights have been cancelled. You want to come up here, sir? You want to come up here and just, talk our viewers over it on what we are seeing here? Careful, sir. Yeah.
You see, when we are talking about Iran, that is more important to us.
Yes.
What your PCR is showing, this is the original form.
Yes.
When there was no restriction.
Yes.
Now suddenly you will
see the restriction.
Yes. Now you see the restriction.
Yes.
Now you see in this
it's
whole
just
of this
cleared
area.
up.
This is the state now.
Yes.
The same goes for Israel.
Yes.
If you look at Israel, it is exactly same. At a certain stage, you will find there are no aircrafts.
Yes.
That shows that they have declared that this no flying zone, no nothing. And why? Because it's very clear that one is accidental fire, one is a deliberate fire.
Yes. You will see this. This is the movement. This is the movement
This
just
is the
minutes before the
movement,
attack
normal.
over Iran.
Normal.
And then suddenly you will see that it all just clears up.
Now you see.
You will see it's cleared up completely. It just disappeared.
Area. And whereas all flights are otherwise going
Yes.
on. That means people have diverted. All these flights, why there is a
Yes.
clutter here suddenly?
Yes.
This clutter is only because of that.
So, okay, let's go back to the pictures right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go back to the pictures that are coming in from Iran. Let's go back to the pictures. From different cities of Iran, we're getting in a confirmation now that multiple targets were hit. Most of these targets were military targets. Leaders in Iran have been targeted, and leaders included the Iranian Supreme Leader, Mr. Dubey, still trying to pick up the details of the kind of casualties, but this seems to be a big attack, sir.
Yes, it seems to be a big attack because, as you say, that USS Abraham Lincoln has got such a huge base of fighter aircraft, which is already stationed in that area, waiting for this this conflict to happen. So the kind of use of aircraft by the Americans from the US Abraham Lincoln to attack the Iran territory is itself a testimony of the scale of the war which has just commenced. Same time it's being further strengthened by the Israeli attacks. So Americans were already building up on these military bases all around in that area. I think 13 or 14 are very closer to take the targets inside the Iran. And the first attack is half the battle. I think they are following this type of methodology. And they are awaiting the first 24 hours reaction of the Iran. As Colonel Shellen told, that what Iran is going to respond it generates more curiosity than what Americans are doing. Because America and Israel combination were already supposed to do like this, and they are doing it. But in this situation, what will be Iran's response is a matter of interest for the rest of the world. And I think casualties are going to happen because the way Americans forces and Israelis have launched their attacks. So I think it will develop more for the next 6 to 12 hours, and that will give the clear picture what is going to happen for the following days in this war.
Yes, and Iran has issued a statement. I'm going across to the statement coming in from Iran right now. Let's go straight to that. Iran has also launched an attack on Israel. Getting in a breaking news right now, Iran has launched an attack on Israel. We're getting in that confirmation. Israel has retaliated. The wave of attacks from Israel have begun. The Prime Minister of Lebanon, meanwhile, Nawaf Salam, in a message to Hezbollah against the backdrop of the attack on Iran, has said, "We will not accept any intervention by any party in Lebanon that would drag us into adventures that threaten our security." It appears on the face of it, Lebanon saying that they will not accept any intervention by any party in Lebanon that would drag us into any adventures that threaten our security. North Israel, likely target of incoming missiles. So incoming missile strike on Israel. They're bracing for it. Colonel Shailendra.
You see, when we are talking about, the response, or not the response, the actions taken so far, allow me to give you a very different kind of analysis on that. The kind of forces which the US has deployed, 30-odd strikes is nothing actually. That's why I am calling it preemptive strike. These are all preemptive strike. And preemptive strikes are done basically with 2-3 things in mind. One is that all those decision-making and war-affecting places are to be destroyed or degraded. Next, the decision-making paralysis has to be brought in. This is what right now we are at. Now we will have to see whether Iran is able to overcome the so-called decision-making paralysis, because everybody has gone to the bunker. Whether they are able to communicate or come with a unanimous decision or sensible decision or not, that again is a challenge. I'm very sure people would have died there. as what they are already claiming. So overall, there is a situation now that yes, Iran, the way Iran will show the way, that will decide the path of the war. Because if we have to see whether it is Gerald or it is Abraham or the Air Force deployment,
Sir,
the US.
sir, I just want to just pause you there for a second, sir, because I have a former IDF officer who's joining us live from Israel right now. This is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus is a former IDF officer joining us live. How do you brace for a strike like this? If you can tell us about what you expect in the next few hours, what has happened so far and what you can expect in the next few hours, sir. Mr. Jonathan.
Yes. Hello to you.
Hello.
My friends in India. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, there are alarms now in Israel indicating that the Iranian regime has indeed fired missiles towards Israel. They are incoming, and that Israeli civilians should get into shelter and be prepared and brace for impact. So the Iranians are obviously answering the US-Israeli strike on them. I think at this stage, it's still, there's a lot of unclarity what exactly the extent of Israeli and American strikes on Iran were, which targets have been struck effectively, and what the count on the ground is in terms of key personnel, IRGC regime. But I think what we can say clearly at this time, that the stage of negotiations and the Iranian regime using negotiations in order to get away from their fate, that appears to be over. America has made a decision to actually launch military operations against the Iranian regime. And I think very importantly, the US president has said very clearly that this is about the regime. It is indeed about how the regime has been sponsoring terrorism, how they have been aspiring to build nuclear weapons. But in the American president's message to the Iranian public, he is saying, once the shooting is over, you will be able to take back your country, which is a translation of, I promised that help was on the way. Now that help has come to the Iranian people.
Yeah, just getting a breaking news update right now, Mr. Jonathan, that Iran has fired ballistic missiles. I have a confirmation that Iran has just fired ballistic missiles as we speak. This is a confirmation coming in. In a situation like this, how do you see a joint Israel and America defend these strikes? What kind of strikes? Now we are hearing the two missiles from Iran towards refineries in Haifa being reported. Siren alerts along northern Israel right now. Two missiles from Israel towards the refineries in Haifa.
Yeah, so what we should anticipate is that the Iranians, probably understanding that they will have a very limited time to make any significant damage against Israel because they are inferior in terms of their offensive capabilities, and anything that will be fired by the Iranians will be attacked by Israel and the US. So I think the Iranians have a short window of opportunity. I think they will try to escalate quickly and bring maximum damage on Israeli infrastructure, obviously aiming for military targets as well as national infrastructure and civilian targets. The last time around, we had more than 85 Israeli civilians killed by Iranian missiles, and I think that the Iranians understand that they will have a short opportunity to strike back, and therefore they will go all out with massive capabilities. I think we were talking about much more than two missiles eventually when we understand exactly what's happening. And Israelis are bracing for that. We have probably what is the best air defense system in the world, a layered defense that is based on the Arrow 3 architecture, which is supplemented with American THAAD missiles and American other missile Patriots and other missiles that we have available. But the bottom line is that we understand, Israelis understand, that no defense system, even the ones that we have, are 100% bulletproof. And the working assumption is that there will be explosions in Israel and civilians will be hurt. Hospitals are on highest alert. Military bases are on highest alert. Police and ambulances. The entire country is now ready and bracing. And I can say, sadly, this isn't our first time. We have experience with this, and I think that the Israeli public will show the Iranian regime and that the Israeli military will show the Iranian regime that now when action time is here, Israel will be able to defend itself and also deliver significant strikes against the Iranian regime.
News update. I think, Abhishek, you're picking up some more news updates right now. My colleague Abhishek is also joining us live. Air raids heard in northern Israel and coastal city of Haifa. So there is a strike incoming in Haifa. Iranian parliament speaker has said a few minutes back, we warned you, a harsh response is on the way. Israel has detected ballistic missiles that have been launched from Iran. Air raids have been heard in northern Israel and the coastal city of Haifa. So this is now an official, full-blown war, and Iran has retaliated. Incoming ballistic missiles. Jonathan, in Haifa.
Yes, Haifa is the third largest city in Israel. It is the place where we have our most important port, the port of Haifa. It is also a place where we have oil refineries and various other important national infrastructure. It has been a target for Hezbollah rockets in the past. The Iranians fired multiple missiles towards Haifa in June 2025. So it is to be anticipated that they would fire at Haifa again. Another important point to notice is that the American aircraft carrier Ford is not far from Haifa. It is off the coast of Haifa, off the coast of Israel. That's, I'm sure, part of the consideration as well. And there's important infrastructure there, a naval base as well. And the bottom line is that this is to be anticipated. What is still unclear, there are many questions that I think are relevant. Will Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, will they join in and by doing so doom Lebanon to destruction and the consequences of war? I hope that Hezbollah will listen to the warnings of the democratically elected Prime Minister of Lebanon and stay out. But if Hezbollah goes in, then they will suffer the consequences of their aggression. And now we'll see the quality of Israeli air defenses. We'll see the quality of Iranian missiles. I think Israel is bracing for many days minimum of fighting, maybe longer. And it comes to it's not surprising to anybody that we find ourselves here. The Iranian regime has been waging indirect war against the state of Israel for the better part of 35 years, calling openly for the destruction of Israel and funding almost all of our enemies. Now, apparently, Israel has said enough with that, and the Iranian regime is going to pay for their many years of aggression against Israel. That is, I think, what's happening now.
But Jonathan, this is Abhishek this side. Is there some reason that these strikes, joint strikes rather, between Israel and the United States over Iran have come at a time? All right, breaking news, Niranjan, ballistic missiles targeting Israel coming in from Iranian side.
Yeah, more details. In fact, hearing that there are 30 missiles that have been launched. 30 missiles, Abhishek. Okay, Benjamin Netanyahu getting into details right now. Benjamin Netanyahu has just said, my brothers and sisters, this is a detailed statement coming in from Benjamin Netanyahu. My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, just an hour ago, Israel and the USA have launched an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terror regime in Iran. I thank our friend President Donald Trump for his historic leadership. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been shouting death to Israel, death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, massacred its own people. This murderous terror regime must not be armed with nuclear weapons that will allow it to threaten all humanity. Joint action will create conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands. The time has come for all parts of the Iranian people, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baloch, Ajwahis, to cast off the tyranny and bring about a free and peace-loving Iran. The messaging seems to be the same, Jonathan, Abhishek, to ask the people of Iran. Trump said that. Yeah. Netanyahu is saying people of Iran must now fight back. So it's a double, it's not just a straightforward strike. Shivam is joining us live. I think Arnab is also joining us live from the newsroom. Let me try and go across to him. Let's go across straight up. Shivam.
Yes, it's a very big development because this is a statement that is coming in from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he has thanked Donald Trump. Now, there was already a build-up. There are 2 aircraft carriers already in place now. They are not just the aircraft carriers. They are carrier strike groups now, which means a heavy deployment, a very heavy naval presence of United States of America very close to Iran. Now, this is a joint operation. Now, this has been confirmed firstly by Donald Trump and now by Benjamin Netanyahu also. Now, he clearly said, my brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, just an hour ago, Israel and US launched an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terror regime in Iran. So this
Abhishek, interceptions made in Syria, Jordan, alarms raised all over Jordan. Syria and Jordan interceptions have been made, Abhishek.
Well, yes, it seems the war is widening in the broader Middle East, Niranjan, as it seems several interceptions in Syria, Jordan, and that basically means those, these nations are between Israel and Iran, sandwiched between the 2 warring nations. So all these Iranian missiles flying over their airspace, so obviously those, air defense mechanisms would trigger. And we are seeing that happening in the case of Jordan and Syria. And this time, at least, Israel need not worry much about Syria because there is a friendly regime there. And of course, retaliatory strikes coming in from Iran, even as the first statement has come in from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And it clearly is Colonel Silent String. It's a regime change operation going on. Let's look at the post by Prime Minister
Let's go back to the pictures.
Israel.
We just went through the statement. I think they've just tweeted out the statement once again. Abhishek, go ahead.
All right, Jonathan, if I could come to you, isn't this clearly a regime change operation going on between Israel and the United States to make sure that the government of Ayatollah Khamenei, for whatever it is, and we see the last of it, that seems to be the objective this time, that they have to just get somehow and remove the Khamenei regime from Tehran?
Jonathan.
So I think what's apparent now, finally apparent, is that this is not a limited strike. This is not a preliminary warning. This is not something that is minimal in context. This is the United States of America and Israel launching a strike with the purpose of bringing down the Iranian regime. Based on what the American president has said and based on what the Israeli prime minister has said, I think that's pretty clear. This isn't a local thing. This is broad in its context. And, the American president promised more than 50 days ago to the Iranian people, help is on the way. And now, finally, that help is arriving. And the president is saying to the Iranian people that once this is over, the combat operations, the Iranian people will be able to reclaim their country from the hands of the oppressive Iranian regime. But I think this is very early stages. I would say pretty dramatic. Many people anticipated that there would only be a local small strike by the US in order to force the Iranian regime to negotiate and to sign an agreement that basically took nuclear enrichment out of Iranian hands. The Iranian regime refused that. And what we have now, apparently, is an American and Israeli strike that purposely focuses on the regime. And I think that's the major takeaway.
Sort of admit, Jonathan. In fact, Professor Mir Litvak joins us now. Department of Middle Eastern History, Alliance Center for Iranian Studies, teaching there. Professor, what's with the timing? The Geneva talks were slated to take place. The deadline had ended, of course, insofar as the United States is concerned, for Iranians to come back, but the Geneva talks were still slated. Why couldn't both Israel and the United States together wait for those talks to happen before deciding that enough's enough and that they have to go in for the kill?
Okay, there's a breaking news update before Abhishek. There's a breaking news update right now. The Crown Prince has issued a statement. Reza Pahlavi, who's been, getting a lot of American support, he has just issued a statement asking the people of Iran. He's saying that the aid that the president of US promised to the brave people of Iran has now arrived. This is a humanitarian intervention, and its target is the Islamic Republic, its repressive apparatus, and its machinery of slaughter, not the country and the great nation of Iran. But even with the arrival of this aid, the final victory will still be forged by our hands. Video statement, let's play that out right now.
מאז שהחלה מלחמת התקומה עמדנו יחד, וגם היום נעמוד יחד, בגבורה.
جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب
In Persian, but I think...
But you can expect, Niranjan, what he's saying. He's saying, let's go for the kill, let's have regime change, let's get Khamenei out, let me get in.
But this strategy has seemed to have been the strategy used in a few weeks back, except that the military force wasn't added to that dimension. I mean, but that dimension has now come in. Jonathan, okay, Colonel Shailendra.
I'll appreciate what Jonathan is saying. After all, as a...
Candid.
No, I will agree with that, but he'll have to also understand, or I think we are the most neutral people because we have good relations on all the sides. So you will have to evaluate. If you want the regime change, you have been working on it for so long, it's not working out. And we have also got a very practical experience that when the US struck their nuclear sites, the complete Iran stood as one. And they all stood one with or behind Khamenei. We will have to see that. So now, even if, let's say, you are able to remove Khamenei, no problems. But then it must come from the within, not by an outsider. When the US is trying, Israel is trying, what they are trying, do they actually think that just by removing Khamenei, the complete Iran will change? I don't think it will change. It will remain something like what Iraq is today. You took out Saddam Hussein, you still are stuck up there. There are militia which is fighting you. So you will find that if you will be an occupier there, because when you are, what is actually restricting US? The only thing which is restricting US is that they are not prepared to put the boots on ground. So even if, let's say, there is a new regime coming, what is the firstly guarantee? Reza is a puppet of US as far as I am concerned. Because how much is his experience on ground politics of Iran? We'll have to see that also. So above all, when the people will stand against the regime, that will be the successful removal of regime. You may trigger it as of right now. US may think over it. They tried it out in Myanmar, they tried it out in Afghanistan, they have tried it out in Iraq, but at each place they got stuck. So above all, we need to understand regime change is highly possible, but in its own, the regime with the people asking for a change is entirely a different thing. Iran needs a regime change by the people, not by the US.
I mean, Shailendra Singh, we just cannot miss the regional dynamics at play here. I mean, there are many ways of denying Iran a nuclear status. And in fact, the Geneva talks were with the IAEA that were to take place. This is much more than that. These are regional dynamics. The Saudis don't want Iran to have any to be in a striking distance of... Yes, of course, there are more statements coming in, Niranjan, I believe.
IDF has issued a statement. I'm going across straight to the statement coming in. They're calling it Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. That's what the Department of War is saying. Operation Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury. And more inputs now coming in on Operation Epic Fury, according to the Department of War in America. And the Israeli IDF has also issued a statement. So multiple breaking news updates now coming in. IDF saying an additional barrage of missiles launched towards the state of Israel. Public requested to continue to follow instructions of the Home Front Command. Public requested to stay in protected spaces until official notice. IDF repeats, emphasizes not to publish and share the footage and locations of hits. Aerial defense array is currently identifying intercepting threats. IDF asking people not to publish, share footage of the location of the hits if it happens. But most importantly, confirming that a barrage of missiles are now headed towards the state of Israel. US Department of War calling it Operation Epic Fury. US Department of War this is just escalating. We just had the statement come in a few seconds back from the Crown Prince asking for the people to speak out. In fact, I'm also going to try and get someone from Iran right now, Abhishek. I think that will be unique. We have someone from Iran who's joining us live in just a few minutes. I'm going to share the details with our teams. From Iran, we will have our first voice. So we have someone live in Tel Aviv, live from Iran. Any more updates you're picking up, Abhishek, meanwhile, as we try and do that?
Well, whether it's epic fury or roar of the lion, the fact of the matter is, Niranjan, that the United States has also participated in these strikes on Iran. Some of their targets include Khamenei's office. Whether they have succeeded in hitting that intended target is something, reports for which are yet to emerge. But early reports suggesting that direct hit at Khamenei has been attempted. We can break that, in fact, that information. And amid all these statements coming in from Reza Pahlavi to Benjamin Netanyahu to the Israeli Defense Forces to President Trump himself, maybe we can play out the sound bout again. Okay, Reza Pahlavi, okay. We have done the transcripts of the transcribing of the statement. Let's listen to Reza Pahlavi. He is speaking in
let's
Persian.
speak over it and we can maybe translate over that. Iran Crown Prince has issued a statement. So it's a two-front strategy appears to be from both US and Israel. One, to strike militarily, and second, ask people to fight back. The Crown Prince has issued a statement. Let's play that out and we'll put out a translation, a bit of translation over that video of what he said a few minutes back.
کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود اکنون رسیده است. این یک مداخله بشردوستانه است و هدف آن جمهوری اسلامی دستگاه سرکوب و ماشین کشتار آن است.
במלחמת התקומה ובמבצע עם כלבי, חיילינו הגיבורים היכו שוק על ירך את משטר האייתולות ושלוחיו. אבל חיית הטרף הפצועה לא חדלה מניסיונותיה להשתקם למען אותה מטרה, כדי להשמיד אותנו. בחודשים האחרונים הרודנים באיראן זוממים לבנות מחדש את יכולות הגרעין והטילים שלהם ולהטמין אותם מתחת לאדמה, ושם לא נוכל לפגוע בהם. אם לא נעצור אותם עכשיו, הם יהיו חסינים. ולשם כך, הנציגים שלהם במשא ומתן מנסים להרוויח זמן במשא ומתן עקר ושקרי עם ידידינו האמריקנים. אבל הרודנים באיראן טעו טעות מרה. כי ארצות הברית לא קונה את השקרים שלהם, ואנחנו לא נשב בחיבוק ידיים שמרחף מעלינו צל ההשמדה.
Citizens of Israel, just an hour ago, Israel and the USA launched an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terror regime in Iran. I thank our great friend President Donald Trump for his historic leadership. For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been shouting death to Israel, death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and massacred its own people. This murderous terror regime must not be armed with nuclear weapons that would allow it to threaten all humanity. Our joint action will create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands. The time has come for all people, all parts of the Iranian people, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baloch, Ashwahis, to cast off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peace-loving Iran. I call on you, citizens of Israel, to heed the Home Front Command's instructions. In the coming days, during Operation Roar of the Lion, Israel is calling it Operation Roar of the Lion, we will be all required to show endurance and strength of spirit. Together we will stand, together we will fight, and together we will ensure the eternity of Israel. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's statement. Benjamin Netanyahu's statement. Let's go back to the news, ladies and gentlemen. That is the first statement coming in from Benjamin Netanyahu. who has asked the people of Iran to also speak out and fight back the Israeli regime. In fact, getting in a second details, Colonel Shailendra Singh, of a second barrage of missiles that have been launched from Iran. Second barrage of missiles over Iran, launched from Iran.
We must understand this is not a rocket science. Iran has got very limited options. It will fire ballistic missiles for one reason, that it takes about 10 to 12 minutes to reach Israel. And the reaction time to intercept, whether from Jordan, Syria or wherever, anywhere, the limitation is of that 10 minutes. So if at all you will have an effective one, only then you can do that. Number two, 30, 40, 60, whatever is the barrage of missile. Why? Because they understand there is a very formidable air defense system working for Israel, even by the US. So overall, even if I grant, say around 90 to 95% success rate of this, because there cannot be any air defense system which can guarantee so-called 100%. So I am looking at it that even those 3 missiles out of those 30 will land in Israel, will do the damage. And why are they targeting refinery and things like that? Because there is an economic damage involved. Though otherwise the ethos and the ethics of the war says that you don't strike at the strategic economic assets of the enemy. But nowadays we are finding that the war is only about that you are all out, bent upon only destroying the economic capability of the enemy. So above all, when we are looking at it now, you will see there will be a counter strike by Israel again, and this missile business will get converted into much bigger one.
There is a breaking news update coming in, so sorry to interrupt you there. I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Hezbollah has launched missiles towards northern Israel.
We were expecting that.
We were expecting that. Abhishek, any more details you've been able to pick up? Abhishek, Hezbollah has also launched missiles towards northern Israel from Lebanon.
Well, you see, that's expected because that's the only safe harbor available to the Hezbollah now, Lebanon, and you are seeing strikes coming in from there. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy, if you go by what the Israelis always say, and rightly so, perhaps, because we have seen the detriments of the Israelis in northern Israel face because of this axis between Hezbollah and Iran on the one side, and then Hezbollah and Hamas on the other side, insofar as southern Israel is concerned. So I think, yes, we are going to see these retaliatory strikes coming in. Iran would fight for whatever it can because it seems that this time the Israeli and American resolve is much stronger and backed by major deployment, Niranjan, with at least 2 carrier strike groups there in the Gulf, one in the Mediterranean Sea and the other in the Gulf. And so I think we are going to see a doubling down insofar as these strikes on Iran is concerned. Whether this is going to be one last decisive battle is something which we have to see over the next 48 hours. But remember, these are coming just ahead of those Geneva talks. So whether there is still that element of browbeating Iran into an amenable position insofar as giving up the nuclear option is concerned. And I was discussing with Colonel Shailendra Singh earlier. Colonel Singh, there are regional dynamics involved. Saudis don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. Qataris don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. UAE, Oman, anyone they don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. And that's why you are seeing Israel and the United States coming together and going for the kill. Finally, perhaps hoping that this time they can do something about Khamenei and his regime. I'm hearing he's gone into a safe house. He's not in the presidential palace.
I also don't want to have them nuclear bombs. India doesn't want them. India doesn't want anybody to have nuclear bombs in addition. Why? Because of the character of that country getting involved with the terrorism, with the Houthis, Hamas and Hezbollah. It can fall into any wrong side. So nobody wants. But at the same time, if they are agreeing that IAEA inspections can be done, I think let us progress them on that.
Right. I think those talks would happen. Another breaking coming in, and Shravan tells me, Niranjan, that there is another statement coming in from the Israelis. That
there is a video, Abhishek, there is a video that's come in of a rocket that has fallen in Galilee in Israel. So we're getting in the first pictures from Israel as well. Yeah. We have the first pictures. Can we play the first pictures right now? The pictures that are coming in.
No casualties reported.
No casualties. No casualties reported, but a rocket has fallen in Galilee, Israel. We'll open up those pictures. But there are multiple pictures, in fact, coming in, Abhishek, not just one. In fact, multiple pictures of Iranian rockets now beginning to land in Galilee. A plume of smoke seen over northern Israel as well. So we're getting in the first pictures of the hits on Israel. In just a few seconds, we'll have those pictures up. But strikes targeted at Haifa, northern Israel. Refineries were the targets. We're looking at the first pictures come in. Any second now, you'll have those pictures on your screens right now. We'll also, by the way, have a live from Tehran very soon. We'll have a live from Tel Aviv anytime now. We've been live since this afternoon, 11:30, when the first news came in. But Iran has attacked Galilee. Let me go across straight up to those pictures coming in right now. A rocket has fallen in Galilee, Israel, and in a residential area where you can see buildings. Right behind the buildings, the strikes have been reported. Is that the picture? Just waiting for the first pictures to come in any second now. But yes, sir, I think any time now we'll have the full detail. But Israel saying no reports of casualties so far.
No, you see, Israel absolutely understands this is not the first time. It knows that it has got...
Those are pictures, by the way. We'll just change the label on top. Change the label on top, please. Switch that off. It's not visuals from Iran. It's misleading visuals from Israel. Visuals from northern Israel. Change that. We'll just come back. Yeah. So, just remove the top pan. Yeah.
So, you see, Israel has got this very well laid out. The kind of, bunkers they have, the shelters what they have. They have shelters everywhere, including the airport that you are supposed to get into. Why? Because it's a matter of survival. It's a matter of survival for their complete religion, for their existence. So that country has made a lot of good arrangements on that line. Iran has not. Iran has got very limited. So that is why you find that their own acceptance that thousands of people have died in the strike, as what they are themselves saying. Above all, the thing what is to be seen now is that when I was telling you 30 missile salvo, at least 3 will strike. You will see it happening. So whether that is acceptable, that kind of casualty, that kind of damage, so far no casualty, very good. Israel will be able to bear it. What happens when there will be casualties? Because now the strike is not on the defensive installations, it is on civil installation. When you are hitting civil, that means all ethics has gone. You are now only after the damage, which will create sensation. And that is what Iran is right now going to do. It will bomb. It will bomb all strategic places, strategic to the extent of economic strategy, command and control strategy, your refinery, your maybe, hubs of living places where they will bring out destruction. Because we know in Israel, the problem of space and the buildings are so cluttered up. You strike one building, you are able to at least damage 2 more. So the damage is what everybody will be looking at as a military target now, which is very sad. The humanity will suffer is a very minor part, which for these countries are. But as far as I am concerned, I still have hope that the strike remains only between Iran and Israel. The moment it starts getting into the Middle East bases of US, you will see that there will be a Bhayankar war. There will be an absolute, because US will get an excuse. So you will find that 90 aircraft standing on that aircraft carrier versus another 120 standing on another one, F-35s all around with the ground forces right next door to the Israeli ground. Everything is planned. Let me tell you one thing. The people have thought of contingency. I can even say on behalf of Iran, they would have also seen that if ever Khamenei's mahal is struck or the presidential house is struck, what will they do?
Yeah.
You see, all countries do all these kind of drills. So I am absolutely sure President of Iran and Khamenei would have actually not died in any of this. As far as that, when we are talking about Isfahan strike is useless unless the GBUs are used. Till that time, you are only making, what you are trying to do, this is what I was telling you in the morning also, that this is a preemptive strike to assess to what extent Iran is prepared to go or escalate.
Yeah.
Escalating ladder is to be seen now.
Well, you see, the fact of the matter is that Iran would hit back with whatever they can. The impression is it's Iran versus Israel, but actually it's Iran versus the United States.
Yeah, absolutely.
Israel, of course.
In fact, Abhishek, sorry to interrupt. There's been another breaking news update. Sirens at the US naval base in Bahrain. Sirens at the US naval base in Bahrain. There are interceptors. There are interceptors fired over northern Israel. So the entire barrage of missiles now coming in are being intercepted over the skies of Iran in northern Israel. In central Iran as well, we have some details of explosions being reported in Isfahan. Isfahan, explosion, central Iran, western province of Elam. In western province of Elam. But there are defining pictures coming in of the interception. Can we put those pictures up? Interception visuals coming in over northern Israel. Meanwhile, Iranian citizens residing in UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, who have not yet managed to leave these countries are advised to depart the territory of these 5 countries as soon as possible. If departure not possible, refrain from approaching any military bases, hotels, docks, commercial complexes or any locations associated with the United States and minimize all essential travel. Which means Iran is telling its own people who are in all these countries like UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan that we are going to go for you. They're going to go for Iran, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan. Abhishek incoming. Okay, look at those pictures. Interceptors. Interceptors over northern Israel. Interceptors over northern Israel.
Well, we are getting to see what we also need actually, Niranjan. You know, it's the war dynamics at play, real-time war, real-time action of weapon systems, platforms. Colonel Singh, with your defense background, you are in better position to tell us whether this is something which is the air defense as it should be. This is the most successful model of air defense we are seeing, even as this war is panning out between Iran and Israel.
What is seen is to be believed. And what is seen is that, yes, the Israeli air defense system has generally worked well, very well, effectively, saving their people. But at the same time, there will always be exceptions. No system can be 100%. And we have seen it last time also. Right. You will see it this time also. Few missiles will land.
But is it something, what we are seeing is essentially the United States and Israel with their first flush of strikes on Tehran, drawing Iran out, making them fire all these missiles. They have a limited stockpile. Yes. They will deplete that and then maybe they will come for the kill.
The US intelligence report of last year, 2025 January, says that they have got 3,000 plus, the word is plus, 3,000 plus ballistic missile. Now, from that year till now, you can add up whatever you want to. And plus can be anything. But as a general rule, it is accepted that Iran has got around 10,000 plus missiles available to them.
Yeah.
And when it comes to firing, the only strength which Israel is looking at, that at each time there will be a salvo coming. No single missile will come. And when we are talking about the salvo, the 30 is a very conservative salvo.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking at 100.
And the operation is codenamed Operation Epic Fury, as per the Pentagon, and which means the United States fully backing Israel in its war with Iran, and United States, in fact, joining in. And we don't know as yet with clarity as to how many missiles have been fired from the United States side. They have a tremendous amount of number of bases all across the Middle East, including their own aircraft carriers from where these fighter planes can go up in the air and shoot missiles, standoff weapons, as they are called now, more and more fashionably, and target hit their targets. We are told that National Defense Ministry in Tehran, the Khamenei office in Tehran, they have been targeted.
IRGC releases statement of strikes. Abhishek, from what we're picking up, IRGC statement now coming in, and IRGC has said that there are widespread missile and drone attacks against Israel. Widespread missile and drone attacks against Israel have begun. This is the first official statement of the IRGC. Let me tell you that we were speaking about, cyber warfare, information warfare. There are reports, floating that the supreme leader of the Iranian army has been eliminated. We don't know. It could be information warfare. We can't confirm that. But IRGC first statement saying that missile drone attacks have begun against Israel. Meanwhile, an Israeli Navy submarine is departing Haifa port. So in the wake of the attacks, the Israeli Navy submarine is departing Haifa port. Pentagon once again saying that these strikes on Iran are called Operation Epic Fury. All right. So while we speak about that, let's also tell our viewers that we will be getting a live shot, live from Tehran. We'll have a live, just to give you an idea of the skyline, live over Tehran, live from Tel Aviv. We will have these two windows up to just give you a live situation there. But Colonel Shailendra Singh, the way US has intervened, the buildup was there. Maybe we'll pull up the map as well if we have the details of the bases and also details of the aircraft carriers that have been stationed there. They've been moving. We've been reporting live as it happened. Two of the US's biggest carriers, air carriers, perhaps in the world, USS Gerald Ford, USS Abraham Lincoln. Put them together, you have anywhere between 120 to 150 jets that they can carry together. 70 jets took off this morning. So the targets could be in the hundreds, isn't it, Colonel Shailendra? In the hundreds.
This is what I'm saying. You know why? Because we will have to understand that what are we wanting? There is a total domination which the US will be looking for. And that's the only thing which will work for them. Because if they will come piecemeal, they will get stuck piecemeal also. They have got a huge force which is already deployed. There's a huge naval blockade which you have deployed. But when you are doing this huge, you are also projecting a huge target. Because that target also has to be kept in mind. The bigger your army, the bigger your force deployment, the more are the chances that somewhere or the other the enemy, that is the Iran, will be able to strike. If you actually go through when we were talking about just now, I would like to request you to consider my view in that. US would like to avoid making any strike from the bases of the Middle East. Why? Because the Middle East countries have already declared it that their land will not be available for making it against Iran. What they will allow is only interceptions. That is a kind of defensive measures which they will try. It is till the time when Iran is not going to strike the bases in the Middle East. Once that happens, then the retaliation or self-defense or defensive measure, the US will have a moral justification to strike Iran from all possible sides.
Yeah. So we'll go back to the pictures once again. We'll just go back to the
Where is the
pictures
picture?
Because we have those are live shots. By the way, there's a live shot of the skyline over Tehran. We'll also cut live to the skyline of Tel Aviv. So in both these cities, we will be live, and we will get Washington live as well in just a few seconds. That's a live shot. That's a live shot from Wired. It's a news agency that we're picking that up. But more importantly, over Tehran, multiple targets were hit. So the cameras will be moving. We'll have our live cameras through different agencies, different networks, different sources. And Abhishek, over Bahrain, there has been an alert.
Yeah, so these are all places where American bases in the Middle East are, including Bahrain, including Doha, including in Iraq. So Niranjan, all those places would have sirens going up. In fact, there is an advisory by India, our mission in Qatar, that all Indian citizens are expected to follow instructions and to remain indoors as much as possible. There are advisories coming in from other missions in the geography, but this is obvious because of the volatile situation. And remember, when these missiles are flying from Iran targeted at Israel, not all of them are going to reach Israel. So some of them can really have, trigger air defenses of other nations, and there can be interceptions and consequent, inadvertent falling of these debris into other airspace and other geographies. So I think what we are going to see is this is going to go on for the round of strikes and counter strikes between Iran and Israel. And at some stage, Colonel Singh, you think Iranians are going to target American interests also, like we saw in the last time that they hit Doha?
If they would have not planned it, they would have not thought of it, then they will get defeated. The only trump card which Iran holds is that, yes, it is able to prove to the world that we have struck a base of US at XYZ place. That is there, as far as I am concerned, it's a lifeline for them to prove to the world, to the Muslim world, that yes, we can stand against US and we will be able to strike US. Whether it is successful or not is the second part of the story.
Yeah.
Most important is that Israel will suffer because it is within range. The bases are within range. That is the only way, because Iran doesn't have the capacity to reach US.
So there's a new video coming in, sir. Video of the aftermath of the US and Israeli strikes in Tehran. Look at that video. I'm just going to play that video. Let's go full frame, please. Look at that.
Oh my God.
That's in Tehran, decimated. Rubble in Tehran. That's a shot from Tehran, ladies and gentlemen. The aftermath of the strikes, the joint US strike with Israel in Tehran. We don't know whether that's the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, his office that was hit. But we know that in Tehran, that was one of the key targets. One of the key targets for both Israel and Iran. Israel and America. They've targeted the Iranian supreme leader this morning. We were told that multiple targets were hit, including the presidential palace where Pezeshkian Khan was present, but he is reported to be safe. Ayatollah Khamenei has also responded. Ayatollah Khamenei has also spoken. We have the first statement coming in. The Iranian media claims that the third wave of Iran attack against Israel has begun. So we have back-to-back attacks being launched from Iranian soil, likewise from Israel. It could also be information warfare, but we will have to watch out. We'll just go by what they're saying. Khamenei has given the order for retaliatory strike, so he's reportedly safe. We were told he was taken to a safe house.
Yeah.
Abhishek, the wave of attacks are continuing.
Okay, fresh advisory coming in from Indian mission in Israel. It's a very comprehensive one, Niranjan. I'm putting it out. We can put it out. And this basically is a build-up on the earlier advisories, Niranjan. Before I put it out, let me just read it for the benefit of viewers, even as we continue our coverage, non-stop coverage of pictures coming in from the theater of war. And look at this advisory. It says, in view of the prevailing security situation in the region, all Indian nationals in Israel are advised to exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant. Obviously, this is for, as I said earlier, for other geographies, other nations also so in the case of Israel, because Israel is the one that is getting targeted. All Indian nationals should remain in close proximity to designated shelters and familiarize themselves with the nearest protected spaces. And it has numbers also in case of emergency. Putting it out, Niranjan.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
The President of Israel, Abhishek, if you want to just take that statement, President of Israel has also responded. He's already congratulated the IDF and the US military. Statement coming in from the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, who has said he congratulates IDF, US military on the joint daring operation. Before I go across to that statement, some more breaking news coming in. Qatari Ministry of Defense has claimed that an interception was carried out in Qatar territory.
Oh, big one, big one.
In Qatar territory. So the war has become bigger.
Yeah.
The war has spread across the Middle East.
Getting wider.
Qatar.
The conflict is getting wider.
Yeah,
in fact,
it's wider.
Just a while back, we had this statement from the Iranian side, which said that their citizens, as you read it, their citizens in Gulf countries, if they are stuck, if they have not come out, they should come out in the soonest possible time, because the Iranians believe that the conflict can widen. And the proof of that, which is that the Qataris have announced that they have intercepted a missile. Now, remember the Al Udeid air base, where earlier also we saw action in the last war, 12-day war between Iran and Israel, is the biggest air base or the biggest military base that the United States has in the Middle East. Now, if Iranians have already decided on day one to hit Al Udeid air base, Colonel Singh, you think the Iranians are working on the strategy that you just gave out, that they have to invariably target the American military interests?
You see, as I just now told you, that Iran, if does not strike a base of US, it will not earn the kind of propaganda, the kind of sympathy, the kind of standingness that yes, we can stand. Because basically we have to see that the Iranians don't have to stand in front of Israel. They have to be seen standing in front of US, because the main threat is that. And that is where the Iranians are always claiming, कि हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, we will reply, we will do the damage. And that is why you are now finding that there, and let me tell you right now, I can't even comment on it, whether that particular missile intercepted was actually targeting the Qatar air base only or not. This I can't say, because as far as I am concerned, a single missile coming that side is quite very, untactical.
Yeah.
I'll put it like that. They would, if at all they have to strike, they would be striking 2 to 3 to 4 countries together in salvos of 8 to 10 minimum, nothing less than that, because only then you will find that an odd missile will land maybe at a material or an immaterial place, but it will make a news, it will make a claim that yes, we have stuck a base.
Well, yes, you see, in the extended region, what we are seeing is that war is spreading. If you have seen last couple of days, there was already a standoff shaping out between Afghanistan
Abhishek,
and
breaking news,
Pakistan.
sorry to interrupt you there. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar under attack.
Yes, exactly.
Let's put that on the screen. Let's put that on the screen. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is now under attack, ladies and gentlemen. The war in the Middle East has spread. I repeat, the war in the Middle East has spread. It is no more limited to Israel. It is no more limited to Lebanon. It is no more limited to Iran. It is spreading across the Middle East. It's spread to Qatar, and it could soon, I don't know if I can say that, but it could soon be, I'm not hazarding a guess because it's the Iranians who have said that, their citizens should move out of UAE. UAE, Qatar, and the other countries where US bases are located right now, they're asking all their people to get out of there because they are going to come, and they say that the missiles are going to be headed towards these countries. The Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is now under attack. The war has spread across the Middle East. More and more targets now being bombarded by Iran as well. Sir.
No, you see, this is exactly what I was, in last 1 hour, we have seen that our analysis is working out.
Yes.
That Iran has to attack, and it will not suffice by attacking Israel. It has to attack the bases of US. And that is what we are finding. If the Bahrain naval base sirens are going up, that means, and you know why the sirens goes up? We must know the science behind it. When there is a missile caught in the upcoming trajectory, when it is intercepted by the radar, it tells you where it will come. And that is how the sirens goes up. And that is where, Iran has sounded that. Now the Qatar has also sounded that. You will see it will spread. Because if at all Iran has to make a mark by saying that we stand against US, it has to. It has no other option. Israel is just a normal enemy as far as they are concerned. They are fighting a bigger and a new enemy in a traditional war. And that is US, and they will definitely strike the bases of US in Middle East.
Okay, I have another breaking news update that I'm just going to put out for our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. That's the conflict zone that's on your screen right now. Those are the different areas in Iran that have been struck by Israel. Those are the different cities in Iran that have been struck by Israel as we speak. That's the latest update. Ladies and gentlemen, Qatar has blocked Iranian missile. Colonel Shailendra Singh, sir, stay with us. Sir, stay with us. Stay with us. Sir, the war has just started. Stay with us. Okay, Qatar has blocked Iranian missiles heading towards US base. Qatar has blocked the Iranian missile heading towards US base using air defense systems. The US naval base in Bahrain. So the war is spread. I repeat, it is getting bigger. US naval base in Bahrain has been struck. US naval base in Bahrain has been struck by an Iranian ballistic missile. So they've gone for the US bases and they have struck the Bahrain base. US naval base in Bahrain has been struck by an Iranian ballistic missile. Abhishek, in Bahrain, the US base, Qataris have intercepted it, but the base in Bahrain, we are told, has been hit.
Well, yes, and that was expected, Niranjan, given the fact that if these are joint strikes by Israel and the United States, Iran has to hit back, not just at Israel, but on American interests or targets as well. And the United States maintains huge military presence, about 40,000 soldiers across all those bases. The Al Udeid one is, of course, the biggest. We saw action happening there last time also, with Iran declaring victory only after they targeted Al Udeid base. Though, of course, Qatar maintained that none of the missiles hit the base actually. And so this time also we are seeing interception happening. First pictures of the naval base in Bahrain.
Pictures from Bahrain now. Pictures from Bahrain. The US naval base in Bahrain has been hit. That's the first picture. It's been hit by...
It's a huge one, Niranjan. The 5th Fleet is maintained out of Bahrain by the United States. It's the headquarters of the 5th Fleet. And if the Iranians are targeting that, which means that they have really broadened the conflict into multiple nation targets, including Israel, including Qatar, and including Bahrain now.
US, in fact, let me tell you that as of 2 days ago, I repeat, as of 2 days ago, satellite images showed that US Navy had withdrawn all of its vessels from its base in Bahrain. So I don't know what the Iranians hit, but this has been reported across the Middle East that US Navy had withdrawn all of its vessels from its base in Bahrain. And so the US 5th Fleet was in Bahrain. They knew there could be a target. if a conflict breaks out, and this happened last year as well, the US Navy, even in June, they had moved out in 2025. They moved it out just before the conflict. US 5th Fleet in Bahrain was moved out, we are told, as of 2 days ago. But that picture from Bahrain has come in, sir. Expected. I don't know what they hit, but the base has been hit in Bahrain.
If you please remember, about 15 minutes back, we were talking about the exactly same thing, that if the Bahrain naval base siren has gone up, that means there is a missile heading that way. Now we are finding that it has stuck. Now, whether the Bahrain air base has, or the naval base has got, the ships there or assets there or not, doesn't matter. What matters is that this is a base of US, and Iran is going to claim, we have hit the base. What is that? It is exactly same what happened in Qatar last time. That they stuck, no damages, no casualties, acceptable to both the sides, and things got settled. This time, it is only going to escalate. The difference is going to be that. Why? Because the US knows it. That, in fact, they will allow, they are actually going to make sure that there are 2 to 3 more strikes before they strike back. Because US would like to strike back as a decisive strike now. They are waiting, they would have planned for it. This is exactly what the US is very good at. It instigates, it leads the enemy into a trap, and then they stuck. And they strike so hard that this is what you will see will be the new battle which will be coming up from the US side. My only now, the next question is, you will see it operating in next half an hour or so. That how will US react to this now? That will be decisive.
Sir, Iranian media has said that they're calling it the operation, that is, the Iranian operation is called the Promise of Truth 4. The Promise of Truth 4. Abhishek will be able to give us the context in just a few seconds. The Promise of Truth 4. And we're getting in another confirmation as Iran launches a wave of attacks, goes after multiple targets, not just in Israel, but even in Bahrain, even in Qatar. Bahrain naval base has been hit, according to the media in Bahrain. US has also used a Tomahawk missile. The US tried and tested Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets in Tehran. So Israel, America, joint strike using Tomahawk missiles to strike Tehran this morning. That's the other breaking news update coming in. We have multiple updates. Okay, we have another picture that's coming of the Bahrain base that was hit, and Dmitry Medvedev has said that the peacekeeper is at it again. The talks with Iran were just a cover. Everyone knew it. So who has more patience to wait for the enemy's sorry end now? The US is just 249 years old. The Persian Empire was founded over 2,500 years ago. Let's see what happens in 100 years or so. Dmitry Medvedev has issued a statement. There's a statement coming in from Russia. Abhishek, Russian leaders are also beginning to question American strike, asking if the talks were just a cover.
Yeah.
He's the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. He's a Russian politician. He has previously served as the president of Russia.
Yeah.
Dmitry Medvedev is no small politician. He's questioned.
I mean, he's an agent from Qatar. He's someone who takes pole positions so that, he can provide cover for more reasonable dialogue with the Americans for the Russian establishment. But Medvedev there, of course, he has indulged in nuclear saber rattling, even as Putin was going to Alaska to meet Trump. So you know from where it's coming. He's going to be, and the Russians in general are going to be solidly standing with Iran, even if not militarily, but only in sentiments. But that's how it is. Russia's statement now coming in, and whether this is just Medvedev. Yes, this is Medvedev. You cannot still take it as the official Kremlin position, but obviously Russian sentiment. And he's mentioning the ancient connection, ancient roots of the Persian Empire. Remember, Niranjan, this war this time comes 2 days ahead of the festival of Purim. In Jewish history, it's connected with the Persian attack on Jews. And so I think there are those connections also. But I think what we are seeing is a much more prepared United States. Now,
what I'm also seeing, Abhishek, there is a video.
Tomahawk missiles flying in the Iranian airspace.
Abhishek, there is a big development. Let me tell you that there is a big development right now. The Iran embassy, I haven't seen this before. This is, maybe you'll be able to tell us a little bit more in context. But for the first time, I am seeing the Iranian embassy put out a video. Iranian embassy in India, this is Iran in India. Iran in India, that's the official handle, right? That's an official handle of the Iranian embassy in India. Official account of the embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran in India has put out a video of them attacking Bahrain. I mean, this is insane what is going on. This is completely insane. The Iranian embassy has put out a video and they have said in that video that a US military base in Bahrain was targeted by Iranian missile strikes. They want to, of course, escalate this information warfare as well. Let's put that video. Look at that video, ladies and gentlemen. That's the video put out by the Iranian embassy in India. Haven't seen this before, Abhishek. This is unprecedented, the developments you're seeing.
Well, absolutely, and war is mayhem, Niranjan, and even if the cameras make it look sanitized, there are going to be, casualties on the ground. There is going to be destruction on the ground, and these are going to be seen worldwide. These pictures, as in the case of Iran, these pictures seem like coming in from Tehran. We have seen earlier pictures coming in from Israel. We have seen people scurrying into bunkers. We have seen missiles flying thick and fast. The American Tomahawks and the Iranian missiles hitting back. The war widening and broadening into Bahrain and Qatar and the counter interceptions. Some of those missiles falling into other territories like Iraq and Syria and Jordan. And this is just the beginning. First day, first couple of hours, Niranjan. The last war between Israel and Iran was for 12 days. So you think this is going to go on for longer?
Yeah, this is, Abhishek, once again, I'm repeating these details because there's no label on that. So I'm just going to say that this is the attack by Iran on a naval base in Bahrain that was hosting US naval forces. US naval forces. And US, according to some Middle East monitors, had withdrawn all vessels from its Iranian base following, I think they were prepared. They were planning this for quite some time. We'll just put a key on that. US-Iranian strike on Bahrain naval base.
Yeah.
That is the Bahrain base.
These are pictures
Iran
released by the Iranians.
Bahrain base. Yes.
All right. These are pictures released by the Iranians of their success.
Of their success.
Of their success, their military. And if they have really succeeded in hitting the American naval base, that's something, Niranjan, because even if in Bahrain, this is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet of the United States Navy, and this must be heavily guarded, and yet if their missile, look at this, they are showing the missile coming in and going in and hitting the target. These are Iranian pictures, and if they are saying that in Bahrain they have been able to successfully hit an American target, that's something, even if not a naval asset, but just the base somewhere here and there outside. If they have successfully reached this distance, then obviously the Iranians have really built some muscle.
Yes, several missiles, not one or two, Abhishek, several missiles have hit Bahrain. You can hear the missiles. In fact, you can hear that sound of the missiles coming in. Sorry to be so descriptive, but you can hear that in the audio. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear that.
Of course, Niranjan, it's war.
It's war. You can hear the missiles coming in. We are hearing that's the naval base. Let's go. Can we go full frame to those pictures?
And with nets.
Full frame to the pictures, because this is a picture coming in of Bahrain, of the naval base in Bahrain that was hit. Look at that. So that the text is on top is the Bahrain naval base. Audio. Videos coming in. Another video that has been captured right now. Look at that. Can we zoom into this? Because is that a aircraft carrier we see? I don't know. Is that a vessel? I'm not so sure. If we can zoom into that, zoom in a bit more, zoom in a bit more, zoom in a bit more. That's the Bahrain naval base. Okay, if you can just make the text a little shorter on the location key, just call it the Bahrain naval base. And you can see in this video, Abhishek, that it's been hit.
Yeah.
Several targets have been hit. It's an attack on the US naval base in Bahrain.
Yes, and headquarters of the US Naval 5th Fleet in Bahrain, even if, it's been a missile hitting here and there, not exactly an American asset. The Iranians say that all American assets in the larger Middle East are legitimate target for them. And as I mentioned, the United States maintains almost a dozen odd bases across the geography, almost in each of the Gulf nations, from Qatar to Bahrain to Oman to UAE to Saudi Arabia, of course, and Iraq and Syria. Everywhere there is at least one, possibly two US bases, and these are, joint bases, like it happens with the American Military Theater Command System. And so they have naval bases, they have air bases, they have military presence, like in the Al Udeid Air Base, Al Dhafra Air Base, and in the case of Bahrain, of course, the 5th Fleet Headquarters. We are yet to hear from the Department of War, Niranjan. I am closely tracking if they have something to say on these Iranian claims that they have hit a US naval base, and this seems to be getting confirmed from multiple sources that yes, indeed, Bahrain has been hit, but exactly whether this is an American naval asset that's been hit or just some physical infrastructure damaged of the port, that's something which needs to be seen. But essentially the war is intensifying. We are seeing already in the first couple of hours multiple strikes and counter strikes happening. Have you seen, Ranjan, the Americans really striking again after the first flush of Tomahawks?
Well, Abhishek, let me tell you that it was a little after 1 p.m. that we got the update that the American jets had taken off from the aircraft carrier. So, yes, I think we will. Let's not forget, internet is off in Iran. Internet is down, phone lines are down. So you're getting pictures from Bahrain because internet is working in Bahrain. You're getting pictures from Qatar. You're getting pictures from Israel because the internet is working there. I think as journalists, we will know that it is only if there is internet you will get any visuals. But there are no visuals coming in from Iran because the internet is down. The regime has downed the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Iran is trying to strike. The carrier strike Group 3, USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, can carry upwards of 70 jets. Fighter jets. And USS Spruance, it's a destroyer. US naval presence in the Middle East. USS Michael Murphy, it's a destroyer. All part of the USS Strike Group 3. USS Frank Peterson Jr., it's a destroyer, is presently in the Middle East. USS Strike Group 12, USS Gerald Ford, it's an aircraft, the world's largest aircraft carrier. USS Strike Group 12, USS Winston Churchill, destroyer, also in the Middle East. Let's show you all the names. USS Mahan, destroyer, also in the Middle East. USS Bainbridge, destroyer, also in the Middle East. USNS Supply Support Ship, also in the Middle East. Now, if all of these vessels are there, Mr. Dubey, we are not seeing any pictures from Iran yet, but we know that perhaps, Mr. Dubey, it's because the internet is down. We're not going to get any pictures anytime soon, but we're going to wait for that. But your analysis so far of all the pictures you're seeing, the war has spread. Bahrain hit, Qatar hit.
It's a full-scale war. We should not wait for military boots to declare this conflict as a full-blown war. It's already started, and once air strikes resume, then there is nothing left out. Now the retaliation of Iran, as expected, it's being done against Israeli targets, and just it is reported that they are trying to engage one base of United States in the ocean. So they already started engaging doable targets as per their capacity, and they are doing that. And one thing is very important, which is already discussed, that even a small damage will be considered internationally a very significant damage to the US and this Israeli coalition. But one question is very clear, that the way there is a combination of Israel and America for this strike against Iran, I am not seeing any partner right now to come with Iran to support, because there may be a military tie, there may be an economic tie. But as far as fighting along with the friend, fighting along with the ally, as open as it is being done by Israel, I am not finding any.
Sir, there is a big breaking news update, sir. Let me tell you that right now, as we speak, it is spread, it is blown up across the Middle East. UAE airspace shut after US strike. There are interceptions above UAE in Abu Dhabi, sir. In Abu Dhabi, we have a picture coming in. It is a full-blown war. There are pictures coming in right now. I want to go across to the pictures. This is missile interception over the UAE's capital of Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi has intercepted missiles. And let me also tell you that there are multiple pictures that show that not one or two, but a barrage of missiles were headed towards Abu Dhabi. The missile impact has also been reported. By the way, missile impacts reported in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. In Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So, in Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi Arabia, we have a full-blown war in the Middle East, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to get you as many details as soon as possible. Let me go across straight to the pictures. Those are pictures from Abu Dhabi. The two specks that you see there, the two specks in the sky are interceptions. So what we will do right now, ladies and gentlemen, those are pictures from Abu Dhabi. We're going to label them. UAE has temporarily closed its airspace. UAE airspace is now shut. Israeli Air Force has said that the air defense area has detected intercepted threats and they're asking people to just stay indoors. We have a statement also from Bahrain, and those are pictures from Abu Dhabi. Pictures from Abu Dhabi of the missile interceptions by the UAE in its airspace. And that's
Bahrain is, by the way, confirming.
Bahrain is
confirming that the US 5th Fleet Navy headquarters have been hit. Now, whether there has been some damage, there has been just some physical infrastructure damage, or there has been some military infrastructure damage, that's something that remains to be seen. But first confirmation coming in of an American target being hit, Niranjan.
This is huge, Abhishek. In fact, what we will do right now, pictures from Abu Dhabi, pictures from Bahrain, because from the Middle East right now, there are pictures coming in only from two locations, Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. Let's go straight up. Two windows, Abu Dhabi and Bahrain. The video that came in from Bahrain of the US naval base hit, the US 5th Fleet has been hit in Bahrain, and you're getting this picture from Abu Dhabi where there have been aerial interceptions of missiles. UAE has intercepted missiles of Iran. Iran has tried to bomb Abu Dhabi. Iran has tried to bomb Bahrain. Iran has tried to bomb Qatar. And interesting that even Saudi Arabia, Riyadh has been hit, we are told. Abhishek, now this is big.
Well,
if Riyadh has been
Abu
hit,
Dhabi, explosions being heard from Abu Dhabi.
Let's get the video on the left.
Abu Dhabi and Riyadh, and which means everywhere, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, and every nation, it seems, has been targeted. Niranjan, of course, not these nations, but American military interests in these nations are ultimately the target so far as Iranians are concerned. There might be some collateral damage. We don't know. We are yet to hear about that. But what is important is that the Iranians have really widened the conflict, broadened the conflict, and they are going to make sure that whatever they have or they are left with, they hit back. Mr. Dubey, you think Iranians are this time in a very difficult war because the Americans are more prepared, they have bigger war machine in the Gulf, they have prepared longer this time, they have Syria on their side, unlike last time. Everything is going good and in a very organized manner for the American-Israeli alliance.
It's true that Iran is in a very difficult situation this time because preparedness is more. And there has been a very long spell of building up the military offensive in the general area. And one plus point to USA is that they have got a very strong military bases all around these countries. And all these countries are basically standing, even in silence, but in support of America. There is no doubt about it. So for Iran, the situation this time is a little difficult. And preparedness is on a very high pedestal. Now, the second thing is from the Iran perspective, that Iran is also not caught off guard. Iran was also knowing about the consequences and the building of military offensive on their soil. So, Iran is also a little better prepared this time.
Would the regime survive? Would the regime survive?
I think this time USA is not going to allow the regime to survive. That is my thought process. Because this is the second time, and this time they are not going to take a chance. Because what they will tell to the world, you tell. And in the first chance, there was a nuclear enrichment. There was a threat that probably Iran is going to prepare atomic bomb, which might be used against Israel or USA. But what this time they will tell? They are, and if you see the bhashan of Donald Trump, he is connecting to the public of Iran. That is for sake of your security, your safety. You have done enough with this regime. So he is indirectly encouraging them to come in the support of America's action, because it is Americans who are their saviors. They will take better care of the Iranian public. So they are indirectly threatening the Revolutionary Guard force also. So America is they have started doing their psychological warfare inside Iran, and their larger strategy is basically to throw the Khamenei regime. That is my thought process, because in second chance they are not going to leave it. That's why this is a major offensive on the soil of Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. And more pictures coming in from the war zone, multiple pictures from multiple sources, both the sides, Iranians and the Israelis and the Qataris, and all claims and counterclaims, Niranjan, strikes and counter strikes. The fog of war already there. We don't know as yet from any side if there have been casualties. All sides denying for now.
There are explosions in Kuwait. I'm getting in some breaking news.
Kuwait also, all right. Kuwait, Oman.
Getting in details of Kuwait
UAE,
as well.
Saudi Arabia, everywhere. Iraq, the airspace is shut everywhere because the missiles and drones are flying thick and fast, literally thick and fast. And these pictures, I believe these are of Bahrain, where the Iranians claim that they have hit a naval target, naval base that's of course the headquarters of the US Fifth Fleet, and whether a military target has been hit or just the physical infrastructure of the port is something for which we are awaiting confirmation. Department of War completely silenced after having announced the operation, which is called Epic Fury.
Yes. We'll maybe take a break, Abhishek. What we will do when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we are rolling non-stop live. We've dropped everything today to be on the war. This is huge. It impacts millions of Indians, by the way, Abhishek and Mr. Dubey. Millions of Indians, millions and millions of Indians around this region. We have millions of them in Kuwait, millions of them in UAE, millions of them across the Middle East, and this is going to impact all of you. This is one of the biggest stories in the world right now, the biggest story in the world, and we are live. We will get you live from Dubai, live from Abu Dhabi, live from Bahrain in just a few minutes. Stay tuned, taking a short break. We'll be back in just a few seconds.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane.
All right, welcome back, friends. In studios with me, NND Dubey continues to be with us, and we are also joined in from Russia, from Moscow, by senior journalist Tatiana Kukreva, and I'll go to her next. But before that, I believe we have more pictures coming in from the war zone. All right, we have, in fact, an Indian student stuck in Tehran asking for help. We have a video of that student seeking help. Let's listen to that.
Hi everyone, I'm an Indian student and currently I'm in Tehran. The situation here feels really worst and uncertain. We really don't know what's going to happen next. We're really grateful that the Government of India and the Ministry of External Affairs are in discussion for our safety. But in the times like these, speed matters a lot. I'm not even able to say these things because the airstrikes are happening and it's getting really worse for us. We just request for the quicker and clear evacuation as soon as possible. Please do not wait for the situation to get worse. Just help us. Just get us out of here as soon as possible. Hi everyone, I'm an Indian student and currently I'm in Tehran. The situation here feels really worst and uncertain. We really don't know what's going to happen next. We're really grateful that the Government of India and the Ministry of External Affairs are in discussion for our safety. But in the times like these, speed matters a lot. I'm not even able to say these things because the airstrikes are happening and it's getting really worse for us. We just request for the quicker and clear evacuation as soon as possible. Please do not wait for the situation to get worse. Just help us. Just get us out of here as soon as possible. Hi everyone, I'm an Indian student and currently I'm in Tehran. The situation here feels really worst and uncertain. We really don't know what's going to happen next. We're really grateful that the Government of India and the Ministry of External Affairs are in discussion for our safety. But in the times like these, speed matters a lot. I'm not even able to say these things because the airstrikes are happening and it's getting really worse for us. We just request for the quicker and clear evacuation as soon as possible. Please do not wait for the situation to get worse. Just help us. Just get us out of here as soon as possible. Hi everyone, I'm an Indian student.
All right, that's an Indian student stuck in Tehran seeking help from the Government of India. Hopefully the Ministry of External Affairs would respond. We will take those voices to those concerned and seek their position. But Tatiana, beg your pardon, Tatiana. So, Tatiana, where do the Russians stand this time? Last time we saw very strong support coming in from Moscow for Tehran. You think that's going to be the same this time?
Well, look, we're waiting for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to publish a statement. It's supposed to happen in the coming minutes. You know, there are going to be statements coming in on this attack and this escalation. And yes, of course, we can expect the same tone of support, but it's not just Russia that, that is surely going to condemn the actions that are being carried out, that have been carried out by the US, at least in this situation. And that escalation that is happening right now is just, it is just another huge escalation for the whole region. It's not about Iran. It is never just about Iran.
So you think the war this time is going to go on for as many days as last time, or could be shorter, or could be longer, depending on, given the kind of preparation with which the Americans have come in really this time?
Well, look, we've heard that this operation has been in the works for months. So, and that potentially the talks that had been going on were just potentially a smokescreen to distract from the preparations. You see that Iran is retaliating as we speak. We've seen explosions in the UAE, in the American bases. Qatar has said that they've so far shot down all of the missiles fired at the US base. But obviously, and Iran has already said that they don't have any more red lines when it comes to retaliation because of the nature of the attack that was carried out by the US. So we can be looking at a very serious escalation in the region. That's for sure.
Getting a new video here, Tatiana, right now as we speak of look at that. That's an aerial visual of the Bahrain naval base. U.S. naval base that houses the 5th Fleet that has been hit. That's an aerial picture, and that's the first picture that's coming in. You interestingly had the U.S. Embassy in India tweet out a video showing their hit on the Bahrain naval base that houses the U.S. 5th Fleet. And these are retaliatory attacks, a wave of attacks that have been carried out by Iran since this morning. A ballistic missile was launched. Multiple targets have been hit across the Middle East. Bahrain, one of those targets. And let me also tell you that Iran has hit the Bahrain base. Iran has attempted to strike U.S. bases in UAE. Missiles were intercepted above Abu Dhabi. Iran has struck Kuwait. There was a video that came in also of the attack on Kuwait as well. So we are looking at those pictures come in as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get you the breaking news updates, the Iranian Supreme National Security Council has issued a statement saying the enemy believes that the steadfast Iranian will surrender to its petty demands through cowardly measures. Armed forces of Islamic Republic of Iran have begun a decisive response to these hostile countries and will keep the people continuously informed. So they are not stopping. Service center of U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. That's a service center. Sir, we were reporting that a few days back, U.S. had pulled back some of its vessels. They had withdrawn all vessels, in fact, from Bahrain. So I don't think they've hit any vessels. They've hit perhaps, like they've mentioned, I read somewhere, this was just a service center that has been hit of the U.S. 5th Fleet in Bahrain.
US has got a service center and also the logistics carrier also in that area. So that is the truth, because that is required to maintain and to sustain the fighter fleets. After all, the United States ships carrying the aircraft, they need support for the services. They also need support for the logistics. For those, in order to supply that support, basically those ships are there. But US is this time fully prepared surrounding the complete Iran from the ocean side, because this is the engagement which I presume that they have planned forever, in the sense that this is the second chance, and the second strike, second offensive launched on the Iran is not going to be a lighter one. It will be a very decisive. Whatever America wants, they have to do this time itself only. And they have got a definitely very trusted and close ally supporter, Israel, just next door. So, and both have got a very, very proven partnership. In past also, if you see, it was the Israel who took the brunt. Definitely, there has been a very close support, and that shall continue to be in the future. But in this case, this time, America has got a final bugle call this time to decide the things, because after all, they have to tell the rest of the world what is the objective of the offensive. After all, there has to be some justification to the international community also. It's not only that you keep launching attack against the Iran at your wish, and finally, what you are achieving out of that. So these are certain questions which will be definitely asked in the international community, and America is probably knowing this fact, but they must be very serious for the regime change this time inside the Iran. It will be very difficult to answer how Khamenei will be able to hold the fort strongly inside Iran. Time will tell, and we have to see the offensive for next 24 to 48 hours minimum.
Yeah, my colleague Rakshita is also joining us here in the studios. Rakshita, getting in some breaking news inputs right now. The Indian mission in Qatar has issued an advisory because given Qatar has been targeted. By the way, look at the impact of that hit. That's the hit on a U.S. naval base in Bahrain. That's an Iranian missile hitting the U.S. naval base in Bahrain a few minutes back. Look at that. Natasha will be joining us live from Haifa. Natasha joining us live from Haifa. Natasha, are you there? That's in northern Israel.
Yes, I'm in northern Israel right now near Haifa.
What's
really
the situation?
Just seconds ago, you could hear the siren. If you listen closely, there's probably going to be a big boom right now because we've been seeing ballistic missiles. I apologize for the noise in the background. We're in our bomb shelter. Okay. So it's not just me alone here right now, and the babies and everyone's here too. But as you can see, we're in a bomb shelter. I can actually show you what it looks like. This is the window that is closed with this material that if a missile strikes, there's not going to be any type of impact. And then you obviously have this door over here that is basically supposed to protect you in the event that there is a direct missile strike. right now. I'm sorry that my child's crying in the back right now. But we have been in and out of these bomb shelters throughout the day. Starting at 8:15 a.m., we got our first warning that Israel was preemptively striking Iran. And since about 10:15 a.m., there have been waves of ballistic missile strikes from Iran across the country, in northern Israel, central Israel, you name it. Most reporters that you speak to, like me, are going to have issues finding a quiet place because we're all in safe rooms like this with our families, with children, you name it. But we've been seeing wave after wave. And so far, Israel typically doesn't reveal much information about where there's been actual missile impacts, but you can hear the booms outside. There was just a boom right now. You might not have heard it. And that's essentially the latest right now.
Yes, if you could just tell us, Natasha, that for how long, since how long have you been hearing? How many, noises? How many bangs till now? How much of the duration of these explosions can you be hearing? Have you been hearing?
So at this.
Just lost the signal there.
Network, understandably, with what's going on there. We'll try and reconnect with Natasha, who's from Haifa. Haifa also under attack. What we understand is the third largest city in Israel. And Haifa is also under attack. Even last year, Israel had Haifa being on target of Iranian strikes. An important port also, the oil refineries also housed in Haifa. It's, of course, renewed urgency to protect the facilities over there. And as we speak, Niranjan, is advisory also issued for the Indians. In Qatar, we were getting some breaking news also.
In fact, let me tell you that there are multiple updates coming in. There is a picture that shows, the attack we are hearing, and this is a picture that I have. Ballistic missiles were fired from Iran, intercepted by Iran. All right. Iran has confirmed. I have a breaking news update coming in right now. Iran has confirmed U.S. bases in Kuwait, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain are under attack. So this is a war that is broken out across the Middle East. Across the Middle East, Tatiana is joining us live for a Russian perspective. How does this change things for the region? I mean, Russia's taken a clear stand that while talks were on, there was no need for this sort of a strike, claiming that was just perhaps a ploy they were going to strike anyway. That's what the Russians are saying. They were going to strike anyway. There was no need for talks in the first place. But how do you think this is going to play out, in Russia? How are you looking at the developments here, Tatiana?
Well, we're looking, first of all, at the developments from rather far, so that changes the perspective, of course, for us, Niranjan. But again, just as I said, this is going to be such a massive escalation across the whole region, and we're already seeing it unfold before our eyes. So I believe that we're going to hear the same thing. We've heard Donald Trump say that he's now fighting for freedom for Iranians. That the objective is probably to diminish Iran's nuclear capacity. So it's going to be the same narrative coming from the US, with the exception of the fact that he's going to push for that freedom narrative. In the meantime, all that these attacks do is push back any sort of stability for the region for years, because you see those attacks. Of course, when Iran is targeting an American base in the UAE, it's not targeting UAE, and still that does push any sort of stability for the region further back.
Yeah. In fact, I'm just getting in some more details that there are several countries who have closed their airspace altogether. So across the Middle East, countries are closing in their airspace, and there is going to be a huge ramification. I mean, we're broadcasting from India. There's going to be a huge ramification for Indians. I just saw a statement come in from Indigo Airlines as well. Many Indian airlines are having to either cancel or reschedule their flights given the situation in the Middle East. After UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE have closed their airspace. I have a statement also coming from Qatar's ministry, Interior Ministry. Qatar has just issued a statement. I'm getting in that in just a few seconds. Basically, everyone in the Middle East. Okay, the press release, I have that now. In the light of the attacks on the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ministry of Interior in Qatar confirming that the situation in the state of Qatar remains stable. They're saying it's stable, it's secure, no current indications of concern at the internal security level. Ministry clarifies that competent security authorities are monitoring developments around the clock through an integrated operational framework, blah, 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 ensuring safety of citizens, residents, visitors. Ministry of Interior urging public to obtain information. And I think the operative part there is that they're saying everything is okay. Qatar saying everything is okay. In light of the attacks, they're saying situation is stable and secure. No current indications of... It appears to be a limited strike on US assets and US presence only, Abhishek, at this point.
Well, yes, Niranjan. And I'm surprised that the Iranians have really widened the conflict so soon and so far with all these air bases targeted. US bases in Qatar, in Saudi, in UAE, in Bahrain. And we have pictures this time to show that they have succeeded in hitting some of those targets. I think this is going to go on with these pictures. Mr. Dubey, if I can get you in, you think that the way...
Okay, Qatar Defense, sorry, the breaking news update coming there, Abhishek. We'll keep getting these, breaking news updates and interruptions there because this is a full-blown war and Qatar's defense ministry has said Patriot air defense system has intercepted Iranian missile. So that's the official word coming in from the Qatar defense ministry that their, by the way, American air defense systems have intercepted an Iranian missile. Mr. Dubey.
Actually, all these countries are possessing the same AD system against Iran what USA is possessing. So the entire system of AD in possession of United States, they are already with these countries and they know it very well that in retaliation, Iran will definitely is going to engage the targets which of American military bases which are basically located in those vicinities. So they have to use that AD system, no doubt about it. And their AD system is of a better version, that is a more layered system which they are using against Iran's missiles. And that is what is looking like at this time.
I'm getting a breaking news update. In fact, Abhishek has shared this with us. This is a very, very, very big development that Dubai airport is shut, one of the world's busiest airports. The Dubai airport is shut. No flights taking off for the last 30 minutes after UAE. So it was expected. Dubai airport shut. No flights taking off for the last 30 minutes. No landings in the last 15 minutes. So airspace has been shut. I think Terry Newman is joining us live. Terry Newman, live from Israel. And he's an Israeli entrepreneur, chairman of the public board of directors of Bina in Tel Aviv. Terry, the situation is escalating very soon. And the irony is that Israel has internet, UAE has internet, Qatar has internet, Bahrain has internet, all the countries being hit by Iran have internet and the visuals are coming out. We're not getting pictures from Iran. We don't know what's going on, but we know that the attacks have been relentless and ongoing on Iran. What are you hearing, sir, about the developments?
Yes, sir. So the first thing, let's understand the United States and Israel are attacking Iran. This is not just Israel attacking Iran. This is not an Israel-Iran war. This is a war in which the Americans have taken the lead and Israel is working together with them. President Trump has said very clearly that he will not allow an Islamo-fascist regime to develop nuclear weapons and to have the ballistic missile ability to use those against the people of the United States. And Israel shares obviously the same opinion regarding Israeli citizens. And your good Prime Minister himself, who was in Israel last week and was obviously aware that there was a high probability of war breaking out in light of the buildup of military capabilities within this region, is obviously thinking about Indian citizens as well. So, this has started. It started this morning. There are huge attacks going on as we speak inside of Iran. In terms of their top military and political leadership, large chunks of them have already been eliminated. And both the President of America and the Prime Minister of Israel have made it clear that the purpose of this is regime change.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good.
More reports coming in. In fact, it seems like this is like proper war out there in the Middle East or West Asia, as we call it, Niranjan. There is another second round of Israeli-American strikes. It seems these seem like standoff strikes from Syrian airspace and not crossing into Iranian airspace anytime soon.
Okay.
Israeli defense military statement coming in, military targets in western Iran on the radar, and in fact we are breaking the next line, which is which areas in the western part of Iran have been targeted. Urmia in western Iran, Shiraz in southern Iran are hit this time by joint American-Israeli strikes from Syrian airspace, Niranjan.
Okay, getting in breaking news, Urmia, Shiraz. Abhishek has already taken those details, but we have Tatiana still live with us from Moscow. Rakshita is also live with us here in the studio. Rakshita, keep coming in with breaking news updates right now because we are getting in more details. Ladies and gentlemen, the General Civil Aviation Authority has announced temporary partial closure of the UAE airspace, confirmed from Abhishek a few minutes back that the Dubai airport is shut, one of the world's busiest airports. And as a precaution, they're calling it an exceptional precautionary measure aimed at ensuring the safety of flights and aircrews. Now, so far it appears that only American bases have been struck, American installations have been struck in the Middle East. Anything more you're picking up, Tatiana, of the targets outside of these bases in the Middle East?
Well, look, Niranjan, this is obviously, as we said, and as we have been discussing, this is retaliation against the US. So yes, Iran is obviously going to hit target in Israel, just as, our previous speaker said that this is a joint action by the US and Israel. So it is going to retaliate against Israel, but all of the other responses are limited to US presence in the region, which makes perfect sense. It's not the UAE or Qatar or Bahrain attacking Iran. It is the US. In the meantime, for the attacks on Shiraz, that makes perfect sense. That's what they did last time. There's a nuclear facility there. Might I remind you that last time it actually was not harmed by the strike, that Donald Trump himself said it was, I don't quite remember the actual wording he used, but he claimed that it would have been completely destructive for the nuclear facility, and yet we saw no real impact. So obviously the US is going to focus on nuclear facilities, known nuclear facilities, and we're going to get more reports of attacks on sites that are housing them. But again, the repercussions for the regional stability, despite the fact that that Iranian response is going to be limited to US bases, is just astounding. We're looking at airports shutting down. And it's just generally, any sort of military action in the region does not bring about stability. It's just not possible. And at the same time, we need to think of the fact that historically, if we look at situations similar to that, I'm not saying that there is something remotely close, but attacks like these do not bring down hardline governments.
Yeah.
They don't.
You think so?
So again, I don't believe that an attack like that can bring down a strong and hardline government. It is just, again, historically, it is statistically very improbable. At the same time, we are looking at a procrastinated regional instability that is going to last this time. That is for sure. Because, I don't know any government that wouldn't want to show strength in response.
And sure, I mean, that bit is already visible, Tatiana, because the Iranians have really widened the conflict early on. Last time they waited for 5-6 days before, in fact, towards the fag end of the 12-day war when they targeted American base in Qatar. This time they have done on day one. But I have a question which you would love to answer, Tatiana, which is that I'm seeing a lot of posts being reposted from 2011 and 12 when the then, not nobody, but nobody in American politics, Trump would target Obama and say, Obama would start a war with Iran to win next term. And now it seems that President Trump is getting into a war ahead of midterm elections in the United States, where it seems that the mega Republicans are facing some headwinds. So there is domestic political element also involved insofar as the United States' role in the conflict is concerned.
There is always a domestic element involved. Let's make this very clear. It's always as much about domestic politics. Specifically when it comes to interventions like these. Look at the language he's using. He is obviously, again, speaking to domestic viewers. And you said, that it was the Kuwaiti, that the government, the embassy, I beg your pardon, that shared the pictures of impact on the base of the Fifth Fleet. That makes sense because that at home, that creates a certain sentiment, that, look, they are hitting our bases. Even if all US military personnel had retracted from the base, it still creates a narrative. And it creates a strong narrative. Look, Iran is the aggressor. So, of course, it influences votes. Of course, it influences domestic politics. It creates an image of a strong power that is saber-rattling across the whole of the Middle East. And I'm sorry to say that at this time, it's probably mainly Israel that's going to bear the brunt of this escalation because they're closer. And those rockets, those are not rockets from Gaza. Yeah. Iranian missiles are, much more capable.
Okay. Before I go across to Rakshita is going across to Terry Newman, but we're getting in pictures right now of the war room in Israel. The IDF war room, first picture of the Israeli war room, the IDF, and some faces of the commanders covered. They're obviously for operational reasons. In accordance with this is a statement that has come in from the IDF. The IDF is reinforcing forces across all sectors. The Israeli Defense Forces saying that the Operations Directorate has begun a large-scale reinforcement of ground forces across all sectors and regional commands, as well as reinforcement deployment of special forces as part of the strengthening readiness for various offensive and defensive scenarios. Significant reinforcements carried out in the Air Force and Navy, alongside the bolstering of all firepower arrays. IDF continues to conduct ongoing situational assessments. Any attempt to harm the state of Israel will be met with strength. Okay, that's a statement that came in. Rakshita.
Yes, this is the first pictures we are getting on Republic TV from inside the Israel war room. And Terry is joining us from Tel Aviv, continues to be with us. Terry, just what Tatiana was saying, that she does not believe that it could bring down a hardliner regime. While Trump continues to talk about the regime, Trump tries to talk about what has been happening in Iran for decades. But center of it all is the nuclear program. You feel that there's going to be more of the targets that will be achieved, or there will be also, of course, the losses to Israel because, again, carrying forward from what Tatiana said, that Israel is close as going to bear the brunt. You agree to that?
Okay, these are pictures from Syria where you can see the missiles. Just before I go across to Terry, sorry, the pictures just came in. I'll make a reference and then you can go in, we can go to Terry. These are videos that came in of the missiles and jets over Syria. Look at that. You can see the missiles on your screen as spotted from Syria. You can see them. And all right. There are also reports coming in of explosions in Saudi. We will get a confirmation of that. Those are pictures that came in from Syria as well. Terry, to the question that Rakshita asked.
My family are sitting in the bomb shelter, but I mean, your previous colleague from Moscow, who was relating to what's going on, I think one of the fascinating and important things to know is that Russia, that has been working with the Iranians over the last year to rebuild their armed forces, where are they? The Chinese, who've been the main buyers of Iranian oil and who've been keeping the regime afloat, where are they? You know, this is a message which President Trump is sending not just to the Iranian people and to what you call West Asia, but it's actually sending it across to the Chinese and to the Russians that, you know, if we see dangerous countries, we will act. And in terms of the domestic implications in the US, if anything, this is very dangerous for Donald Trump domestically. He hasn't taken the effort really to explain to the American people the importance of of attacking the Ayatollah regime. We in the region understand the dangers, but the average American does not. He is taking a huge risk before the midterms in the United States. And I think that's because he understands the danger that a nuclear-armed, fanatical Islamo-fascist regime can do to the people of the United States, can do to Europe, can do to the Middle East. And we're now seeing, these attacks in Qatar, we're seeing in Bahrain, you've just mentioned Saudi Arabia. What CENTCOM has been doing here, which is in effect the way its central command, the way the Americans have been coordinating the attacks against Iran, has been to bring together all of these Arab states together with Israel, together with the United States capabilities here, in order to ensure that whatever fallout there is, it will be minimal, and that this regime that has caused nearly 50 years of death and destruction throughout the Middle East will finally leave the global stage.
Yes.
All right. Niranjan, do we have a video?
Yeah, there are new pictures coming in fact. This is from Abu Dhabi. Okay, these are pictures from Abu Dhabi, we are told. No, this could be from Bahrain. I'm not sure it's Abu Dhabi.
So, some missiles.
Abu Dhabi.
Okay.
This could be Abu Dhabi, yeah.
We'll just double check that. Abu Dhabi, that's a launch of the interceptors from the Patriot system. Launch of the interceptors from the Patriot system of Abu Dhabi. Abhishek, if you can speak over the pictures.
Yeah, maybe I stayed there somewhere, Niranjan. Seems like same pictures. But, coming to, I was going through the statement of US President Donald Trump, and so I've sort of broken it down, even as we stay with the pictures of an interceptor missile doing its job. Seems like Abu Dhabi, yes, seems like Abu Dhabi and the marina, and that's where the action seems to be. And an Iranian missile, an Iranian missile has been intercepted, and that spot there up in the sky, that flash, yes, this one, yes, that's where the interception takes place. But Terry, I was going through the U.S. President's statement, and I'm sort of breaking it down into a few points so that viewers have an idea of what's really happening on the ground. Trump began by saying that it's a major combat operation launched. That's number one. Then he said Iran must not or will not have nuclear weapons. That's point number two. Then Trump said he will obliterate all missile industry of Iran. That's point number three. Then he said he will annihilate the Iranian Navy. That's point number four. Then he says Iran must not challenge American military power. That's point number five. And finally, point number six, he says IRGC will face certain death while he gives immunity to those who turn themselves in. Of course, he also said these are terrible and malicious people, but that he says for the Democrats also. So it's not specifically targeted at the Iranians, but then that's how it is. Okay, more pictures coming in this time from Iran. So both sides, these are pictures of
this is an IRGC
okay, this
base.
is an IRGC base hit in Iran. This is an IRGC base hit by American Tomahawks in Iran a while back. And remember, a counter-retaliatory strike has already taken place with the United States-Israeli joint forces launching airstrikes from Syrian airspace. Terry, you think this is still not a war where there is a dogfight happening? There are face-to-face missiles hitting each other. This is still, one side takes one go and the other side waits and analyzes the damage and counter-strikes a proportionate and direct response, a proportionate and indirect response. So this is still a war in very initial stages.
Fight in the sense that the Iranian Air Force is comprised of aeroplanes from the 1970s, right? And so there's not going to be a dogfight in that respect. In terms of missiles, the Iranian missile defense system has been obliterated over the last 2 years, and what the Russians have tried to patch up has proven again to be not capable of standing up to American and Israeli capabilities. On the defensive side, America has brought huge capabilities to protect Kuwait, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and we've seen that being built up over the last month and a half. And Israel obviously has its own three-layered defense system, which your prime minister was here looking at and inspecting, in fact, only last week. So I don't see a dogfight in this respect. The issue will be is how fast the regime change will happen. Who will come in place of the current regime? Will we see something similar to Venezuela, in which one of the deputies will come in and take over together with the street, or will we see something that is more prolonged? I remind you that the Iranian regime is a messianic, fanatical regime rather than just a socialist dictatorship as in Venezuela. And also we need to see what the Chinese and Russians are going to do. This is not just, in that respect, this is not just an attack on Iran. This is also testing what the Chinese and Russians are capable of doing. And it fits in again into the whole IMEC, which your Prime Minister was talking about again. In order for this IMEC, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European Economic Corridor to happen, the Iranian threat to it has to be removed. A normalization between Saudi and Israel has to happen.
Donald Trump is expected to address his country in a few minutes. One person killed in Abu Dhabi, a second time. One person has been killed in Abu Dhabi, by the way, killed during the interception. UAE intercepted an Iranian missile, perhaps Patriots were fired, and in that interception, one person has died. This is a confirmation coming in from the media in UAE that one life has been lost. That's, by the way, the first official word we've had on any life that has been lost. We heard from the Iranian media that thousands have died in Iran or injured. We are waiting for details to come in. And let me also tell you that as of this minute, Israeli media confirming that the strikes this morning have achieved high success in targeting Iranian's president and senior commander. So we don't know the state of the Iranian president. Iranian media claims strikes have achieved high success in targeting Iran's president and senior commanders. Iran agreed in advance with the Iraqi militias that the militias would join the war and focus on attacking American forces and assets in northern Iraq and Jordan. According to reports, Israel also tried to assassinate Khamenei and president of Iran. That was known because the leader, Khamenei's house, was also targeted. Any other update you're getting in? I think we have a guest joining us live as well, Abhishek, Rakshita.
Right, we have Sira Claire, who's joining us. She's a foreign policy expert, and she's joining us from Los Angeles. Thank you so much, ma'am, joining us. And how do you see the situation that is unfolding, minute-by-minute developments coming in, and there's strikes and counter-strikes, and the whole is spilled across West Asia now, ma'am?
Right. Well, I would say that, first of all, the United States came in very strongly on this attack. And obviously, as was mentioned, this has been planned, the buildup for weeks. So I expect it to be very well planned out in terms of safety. And we also have to remember that the Iranian regime is very weak from the 12-day war back in June. And so they're low on missiles. Their air defenses are, as we can see, they're not, very helpful at this moment. So I think that right now we're seeing the first wave of this, and it's being executed according to the plans, the U.S. plans. And as you also mentioned, we're seeing the beginnings of the Iranian retaliation. So we'll need to keep watching that. But so far, everything that the U.S. has done looks like it's going according to plan.
President Trump is going to address the nation again, in addition to the video, what has been released already. What do we expect from here?
Well, in his first address, he really went into why are we doing this and the existential threat that Iran poses. And so in his second address, I expect to hear he probably has an update to share about, where we're standing with the operation. And I also, he wanted to emphasize in that first address why is the U.S. involved in this, and so he didn't really talk too much about Israel's part. So I also expect we'll probably hear him mentioning that and how they're involved.
Right. Yes, Abhishek, there are more I think updates that are coming in right now. There are, of course. President Trump is expected to address the nation. Israeli media reports are suggesting that the strikes have achieved high success. Now, what is really known as high success. We will, of course, have to wait and watch what Israel means. As per the media reports, high success has been achieved in targeting Iran's president and senior commanders, with Khamenei being on target, the Iranian president also being on target, as per reports. Abhishek.
Well, yes, that's the ultimate objective. If the Americans and the Israelis can really get Khamenei or Pezeshkian, why not? Khamenei, actually, not as much as Pezeshkian. But Tatiana, you continue to be with us. So my question to you is, this time, okay, I'm coming to you in just in a bit, Tatiana. We have a breaking coming in from Germany. Okay, yes. Germany is monitoring the situation closely. They would rather, of course.
Israel has informed Germany about the strikes, as the German government spokesperson is telling. And the German chancellor has also said that Germany is monitoring the development closely. So this is the latest breaking news we have right now. And of course, we are getting in reactions from across the globe now, as everybody has their eyes on Middle East, what's happening from Germany to, in fact, if you just quote more reports from Israel, the media reports saying that Israel tried to assassinate Khamenei and the president of Iran. Iran agreed in advance with the Iraqi militias that the militias would join the war and focus on attacking American forces and assets in northern Iraq and Jordan. So minute-by-minute updates coming in on Republic TV. In fact, Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says there has been a phone conversation between Araghchi and the Iraqi foreign minister. So both the foreign ministers of the country, Iran and Iraq, discussing on phone the situation, and Iraqi counterpart telling Araghchi that Tehran will continue to defend itself. And they discussed them. Okay, Syria has closed its airspace partially, and IDF now says in the latest that Iran has targeted the Muwafaq al-Salti base in Jordan now. This is the latest update we are getting in. Multiple videos on your screens right now. Video number 7, 8, 9 from across regions in West Asia. This is not just in Iran. This is not just in Israel. We're showing you what's happening across West Asia. Iran National Security Council says that the enemy, I quote it, the enemy thinks that the innocent nation of Iran will surrender to their despicable demands with these cowardly actions, says Iranian National Security Council. And in fact, Bahrain and UAE have protested against Iranian strikes, saying Bahrain, in fact, goes on to say that they reserve the right to defend territorial sovereignty. So yes, there could be counter-reaction also, Abhishek, coming in from the...
More information coming in, Rakshita. This is the Iranian National Security Council. They have released a statement saying they will not surrender. So tremendous amount of posturing and saber rattling happening. Tatiana, I'm coming to you next. My question is, if the Iranians have hit Jordan, there are missiles falling in Jordan, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, they are not happy. Isn't Iran building more enemy relationships in the Gulf with this war? Isn't it earning more animosity in the region for itself?
Well, absolutely not, because they're not just, look, it's not about dropping bombs on the countries that you listed. This is about specifically targeting US forces in the region. And those countries know that. But let me ask you this, we've heard from both my colleagues on this panel, let's call it this, that, Iran has severely been weakened by the previous strikes by the US and Israel. Does this, all of the videos on your screens, look like a severely weakened Iran? Does this look like a country that cannot defend itself? And I would specifically like to put in question something that Terry said. We're talking about the fact that Iran is a threat to Saudi-Israeli normalization. What is happening right now is a significant threat for any type of normalization between Israel and Saudi. Look, we've seen talks on normalization move very slowly for a very specific reason, fear of domestic misunderstanding, because there is always the Palestinian issue that needs to be resolved for any type of normalization between the Saudi and Israel. Now Israel is again waging war with a Muslim country that Saudi had normalized ties with.
Yeah.
This does not
Yeah, please go ahead.
In any way help normalization in the region. Yet again, despite the fact that, and I do understand how much, governments will rattle sabers in Israel, back home in the US, those interventions, they do create a spike of support for the government because they're standing up for all things right. But we sitting at a distance, we need to see things a little bit more clearly.
You were talking about the imponderables, Tatiana, as I understand, and there is already fog of war. So while on the one hand we have Reuters agency saying that several senior figures in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC as it is called, have been eliminated, as also many in the political leadership. From the Iranian side, you keep hearing that the Supreme Leader Khamenei is safe, Pezeshkian, the president, is safe, Foreign Minister Arakchi is safe. So you think that the Americans and the Israelis could have... let me take this to Terry. Terry, are you still not targeting the bullseye? You are not hitting the Supreme Leader. You are still looking at other second or third rung leadership in the IRGC, which gives an impression that maybe you are still looking for a bargain. The Americans are looking for a bargain.
The President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have been very clear about the target and purpose of this operation. It is very clearly regime change. I remind you, this same regime killed somewhere or murdered between 30 and 80,000 innocent Iranian protesters only a month and a half ago. We don't know how many it was because the internet was shut down, and you'll probably notice that again now the internet has been shut down again in Iran. By contrast, the internet is working in Israel, it's working in Abu Dhabi, it's working in Saudi, it's working in Bahrain. So very difficult to understand, what is going on, but the purpose is very clear. The purpose is to take down the Iranian regime. They have tried, they have had negotiations. We know that, these 400 kilograms of enriched uranium were hidden. They have refused to, hand them over. We know that they're building these missile stocks again. So there we've been left with no choice.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, stay on with us. We have some breaking news coming in right now. And Australia is reacting to this situation. In fact, the Australian Prime Minister has backed the United States' efforts to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. That's what they call it. Australian Prime Minister says, and I quote, "It has been long been recognized that Iran's nuclear program is a threat to global peace and security. International community has been clear that the Iranian regime can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon." The United Nations Security Council has reimposed sanctions on Iran for failing to comply with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and the IAEA board has formally declared Iran in non-compliance with its non-proliferation safeguards obligations. I go across to Sierra, who continues to be with us from Los Angeles. Sierra, well, we have the Australian Prime Minister also now lending support to United States operation.
That doesn't surprise me. I think there's a lot of countries that have been quietly or, even privately expressing to the U.S. and Israel that they support these actions. And, after we saw the protests earlier this year and we heard the Iranian regime talking about their missile program, which threatens, Europe. There were some reports that it could reach all the way to the eastern side of the United States. So there's a lot of countries that were on alert, that were aware that this threat was growing, and whether they wanted to admit it publicly or not, they support the U.S. stepping in and doing, something that's not only good for U.S. interests, but good for the world.
But my question to you, Ms. Claire, is that are the Americans looking for a bargain? I was asking this to Terry. I should be asking this to you because you are still not going after Khamenei for all the kind of posturing that's happening. You are still looking at third rung, fourth rung targets. You are still not going after Khamenei. So is this just posturing and bargaining going on so that maybe, there are some takeaways and then the hostilities can be pulled back?
Trump was very clear in his first address, and he talked about the objectives of this mission. Number one issue for the U.S. is the nuclear issue, and I do believe that the failure on the negotiations from the Iranian side is what instigated this attack.
Then let me ask you, why you did not wait for the Geneva talks to happen?
Issues. Yes? Yeah, he also mentioned the terror proxies groups. He also mentioned the missile program. So there are several objectives related to this operation, and the Israeli objectives may overlap, but they may also be different.
Yeah.
And so the U.S. and Israel are working together on the shared objectives that they have, which is number one, the nuclear program and the terror
interjecting,
proxies.
Ms. Claire. I'm coming back to you just in a bit. We have got fresh pictures of released by the IDF. This is IAF, not the Indian Air Force, but Israeli Air Force. And they have released pictures of preparations just ahead of this. It's called IAF, it's okay. It's called IAF, but we have to clarify for the viewers that this is Israeli Air Force. You can look at the pictures and understand that this is just pre-ops pictures that have been released. These are American pictures, I believe, from a carrier strike group, not Israeli. Or is it Israeli? I mean, these ones must be American aircrafts, F-22 Raptors, perhaps flying off a U.S. carrier. All right, these are Israeli pictures, in fact, coming in from earlier, and these are of preparations that would have gone, or the launch of the attack, the offensive, rather, jointly between Israel and United States. Okay, more breakings, Rakshita?
Yes. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has called on the UNSC Security Council to hold an urgent meeting and take action to stop the aggression. So that's another response from Tehran now, seeking the UN Security Council to hold an urgent meeting and take action to stop this aggression, to stop what's happening right now. Meanwhile, the UAE has also issued a statement saying that it has successfully intercepted several Iranian missiles targeting the country that we've just seen a video of, and one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi amidst the interception also. So as we speak, we are getting in visuals from the preparation, from ground, from the bases, as the Air Force, as the troops on ground prepared, right from the control room to the war room. All the pictures coming in fast and exclusive on Republic TV. And we continue to speak to our guests on this matter. Terry, if I could just go across to you now. Foreign Ministry of Iran is calling on the UNSC to hold this meeting and action to stop the aggression to what's happening right now. What do you expect? What sort of reaction do you expect as the attack and the counterattack is still underway?
I assume that the Russians and the Chinese will criticize the United States for this aggression, but you know the way the UNSC works. So there are 5 permanent members who have vetoes, so the Americans will block that. But let's just take one further look at slightly broader picture. North Korea now has a nuclear weapon. In fact, it has multiple nuclear weapons, and therefore nobody can stop the current president of North Korea from doing whatever he wants. I think that most countries in the world, in fact, almost every country in the world, would have preferred the Americans to have stopped Kim Jong-un before he got nuclear weapons. And this is exactly what's happening now. We are stopping Iran before they get those nuclear weapons. So if any country in the United Nations Security Council comes out and criticizes the United States and what they're doing, or Israel and what they're doing, they should remember that if we don't stop it now, we will see a North Korea on steroids. It's bad enough that we have one rogue actor in the world that has nuclear weapons. We cannot allow that to become 2.
Right. All right. Okay, we have to slip in a short break on that note, coming back with our rolling coverage of all the action in Middle East with Israel and United States launching their offensive against Iran. Iran hitting back with counter-strikes all across the region. The 4 of 5 nations hit, and they are now responding diplomatically first, possibly militarily later. We're going to come back to that just after a short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality, it's fact not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back breaking news updates now coming in as we stay non-stop on the situation evolving around the Middle East, with Iran being hit this morning by Israel and the subsequent reaction that we've seen across the Middle East, with different countries, in fact, being targeted by Iran. These are pictures that came in from Bahrain of the situation in Bahrain, on the streets of Bahrain, moments after Iran struck the Bahrainian naval base, the US base that houses the 5th Fleet. These are pictures that came in. There was an audio layer as well. These were pictures that came in from Bahrain this morning. Let's play the video out. That video, Colonel Shailendra, I want you to speak over this video. This is a video from Bahrain. Let's put that bug once again. It's the the US naval base in Bahrain that was hit, I think, by an Iranian missile, ballistic missile. You can see the missile. The moment the missile struck can also be seen in this video. I'd like you to speak over that, sir.
You see, when we see a missile hitting like this and making it, how do you decide that this was a military base? I'll tell you how. There's a that blast which you saw, the blackness of the smoke which you see, that shows there was something called as explosive there. Ammunition. And that is what has happened. Now, as far as Bahrain, this base is concerned, naval base, what is the importance of it? It's important only from the point of view that it is one of the, not only largest, it is very prestigious. 5th Fleet of US gets maintained from air. Though they had withdrawn most of the assets from air. Everything they had withdrawn. But Iran achieves propaganda, information, media value out of it, that see, we had told you, we had prepared for it, that if you do any strike on us, we are not going to leave all your bases in and around in Middle East. And that is why we find 7 of the countries of Middle East, the bases have been hit. Whether they are successful or not is a very minor part of the news. The bigger news is that they are standing by their resolve. They are prepared to face US. They are prepared to threaten US. They are prepared to come out with that missiles which are firing in those directions. Whether they get intercepted, air defense is effective, these are minor part of the news. The bigger part is that yes, they did try to aim at Abraham Lincoln. It didn't succeed, not a problem. Yeah. If they sent 30 missiles towards Israel and maybe 27 got air defended, the 3 which landed makes the news. That gives the success. So I'm finding that Iran is out to convey 2 things very clearly. There is going to be no surrender. We may lose the war, but we will fight the war. And I think they have the wherewithal, capability, capacity, decision-making, and the public to fight this war the way they want at their own terms. They will not surrender, is my assessment.
Right, I think we have some more breaking news coming in, and I'll just go across to Ariella Rosenthal, who's joining us from Ashdod in Israel. Ariella, we are getting a breaking news that there's a fresh barrage of missiles being hit. This is the latest update. What are you picking up? We understand that there's a fresh barrage of missiles that have been fired from Iran towards Israel. Ariella.
27 missiles have been launched to the state of Israel. Thank God most of them have been intercepted by the Iron Dome. The strength of our people here is that we're unfortunately very well drilled of how to behave during emergency. This is, of course, not the first time that I hear the people of Ashdod, for example, for over 20 years have been ongoing attacked by the missiles from the Gaza, the proxy of the Tehran. So we're all standing again with our leadership, with the government of the State of Israel, and we have all the strength and the calmness, and we know how to behave during emergency, and we have full faith that this must end. And finally, we are very happy that my government and the U.S. are striking against the head of the snake, Tehran.
Ariel, is another news that we are getting that Israeli media, at least, is right now claiming that Ali Shamkhani, who's Khamenei's advisor and one behind the nuclear program, has also been eliminated. What else can you share with us, and on what basis is right now we were getting this from Israeli media?
Well, I've heard exactly like you have now from the media of Israel, but there are also trying to, not give all the information. I'm sure that there are other leaders that have been targeted, and till everything, the facts are being proved, Israel prefers to keep quiet.
Yes. In fact, there are videos coming in of interceptions over Doha, Qatar. There are different videos, some videos suggesting that perhaps some Iranian missiles did strike a few targets in Doha, Qatar, but we will wait for a confirmation. But different videos showing interceptions over Qatar as well. Another breaking news input that just came in: red alert sirens have been sounded across Israel as the Iranian regime continues to fire missiles in Israel. We have, Ariella in Ashdod joining us live, and she's getting us. In fact, a few minutes back, we had another guest from Tel Aviv join us, who was in a bunker, said that she was in Haifa, in fact, sorry, not Tel Aviv, Haifa, and she heard back-to-back missile hits on Haifa, where she was. The Israeli media has also said Ali Shamkhani. This is a big breaking news update. In fact, this is huge. Israeli media claims that Ayatollah Khamenei's advisor and the man responsible for the nuclear program has been eliminated. This is a big development. Abhishek, any more you're picking up?
It's a big name because that really confirms that initially, in the first flush, the Americans did target the Iranian, government headquarters and the office of Khamenei. Khamenei apparently has been already evacuated to a safe house in a bunker, possibly, and so some of the collateral damage in terms of members of his team getting eliminated, and this seems like a big one, Niranjan. If Ayatollah Khamenei's close advisor Ali Khamenei has been eliminated, then it's proof that this is not going the de-escalation metrics anytime soon, Colonel Singh.
You see, this is the problem. It's only peaceful nations like you and me who starts looking for the de-escalation. यहाँ तो अभी escalation शुरू हुई है. They have only started yet. And when we are talking about the collateral, that media advisor is not collateral. He's a strategic target. When this preemptive strike has been done, this strike has been done in all fields. There is a cyber attack going on. There is a media attack going on. There is a information warfare going on. There is a propaganda warfare going on. When you make such news that yes, so-and-so died, you instigate the defender or the enemy to come out with it. Okay, no, nothing has happened or something has happened.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, actually. It's not a collateral damage. It's a specific target and a message. Let me take this to Miss Claire. Miss Claire, reports suggest, and these are Iranian media reports, so in a way confirmatory reports, that their nuclear program advisor for Supreme Leader Khamenei, Ali Shamkhani, has been eliminated in the first flush of his strikes or joint strikes by the United States and Israel.
Right, we'll just take the...
Rakshita.
Okay, Sira, we have... Just stay on with us. We have some more visuals that are coming in right now, dramatic visuals that are coming in as we are just breaking that on our screens. This is the...
missile debris falling
Okay, this is the debris of the missiles. As you can see, this is
in Jordan.
Smoke. That is, you can see the dust and the smoke and the people around. This is coming in from Jordan. This is from Jordan, Marj al-Hammam in Jordan. And this is the debris of the missile. After it struck, you can see the explode. You can see the blaze. You can see the plumes of smoke. And of course, the environment around, you can see it's all polluted because of this strike. And this is first and exclusive on Public TV. Marj al-Hammam is a location in Jordan. And with that, we continue to get you more details that are coming in. But reports are suggesting that 125 missiles were fired from Iran towards Israel. That's, of course, it's something that we saw even last year, as it was claimed that hundreds of missiles that were fired. This time again, reports claim that 125 missiles were fired from Iran towards Israel in retaliation. That's another breaking piece of information that we have right now, as the attacks and the counterattacks continue across West Asia as we speak, and we continue to get more updates on the claims by Israeli media that the one behind the nuclear program, Ali Shamkhani, Niranjan, has been eliminated. And in fact, in the June 2025 strikes also, he was targeted, what we understand. He was the one who taunted Colonel Shalendra that, I am alive. He used an expletive and he taunted the forces of the United States that I am alive. He was moved out of the rubble. But it seems that the US and the Israel were very much at it, that they will go and get the man behind the nuclear program.
No, I will agree with you on that yes, Israel has this in their character. It is part of their ability. It is within their capacity that they will be able to finally strike somebody whom they are after. There is no denial of that. But then the right, whether that loss is absorbed by that country, by that regime, rests with the other chap also. You may kill. You think Khamenei goes and everything will be all well? No. That country is working on some system. You think all these targets of 7 countries where the naval bases or the other bases of US have been struck, is it just extempo? Is it that suddenly somebody had thought of taking out a stone and started throwing? No, all this is planned. Planned, rehearsed, replanned, refreshed, revalidated. Every damn thing carries on and on and on. What Israel has done, they would have rehearsed it in their own way. So that is where the success lies. And where the success lies, I'll give you the example now. The example is all strikes done by Israel and US are pinpoint strike. Why? Because they have used cruise missiles, which are much more accurate, much more difficult to intercept. What is being done by Iran? It is all ballistic missiles. The ballistic missiles is as good as you have just thrown it. Where it doesn't matter. Why? Because they are looking for revenge. They are looking for counterattack. They are looking for news. They are looking for media. They are looking for stand within their country and to demoralize that enemy. That, see, we told you that we will strike and we have struck. And that is where you are finding most of the targets which Iran is targeting are civil targets. And that is where the damage is taking place. There are odd cases. They know it. When you are bringing out a figure of 125, let me tell you, it's a very conservative figure. Because at 125, Iran will not be satisfied and no credible damage will take place on Israel or US. You will require more. And that is where the US intelligence estimate last year says that only the ballistic missile itself, January 2025, they were saying it is 3,000 plus. Now, what is that plus? How much is that plus? And from that day till now, the only power of Iran is 3. One, the missiles. They have this power and they will strike. The second is that they will strike at US, their bases abroad. And the third is, that is the biggest of the father of all the missiles, what they are having. And I call it Hormuz missile. The day they block this Hormuz, you will see the whole world coming to their terms and requesting US and whatever that no, please. And I'm proving it to you. 3 days exercise they did at Hormuz. The rates of per barrel went up by $8 just by doing an exercise on Hormuz. So that missile is also there with them, and that gives them adequate strength.
There is some more breaking news coming in, and I want to go across. We have a fantastic panelist with us today. We have Sierra Claire joining us live. She continues to be with us from Los Angeles. Adam Bellos is also joining us live. I don't see him in the frame. Okay, we'll get all of them on the screen. Adam Bellos is the CEO of the Israel Innovation Fund. He's live from Tel Aviv. We also have Ariela Rosenthal. She's the Director of International Relations at Ashdod. She's joining us live from Ashdod. And Burzin will be joining us in just a few minutes. Okay. Before I go across to our correspondent on the field, let me get into Sierra. Sierra, I hear that Donald Trump is going to speak again. He's going to do an address this morning in America. He gave a statement, very unusual, an 8-minute statement, 30-40 minutes into the strike, perhaps pre-recorded, perhaps expecting the strike to take place. But if he's going to speak to the people of America again, perhaps we're expecting an announcement of sorts, given on the back of the reports of the head of the nuclear program being reportedly eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, if those reports are true that the head of the nuclear program was eliminated, I think that is exactly in line with President Trump's goals for this operation. And so we may be hearing him give a statement about that. I think he also, it's very important for him to reassure the American people. There is a lot of misinformation. There is a lot of panic going around, and it has been throughout the past several weeks that we've had this deployment near Iran. And so I think that he is a very transparent president, and especially when he does undertake military operations like this, he really likes to keep the public as informed as he possibly can. And so I think that's another reason why we're seeing him give, so many statements about this as the operation gets underway.
Getting in more news updates, Abhishek, anything else that you're picking up on the status of this particular person, Ali Shamkhani? He was just 2 days back, read an article that he was head of the taking charge of the nuclear response to America. Given that he survived a previous attack, the fact that he was brought back, he was made the focus, he's also one of the key targets today.
And eliminated, but I stand corrected. These are not Iranian media reports. These are Israeli media reports.
Israeli media reports.
Still, the Iranians not accepting it. Is the Israelis claiming that they made
Tel Aviv under attack, Abhishek. Okay. I'm getting in news that Tel Aviv is under attack.
That's a big one. Yeah, Tel Aviv. Not.
Okay, let's go across to our guests who are with us right now. Adam Belos. Adam, are you in Tel Aviv? We're hearing of explosions in Tel Aviv right now.
I'm in Tel Aviv. There is no explosions that I can hear as of right now. We've been sent into our shelters a number of times, but it seems to be pretty calm outside.
Okay.
Are you playing down the Iranian strikes, Adam?
No, I'm not playing it down at all. What use would I have to play it down? There's it seems like they're desperately firing at what looks like Bahrain, Abu Dhabi. Missiles have been downed over Jordan. The last time anything got through, it was maybe less than 10% of the rockets that have been fired at us. I believe there's been one hit on a residential building, which was debris. So no, I'm not playing it down. It's very calm outside. There are some stores that are still open. I went out earlier and got coffee.
I think the problem also is...
I think you're baiting the Iranians.
No, Abhishek. Thing is...
No.
Let
the gentleman continue.
That was on a lighter note.
Please.
On a lighter note. Because the problem also is, as we go across to Avishag, Adam, the problem also is, I'll bring in Avishag as well.
Yes, Avishag, she's joining us from southern Israel. Tell us the situation right now on the ground. We understand that there has been a fresh barrage of missiles that have been fired from Iran, Avishag, and also the fact that the Israeli media is claiming that Shamkhani has been eliminated finally.
Yeah.
Hi, Avishag,
yes,
can you hear us?
Could you please unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So far we've been experiencing one barrage of rockets, and thankfully Israel defense systems really managed to intercept most of them. And so we are waiting for the next one to arrive. Thank God we don't have a lot of wounded or killed, but we do hear about victims, I believe so, in Dubai. So Yeah, so I think what will happen right now, if it was only a war between Israel, U.S., and Iran, Iran turned it into a regional one, a big regional one. They violated the airspace of their neighbors under the guise of really targeting U.S. Bases. Which is we don't know by now if it's true or not. If they attacked mostly American bases, but yeah, this is the situation so far.
Okay, Ariala, just as Iran might be earning itself enemies with all the targeting of the neighborhood from Bahrain to Qatar to the UAE and whatnot. You think Israel could be earning friends in this entire exercise? New friends?
Ariala.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you got the question right.
Well, the question is that what we see by the acts of Iran, that it is really what Israel has said throughout the years, that it's a country, that its leadership is a leadership of evil and threat to not only to Israel and the US, but to the whole Middle East and the world. So they are proving once again that all they do is only terror. The proxies, the Houthis, the Hezbollah, and of course the Hamas from the 7th of October are acted under their umbrella and their leadership of evil and terror. So yes, Israel is a standstill, and we have, of course, the Abraham Accords. We are in very good ties with Bahrain and Abu Dhabi. So we will wait and see how the near future will come. But this is surely not only a war of Israel, the US, but more a global war from my perspective.
Right. Yeah. Right. And Adam, you think that this time what we are seeing is brass tacks? This time what we are seeing is go for the kill. This time what we are seeing is go for the jugular. This time what we are seeing is perhaps a repeat of 2003 Iraq, when the United States decided, let's go after and get Saddam. So are you going to get this time, go after and get the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei?
I think it's very clear that this was very well planned and very well executed. I think it's very clear the goal is regime change, and that this will not be a protracted, very long conflict. I do not foresee this taking weeks on end. I see this taking days. They have been bombarded in a way that I don't believe they were prepared for. In addition to that, like Ariella said, they're now starting to attack their neighbors, proving that what Israel has said for the last 2 decades has been correct. They're a threat not only to Israel and the United States, but to the stability of the Middle East and the entire world.
You know what's happening is this is the point that I was trying to make earlier, Abhishek, that you're getting in these pictures from Doha, you're getting these pictures from UAE, Qatar, and Jordan. This is the video that's coming in from Jordan, where a missile debris fell at a residential area. A very dramatic visual that came in, and this shows you the fact that people are paying the price for this war. One citizen, we are told, one life was lost in UAE, even though the missiles. UAE claims all missiles have been successfully intercepted, but even then, one life was lost. And this is a video that came in from Jordan. This is from the Marj al-Hammam area of Jordan, where another missile debris fell. In all of these countries, the reason why you're seeing all of these, and all of these are basically Iranian missiles that have fallen into countries that have helped, that were fired at US naval bases or US bases in the Middle East. But there's absolutely nothing coming in from Iran, because Iran has shut down internet. And then you have Iran also playing, the cyber, the warfare, information warfare game. There is Iranian state-run media which has just claimed that 5 students have been killed at a girls' school in southern Iran in Israel-US strike. So this is the first time that they have admitted to casualties, but they claim that students have been killed. But some sections of Iranian media earlier claimed that thousands perhaps were injured or killed in the strikes. Yes.
Okay, I think we have some graphics, Niranjan. You can help people understand the geography, the places that have been hit, the cities, conflict zone.
Abhishek, basically, we don't have any videos that have come in, no videos outside of Tehran. In fact, we had one video that came in from Isfahan earlier this morning. But these are the cities, regions in Iran that have been hit by the joint America-Israel strike. You saw the barrage of missiles that were fired on Israel, Tomahawk missiles, essentially Tomahawk missiles that were fired towards Iran across different cities: Tabriz, Karaj, Tehran, Kermanshah, Qom, Khorramabad, Lorestan, Isfahan, Bushehr. We just had visuals come in from about two cities. Two of the cities where you could see damage. Tehran, of course, when the strikes happened, internet was still on. So that is how you saw the pictures of the strike on what they call the leader's house, Ayatollah Khamenei's house, and also the presidential palace. And also from Isfahan. That's initially after the strikes, but minutes after the attack, when the videos started coming out, Iran shut down its internet, shut down phone lines, and you had absolutely nothing coming back, nothing, coming out in the media. So that's the point that I wanted to make, Abhishek, as we get in more videos also from different parts of the Middle East.
Well, absolutely, and there is a reason why nothing is coming out of Iran, because they have shut down the internet. That's a control regime, obviously, and that's one reason why a lot of people believe that the Iranian regime is suppressive, repressive, and that's why it should go. And the Americans, of course, harping on that fact. But the fact that the Iranians have also hit back this time early on, Miss Claire, if you are still there, is evidence of the fact that maybe just as the Americans were prepared better this time, even the Iranians were so.
Are the Iranians prepared for this attack? Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
I don't think they were. I mean, I think that, there's been a lot of speculation that there could be an attack, that the naval buildup near the area was very clear. So, Iran probably prepared for something as best that they could, but the attack was a surprise. It was kept very well under wraps, I think, by our administration and by the Israelis as well. And so I don't think that they were prepared, and they couldn't be prepared because of the damages that they suffered in the 12-day war as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. I believe we have more pictures coming in. We have more graphics coming in. We have more videos coming in. Remember?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Before that, we have to step into a very, very short break. Abhishek will be right back with minute-by-minute developments, updates coming in from West Asia and the reactions from across the globe as the situation continues to escalate in West Asia. Viewers, we'll be right back to this very short break with our guests.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a spice jet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to play the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on night.
All right, welcome back, friends. Action going on in the Middle East and West Asia, as we call it. And our guests continue in the studios, as also, of course, from the United States and Israel. In the studios with me, Niranjan and Rakshita. And joining us, our brilliant contributor and honorary consulting editor, General Bakshi, sir.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon, sir. My first question to you. Have the Americans bitten more than they can chew?
I should think so. No less a person than General Dan Kane, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, is said to have told Donald Trump in his briefings that we will do what you order us, but he has warned them that there could be substantial American casualties. One. Number two, the war stocks of the American Patriot Interceptor, THAAD Interceptor missiles and other missiles is already low because of, liberal supplies to Ukraine and Israel. If there is another contingency, let us say the Chinese, after this is over, decide to invade Taiwan, then I'm afraid America is in a bit of a jam, which is self-created, Look, the simple fact is that Iran cannot win in a battle with the American-Israeli combined. But their philosophy is summed up in that Persian statement, "Hum to doobenge sanam, tumko bhi le doobenge."
Yeah.
It's as clear as that.
Yeah, and this is just the first day, General Bakshi sir, that Iran has retaliated. I mean, last time, remember, it was on the last day, the penultimate day, perhaps not last, that Iran hit the Al Udeid air base in Qatar. More pictures coming in.
These are interceptors that were fired, I think, in...
Hello? In fact, Safwan is joining us live from Bahrain.
Hi.
Hi, sir.
Hi, Safwan. Safwan, आप कहाँ पे हो?
Yes, sir. I am in Bahrain right now.
Okay.
So, very panic situation here going on, sir. Actually, in this country, have American Navy base. Right my behind, you see there, you saw the...
Yes, we can see you, Safwan. We can see that, yes.
Yes, you are exactly. Today is 10 o'clock. The big sounds came. We are coming out immediately.
Yes.
People are panic, sir, because Iran actually not targeted Gulf countries, but Gulf countries have American Navy base. That's why attacked. So we got the message, alert message from Ministry, Bahrain government. But still we are all safe. But in American Navy base, I think there's some big damage there.
Yes. सफवान, आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हो आप हमारे
हिंदी में बात कर सकता हूँ.
ओके सफवान, आप अभी बहरीन में है, वो आपके जो पीछे है वो यूएस नेवल बेस है. यूएस नेवल बेस से वो दिख रहा है वहाँ पे जिसको मारा था ईरान ने. हमारे जो दर्शक है हिंदी में, हिंदी रिपब्लिक भारत में, बताइए उनको कि आप एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पे है, कितने बजे हुआ ये अटैक और डैमेज जो है उसके बारे में क्या पता है आपको?
यस, हम अभी क्योंकि मेरा रूम है, मेरा फ्लैट है बहरीन का कैपिटल मनामा में. सो बहरीन के बारे में बोल गए तो बहरीन बहुत छोटा कंट्री है. सो इधर से एक तकरीबन 2 से 3 किलोमीटर के सामने आपको ये दिखा क्या अमेरिकन नेवी बेस. आज सुबह ईरान ने सीधा अमेरिकन नेवी बेस की तरफ से बैलिस्टिक्स और कुछ मिसाइल की तरह उड़ाया और बहुत आई थिंक डैमेज हो गए उधर. सो हम लोग इधर क्यों बहरीन में रहने वाले आदमी लोग बहुत पैनिक हो गया क्योंकि हम अभी तक टीवी में देख रहा था क्या ये वार का बारे में और वार का न्यूज़ पूरा हम अभी हमारा सामने ही चल रहा है. इधर का आदमी लोग बहुत परेशान है अभी और एक विश्वास है अभी तक ये गल्फ कंट्री किसी क्या नेशन के साथ अभी तक वार नहीं कर दिया. सो शांति का मंत्र क्या पीस होना चाहिए पूरा बोला था. सो अभी तक इधर का आदमी लोग को कुछ नहीं हुआ. सो अभी भी आदमी लोग बहुत क्या पैनिक में, बहुत घबराई में आदमी लोग है. सो आप लोग हमके लिए पूरा दुआ कर दीजिए क्योंकि वो ईरान क्या सोचता है, अमेरिका क्यों सोचता है उसका बात अलग है. सो इसका इफेक्ट क्या हमारे तरफ की या जनसामान्य होता है ना, पीपल्स होता है ना, उसको बहुत इफेक्ट होता है. सर
कितने लोग हैं आप कर्नाटक से है, आप अभी भारत से कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पे, कोई मरा है वहाँ पे, आपको पता है इसके बारे में?
नहीं अभी तक कुछ ऐसा कुछ नहीं न्यूज़ हम लोग को नहीं मिला है. ऑल सेफ है क्योंकि वो ईरान अभी तक वही एग्जैक्टली क्या अमेरिकन नेवी बेस है वो उधर ओनली अटैक देयर ओनली एग्जैक्टली अमेरिकन नेवी बेस.
ओके मेरा कोलीग रक्षिता भी है यहाँ पे. रक्षिता भी पूछेंगे आपसे. रक्षिता
जी, ऐसे क्या बता रहे हैं कि कोई हताहत नहीं हुई है अभी तक, क्योंकि बहरीन में काफ़ी ज़्यादा हम देखते हैं कि दक्षिणी भारत से काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग रहते हैं वहाँ पर. तो एडवाइजरी देखिए हर जगह जारी तो कर दी गई है, लेकिन अगर आप बताएं कि कब से आपको ये जो है ये ऐसा मंजर दिखाई दे रहा है, कब से आपको ये धुआं और कुछ आवाज़ें भी आई है आपको, क्या ब्लास्ट की आवाज़, विस्फोटक की आवाज़ आपको आई है और कब से आ रही है ये, कितनी?
मैडम आज सुबह बहरीन का टाइमिंग 10 बजे, मीन्स इंडिया का टाइमिंग 12:30. इंडिया बहरीन का टाइमिंग 10 बजे. हम लोग रूम में था क्योंकि अभी रमजान है. रूम में बैठने का टाइम बहुत बड़ी एक आवाज सुना है, बहुत बड़ा साउंड सुना है और हम बाहर आके देखने का टाइम अमेरिकन नेवी बेस की तरफ से बहुत हुए, क्या बोलते हैं, दुबई, सो बहुत बड़ा तरह से, और हम लोग पूरा क्या आदमी लोग बहुत इधर दिक्कत में है. पीपल्स आर पैनिक्ड टोटली. Peoples are worried about this situation. Please pray for us and also for peace, pray for peace. Because हम लोग को बहुत भरोसा है, क्योंकि हमारा ये बहरीन का किंग, बहरीन का गवर्नमेंट इसके अच्छी तरह से हैंडल करने का एक भरोसा है हमको, क्योंकि अभी तक इसका हम बहरीन में अभी 11 साल से अभी. सो इस तरह का एक सिचुएशन हम अभी तक नहीं देखा है. सो आगे भी एक सुरक्षिता हम लोग को मिलेगा इधर, क्योंकि बहरीन का बारे में और सऊदी अरेबिया गल्फ कंट्री का बारे में बात करा तो ये कंट्री किसी कंट्री का साथ अभी तक वार नहीं किया है अभी तक. सो पूरे देश की तरफ, पूरे देश के साथ अच्छी तरह के रिलेशनशिप है, और सारी दुनिया के लिए आप लोग भी हम लोग भी दुआ करना चाहिए अभी, क्योंकि हर आदमी को जिंदगी इंपॉर्टेंट है. मैडम
सफवान, सिर्फ एक अटैक था वहां पे, सिर्फ यूएस बेस पे.
यस, एग्जैक्टली. अभी तक हमको न्यूज मिला है, सिर्फ वही डाला है. एग्जैक्टली ईरान अटैक कर दिया, वही सिर्फ अमेरिकन नेवी बेस किधर है, वो जुफेर नाम है वो क्या सिटी का, जुफेर में अमेरिकन नेवी बेस कहाँ है, वहाँ एग्जैक्टली अटैक कर दिया है. और किसी हम अभी बहरीन का कैपिटल, बहरीन का राजधानी क्या बोलता है, मनामा में, बहुत आदमी लोग मनामा में, इधर अभी तक कुछ इफेक्ट नहीं हुआ है. एक ही जगह पे अभी क्या अटैक हुआ है.
अभी आप इसके बारे में क्या जानते हैं, कितने लोग हैं वहां पे? यूजुअली अभी जो जानकारी है, वहां पे जो यूएस का शिप था, यूएस का वेसल्स थे, 2 दिन पहले चले गए थे वहां से. वही जानकारी
एग्जैक्टली वही सेम. ये न्यूज़
उस एरिया के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, इस एरिया के बारे में बताइए, कितना लोग रहते हैं वहाँ पे, क्या है क्या?
मेरा एक दोस्त अमेरिकन नेवी बेस में काम करता है उधर, उसका रेस्टोरेंट डिपार्टमेंट में. सो वो मेरे से आज सुबह बोला, उधर 2 दिन से पहले ही वो अमेरिकन नेवी बेस का अच्छा सिक्योरिटी हो, क्या सोल्जर्स हो, पूरा उधर से निकल के सेफ जगह में. अभी उधर कोई आदमी लोग नहीं है, बट क्या है उधर बिल्डिंग्स क्या और कुछ होगा, वो शायद फुल डैमेज हो. अभी 2 घंटे के पहले का अटैक है, अभी तक उसका हालत देखिए सर पीछे.
नो इट अपीयर्स. अभी आप भारत से कितने लोग होंगे वहां पे? भारत से अब अंदाज में
शायद इधर 3-4 लाख लोग है, टोटली बहरीन में एक 15 लाख लोग है बस इधर ये कंट्री में पूरा मिला के.
जनरल बख्शी, आई जस्ट सॉ दैट हमारे साथ मेजर जनरल बख्शी भी है, आपको जानते होंगे, बहुत इंडिया के सबसे फेमस डिफेंस एनालिस्ट है. एक वीडियो आया था जनरल बख्शी जी, वहाँ पे जब द मोमेंट द मिसाइल स्ट्रक, पीपल वर रनिंग, एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल, जो सबसे ज्यादा लोग थे उस वीडियो में, 50% to 60% इंडियंस थे वहाँ पे.
यस एग्जैक्टली. ये कंट्री का और एक स्पेशल क्या है मालूम है, ये कंट्री के आदमी है ना, बहरीनी लोग की भी ज्यादा लोग ये हमारा इंडिया का ही.
यस, बहुत सारा वीडियो. अशफान.
यस.
ओके, थैंक यू हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. अशफान, आप प्लीज स्टे सेफ.
थैंक यू सो मच. आप लोग भी हमारे के लिए भी दुआ कर दीजिए. आपका क्या ये प्लीज, थैंक यू सो मच. हम लोग को दुआ कर दीजिए प्लीज.
और वहां पे कुछ जानकारी मिली है एम्बेसी से या कोई
माशाल्लाह. और एक बात बोलना मैं चाहता हूँ. सो जो ऐसा होता है ना, उस टाइम हमारा एम्बेसी अच्छी तरह से इसका अलर्ट देता है और हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी भेज गया. और स्पेशली हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया नरेंद्र भाई मोदी भाई, वो सर भी पूरी दुनिया की लीडर्स के साथ बहुत अच्छी तरह के रिलेशनशिप है, अच्छी तरह के बांधव्य है. वो ये पूरा हमको एक विश्वास है, उसका डेफिनेटली हम अप्रिशिएट करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि हमारा क्या पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अलग है तो भी वो उसका बारे में पूरा सोचा है, तो वो मस्टली अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए हमारा प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी को. और इधर क्या इंडियन एम्बेसी है, उसका कमांडर को, उसका एम्बेसडर को भी अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आज से सुबह से हम लोग को पूरा एक हेल्पलाइन नंबर मिला है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हुआ तो कांटेक्ट करने के लिए और बातचीत करने के लिए.
Okay, Ashwan, you stay safe. Thank you. हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. Very brave there. He's standing on the terrace. Ashwan is from Karnataka, and he's there in Bahrain stuck. Okay, so he's saying that there is help, there's communication, but they're all worried. But I wanted to ask you, General Bakshi, looking at the hits, they haven't struck these countries. They've struck U.S. bases in these countries.
Look, Iran had declared absolutely clearly that any American strikes, any use of the airspace would justify Iranian missile strikes on the American bases on the country which is permitting the use of its airspace or its facilities. And therefore, a number of countries had said, no, we are not going to allow. Saudi Arabia had said, we are not going to allow any overflight of our airspace, any use of our bases. In fact, the only country which had agreed was Jordan. Rest, all other countries had said no, including the British, who have refused to give their air base in Cyprus. You see, the simple fact is that it is quite clear that the consequences of the Iranian retaliatory strategy, Iran's retaliatory strategy depends upon deterrence based upon imposing, battle casualties and political and economic costs. Like I said, what are the matrix of Iranian options? They can hit the American air bases, naval bases. 1. 2, they can hit Israel, military targets, civilian targets. 3, they can hit the American carrier battle groups and the American battleships, right? Not only can they be hit in the Gulf of Hormuz, the Iranian proxies, the Houthis, have said they are going to close the Red Sea. So, it's already out there. It is a regional war already. And when the worst comes to worst, Iran can mine the Straits of Hormuz, close the Straits of Hormuz, sink a few oil tankers, American, European, there, and block the passageway, which is just 21 kilometers. There are 2 lanes with a separation 3 kilometers each, 3 kilometers, separation of 3 kilometers.
Yes.
2-3 ships and that lane is blocked. And then they have their small missile boats which can, lay that place with mines.
Yes.
And these are, smart mines which can distinguish between a battleship and a tanker and a civilian ship. So, the amount of damage that could be caused to the global economy. Today, the price of oil had already shot up to $76 a barrel. The Americans always do this on a weekend so that the stock market doesn't nosedive, right? But tomorrow the stock market will nosedive and the price of oil could now start shooting up. And if the Gulf of Hormuz is closed even for a week or 10 days, the price of oil could go to $120 to $150 a barrel. That will spark a global recession. It will hit the American economy, European economy, Indian, Chinese, all economies. That is the threat that Iran is posing. I mean, people don't seem to realize this, that was the deterrent value of Iran's counteraction. And they have already started. So I'm not sure how well thought through this was. Like I said, even General Dan Kane, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff, had cautioned Donald Trump against it. Lots of American military analysts have been warning against the price that you may have to pay for this kind of a misadventure. There is some speculation that this has been done to keep Epstein off the headlines in America.
Yeah. Sir, Burzin Wagmar is also joining us live. He continues to be with us. Burzin Wagmar is from the Center for Iranian Studies at SOAS London. Ariela Rosenthal continues to stay with us. Burzin, how are you reading the situation as it evolves in the Middle East?
Well, what is going to happen will happen. And insofar as Iran is concerned, that they will take a scattergun approach towards raking in everyone and bringing in everyone as they possibly can to minimize impact on their home front and to, quite frankly, sensationalize and internationalize the issue, which is what they're doing with these attacks on Mina Salman Jufair in Bahrain, Kuwait, Al Dhafra in south of Abu Dhabi and elsewhere. But Iran is on borrowed time, and that is a patent fact. It is a paper tiger. From the 12-day June 2025 war to this morning when attacks took place in Tehran, and this morning's attacks at the Supreme Leader's complex doesn't matter whether Khamenei is there or not, and indeed he isn't, because he's been subterranean for quite a while. But the Beit Rahbari complex was attacked. The intelligence ministry was attacked. The interior ministry has been hastily relocated from Fatimi Square, which is downtown Tehran, elsewhere. And also the Parchin site southeast of Tehran, the ballistic missile complex has been attacked, where of course they have been testing mounting nuclear warheads on conventional ballistic missiles. All these have been taken out, which tells you the stunning success and brilliant planning of joint American-Israeli forces. And neither of this would be possible without Iranian local intelligence on ground. And that is only possible because there are one too many disillusioned Iranians who are more than happy, just as last year, to lend a hand to external elements to unravel the regime. Now, that is a patent uncomfortable fact which nobody can escape. It happened exactly last year too, when its fixed radar installation capabilities were degraded, and to think that they didn't do anything to restore them, that these aircraft could casually come in this morning and do the needful and just fly off again. Okay, so Iran has sent off missiles to Mina Salman. That's the typical position that they take with these, shall we say, cosmetic gestures. But what of it? Nothing much is otherwise going to come out of it as such. In the last few minutes, unconfirmed reports have also mentioned that IRGC commander Brigadier Pakpur, who was responsible for the January protest murders and shooting of civilians, has been eliminated. And as well as General Ali Shamkhani, former Secretary of the Supreme National Council, Iranian Supreme National Council, he too, and one of Khamenei's right-hand man, has been eliminated. But these are unconfirmed reports, and I'm sure they will be corroborated in with the passage of time. Over and above the fact that the dreaded, vilified head of the judiciary, Ghulam Hossein Ejei, has also been known to be eliminated, who was primarily responsible for murdering Iranians in their thousands between December and the January riots that we saw.
Yes. In fact, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now. Rakshita, any more updates that you're picking up? Getting in news of red alert in Tel Aviv.
Right.
We have somebody in Ashdod joining us live. Ariela Rosenthal is in Ashdod. Ariela, any updates you're picking up? Because we heard of missile explosions in Tel Aviv. Anything on your end?
No explosions, but we do have alerts. And now I received alerts of deadfall drones that are coming from Iran towards Israel. So we receive, of course, these alerts every time that there is that the Home Front Command sees that there is an entrance of missiles or drones to Israel.
As per Israeli media, the IRGC commander Mohammad Pakpor has also been eliminated. He had just replaced Salami, who was also eliminated, and it's been some 200 days, a little more than 200 days that he served as the IRGC commander. He has been eliminated as per Israeli media. But I'll just go across to Avishag, who is in southern Israel. Avishag, what is the situation right now? Is a red alert being issued? Okay, Avishag will reconnect with us. Ariela continues to be with us. Also, I'll just go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi also, sir. With the situation now unfolding and, if we look at the broader picture, how much do you think that Iran has right now the strength, or rather the power, to tolerate further strikes and maybe counter now? Till when can it counter? Because so many of the neighboring states, it has also, it has violated the sovereignty of theirs as well.
Well, that it had threatened to do from the very outset, that any state which permitted or facilitated American or Israeli strikes would be at the receiving end of their missiles. They had said so. The missiles have been quite accurately targeted. As the civilian was telling you, they hit the naval base only. Yes, the Americans have evacuated most of their bases and dispersed their people to conserve their casualties, but the bases are going to be hit very much. I found that we were expecting Iranian retaliation to go in, because they were saying they are locked and loaded. The moment the first strike comes, they will hit. But apparently a cyber strike has come at the outset, which has disrupted their communication. But Iranian missiles were already decentralized. Command and control systems were already decentralized in anticipation of decapitation strikes. right? They have learned their lessons from last year. If they haven't, it would be very amazing. But they have learned their lessons. So there are, second, third, fourth echelons already anointed as to who will take over from whom in case of this thing. As apropos the issue of, the Iranian people are very angry, who is imposing the sanctions? Whom are the sanctions supposed to hurt? The Iranian people, so that they would rise up in revolt. I'm afraid, these haven't worked. The 30 to 40,000 Starlink, terminals of Elon Musk that had been sent in to facilitate the colored revolution were jammed by the Russians. Electronic counter-warfare measures, Chinese counter-warfare measures. So as far as the street revolution is concerned, that is largely over. The key point to ask is, what are the objectives of this joint American-Israeli strike? It appears to be regime change. But the simple fact is, will you be able to carry out regime change in just about 5-10 days bombing? I don't think so. More than that, you don't have the ammunition. Even the Americans don't have the ammunition to sustain a campaign like they had done for Israel, for Iraq, for 40 days. Over 40 days they had been hitting continuously. So they don't have the ammunition. The latest intelligence reports from Israel indicated that the Americans have adequate ammunition for 5 days intense campaign and about 7 to 10 days moderate campaign, right? So the simple fact is, there is an upper limit dictated by logistics, by ammunition stockpiles, to how long you can sustain this campaign. And if you want to get a regime change at the end of it, that is what Dan Kane was saying, then you will need to sustain this for multiple weeks. Do you have the ammunition? That is the simple, logical, military demand picture question.
Yeah. Bakshi sir, your favorite question, our favorite question. Pakistan is in a bind.
That's right.
They have released a statement condemning the attacks.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia has released a statement condemning Iranian attacks on them. Where would Pakistan stand? Which side they are condemning?
Pakistan is actually sworn to come to the defense of Saudi Arabia. Let's see them go.
But they are saying they condemn the attacks on Iran.
Now. Let's see them take on Israel now. This is hot air. Pakistan is just hot air. Pakistan is heading for deep trouble. It has angered Iran. It has angered Afghanistan. It's already at daggers drawn with India. वो हमारे बोलते हैं विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि. And if they have signed that strategic, agreement, that treaty with Saudi Arabia, any attack on Saudi Arabia will be an attack on Pakistan. So let's see what Pakistan is going to do against Israel or America, United States of America for that matter, or for Iran.
I think damned if you do, damned if you don't. That's the situation of Pakistan, and we'll come back to it in a little more detail just after a short break, Niranjan.
Yeah.
Breaking for a break, coming back on
Burzine, 2 minutes, Burzine, we're coming back to you. Or Burzine and Ariela, coming back to you in about 2 minutes. Taking a short break here.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane, your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off the plane, you realize this is the same SpiceJet. This is the same SpiceJet that does not have the money to pay the Bangladesh government, which is why it had been, I don't know the present situation, not allowed to fly in Bangladeshi airspace. They're out of money. Who is the owner of SpiceJet? This is the same SpiceJet, ladies and gentlemen, when another SpiceJet took off from Patna to Delhi on 19 June 2022. It caught fire soon after taking off from the airport. Flames were seen on the left wing of the aircraft. 2 blades were bent. So you should see the visuals then and now, ladies and gentlemen. Then and now. Look at that and now. Ladies and gentlemen, a SpiceJet plane catches fire in mid-air in December. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is 19 June 2022 and then now. And you are flying at your peril in this country. The government couldn't care less.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage of Israel-Iran war. It's not just limited to Israel and Iran, but Iran has struck all these bases, or most of these bases, if not all, in the last few hours. These are US bases in the Middle East. Let's go through them one after the other. The Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan has been targeted. You saw the pictures coming from Jordan of missiles being intercepted. The Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait also targeted. Pictures came in from Kuwait this afternoon. The Erbil Air Base in Iraq. We had reports come in and videos to show that Iran had fired ballistic missiles on Iraq as well. And this air base in UAE, the Al Dhafra Air Base, houses key US military. And that too was targeted. Missiles were intercepted by the UAE. We are hearing of one person's life lost in the UAE. A US Navy 5th Fleet is in Bahrain, was hit again by Bahrain. You saw that dramatic video of an Iranian missile landing on the Bahrain naval base, which stations US fleet. But the US ships had moved out a couple of days ago, is what we are hearing, according to the local media reports there. And the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which is the largest base in the Middle East that the US houses, has also been targeted. Different videos have come in from there as well of missiles hammering the Qatar Air Base. Let me go across to Burzeen joining us live. Burzeen Wagmar is in London, and then General G.D. Bakshi will take us through what we are seeing with Iran targeting these bases. Burzeen, given the kind of response Iran has given, and they're not going to slow down, you know that they have been preparing for this. It's not as if they didn't expect it. They knew it was going to happen, right? And the irony is that we have not many videos from Iran, given that the internet there is down. But visually, they too are causing or inflicting damage on all these US naval US bases and their assets in the Middle East.
And they're symbolic strikes at best by attacking Mina Salman. And incidentally, your Karnataka person who was standing on the rooftop in Manama mentioned about Mina Salman Jufair being attacked. But it was the service facility section within the complex that has been attacked. And no casualties have been reported there. Likewise, at Al Dhafra, which was attacked too, a citizen of Asian descent was killed in Abu Dhabi, but that's a different matter. You must also remember that compared to these isolated strikes, what has been taken out in Tehran is important. Eastern Tehran, the general headquarters, staff headquarters has been attacked as well. Now that in proportion is something worth talking about and is clearly not just symbolic, though there is a symbolic overtone to it. And as I mentioned and broke it to your Republic viewers, Brigadier Pakpur has been eliminated, along with General Ali Shamkhani, who were two top brass individuals. Yes, Iran has prepared for layering of individuals to be replaced once they're eliminated, and that has been a practice since June 2025, the 12-day war. But the question is, how much can they sustain? And General Bakshi spoke about the student protests being over. I'm not so sure I'm so sanguine about that, looking at the Iranian situation. Exactly last Saturday, the new academic semester started across Tehran universities after the holidays, and protests and riots broke out on all major campuses of Tehran: Sharif University, Azad University, and Tusi University. And that was on Saturday, when also a new seabed test missile was launched by Iran. Yes, the ballistic missile program has been continuing apace. In fact, one would argue, and I would also point out, that following the 12-day war attack on Operation Midnight Hammer, the sites at Isfahan, Fordo, and Natanz are largely inoperative. But Iran has not been sitting quiet insofar as the ballistic missile centers are concerned, by re-engineering most of its missiles with lighter materials and with greater payloads. That has been happening since June 2025. And obviously, Iran did not want to talk about it at its talks in Geneva and elsewhere. And it may claim that's a red line, but that is precisely what President Trump wants to talk about, and also Iran's GCC allies. If you remember Omani Foreign Minister al-Busaidi's interview last evening to CBS, which is being made much of by the world's media, therein he was asked, what about the ballistic missiles? And he fudged the question by saying that, yes, at some point later, first we must talk about the nukes, but at some point we will have to bring that in. Obviously, it has to be brought in with the Arab neighbors in question, for whom it is an existential element for all the GCC members, regardless of whether there are US strikes or not. That is the elephant in the room, which the Arabs will have to tackle at some point. And just merely keeping the talks to the nuclear issue is not good enough. So when President Trump said last evening that he's not happy with the progress, it is only natural that he said so, because Iran has calculated, in my opinion, that it's got a weak hand, but it would sooner go in with a weak hand and sustain casualties and strikes rather than discredit its so-called sovereignty and core ideology by capitulation and compromise to the US. And final point, if you understand the Shia ethos, and I want to point this out, the riots that are taking place now are going to occur every 40 days, because for 12 Shia Muslims, it's the Arba'in or the Chehelom period when commemoration is taking place of the deceased. So every 40 days, a critical mass is going to build up, as we saw happen Saturday last, when I mentioned the university student attacks at Vastis. The 40-day commemorations are going to take place, and people are going to come out of the streets. It is not going to completely die down, as others may think it to be. That is clearly not the case, because this is precisely the pattern which played out in 1978-79 until the Shah departed, as protests took place every 40 days. It is unique to 12 Shia Islam, which people seem to forget or are not aware of. And that builds up into a critical mass at some point, which will burst. Because this is, in any case, a regime on borrowed time, thoroughly discredited, ideologically exhausted, and has nothing to offer its population except gunning them down in cold blood with the best of intel security technology obtained from Russia and China. But there is only so much you can possibly do for your people to sustain and endure that.
Getting into some footage, I want to go to General Bakshi with that, but Staff Cohen is also joining us. He's a former IDF Special Forces officer. As I go across to him, General Bakshi, I want to show you those pictures. IDF has released some pictures. Let's put that on the screen. This is the IDF claiming that they've struck a wide range of targets in western Iran. As part of Operation Roaring Lion, the IDF struck with the direction of IDF intelligence hundreds of Iranian military targets, including missile launchers in western Iran. Alongside the IAF strikes in Iran, the Aerial Defense Array is currently identifying, intercepting threats fired from Iran toward the state of Israel. It appears to be footage captured by either drones or aircraft themselves. Steph Cohen, former IDF Special Forces officer. Mr. Cohen, what are you picking up? I'm not sure we've seen the full extent of the damage on the Iranian side yet.
Thank you, sir, for having me, first of all. I'm not former, still on active duty. And
wow.
I have it's all good. And I have the perspective as a lawyer to give the legal field in that experience. What we're witnessing today, sir, those footage from IDF drones, aircrafts, are nothing but history, not less than that. History, turning point, when the West, not only the US and Israel is only the hand that is executing the act, but we're acting on behalf of the Western world, including, of course, India, one of our closest allies, and it was delight to have your Prime Minister in Israel yesterday. Right, what we're seeing right now is Israel and the US are saying enough for jihad, enough for the terror regime of Iran that is occupying, hijacked its own people. We all know that 32,000 Iranians have been murdered in the streets of Iran, of Tehran, these last few months. I have an Iranian follower of mine sent me a video from Tehran. Fire trucks are washing down the street, sir, cleaning the rivers of blood. This strike today, led by the United States of America, with Israel's defending forces backing them up, is simply putting end to jihad in 2026. This is what it is. We're targeting military facilities and of course, the Iranian people, which are most of them, 90 million people, right? Most of the Iranian people wants freedom, wants democracy. They're looking for a getaway from this 47-something years of dictatorship where the freedom has been hijacked by Khamenei, the Ayatollah. I've been fighting their proxies, sir, in the past 12 years, all across, let's just say, in a lot of places, all right? I've been fighting Hamas, Jihad, Fatah, you name it, I met them. They have the same mentality of the Iranian terror regime, and may I conclude with this, former leader of Iran, Ahmadinejad, who ruled Iran from 2005 until 2013, said it very, very clearly, and I quote, Iran, we will convert the entire world into Islam. This is the Khilafah, sir, a very important word in Arabic, which means one global Islamic state. This is what the terror regime of Iran is after, a Khilafah, one global Islamic state. And this is what the US and Israel are putting an end to this morning with those precise strikes.
So, yes, go ahead. I'm getting in a breaking news update right now of the first confirmation of casualties. General Bakshi, 24 people killed in an Israeli strike in Minab. 24 people. Like I said, we don't know the exact extent of what is happening in Iran, but these reports are beginning to come in. New wave of blasts heard in Doha and Abu Dhabi. We are hearing that 24 have been killed in an Israeli strike on a school. We don't know. In Minab County, we are hearing that a school was targeted. That's what they're claiming, that IDF targeted a school. You want to respond to that? That's a specific charge being made on you. You're a serving officer, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you for the opportunity. As an IDF Special Forces who have been fighting in schools and hospitals and you name it, in Gaza, in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, I can assure you, terrorists, when I go into battlefield, I put on my uniform and you know that I'm a legitimate target to be shot at, right? I'm a soldier. Would you agree with me on that? But when I'm fighting my enemies, they're dressed up with civilian clothes, meaning sweatsuits, trainings, just T-shirts. You can never tell which one is a terrorist and which one is an innocent civilian. So when you're seeing that title, it could mislead many people because what essentially what is happening is the terror regime of Iran using their proxies from within schools, assisted living facilities, hospitals, and they're using them as
there is a video. There's a video, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen,
yes,
there's a video. I have a video here. And I don't know this. It could be information warfare. It could be facts on the ground. I can't confirm because we're sitting here in Delhi. But I'm going by the reports that are coming in, and that's a video that came in from Minab and Iran, in what they claim that this is a school. I don't know, but you would perhaps be in a better position to respond to this. They claim it's a school.
Absolutely. Fair enough. This is what they want. They want you to a respectful news channel, which I respect very much. They want you as a reporter to say, listen, IDF just struck a school in Iran. But this is exactly their game. Those schools, those hospitals, that specific school, it's not confirmed for me yet. My source never told me that. So I don't have enough details to tell you about this specific event, but I can assure you that whenever you're seeing the IDF striking school, hospital, whatever it will be, it only because Hamas, Jihad, Fatah, terror regime of Iran, etc., the evil forces used that school or hospital as human shield to work to terrorize the entire region. But the IDF, the only reason that you need guys like me, special forces, going inside buildings with pairs or maybe only 3 people sometimes at a time and not bombing the entire place is because we're being careful. You never need special forces like me if you would just bomb schools out of the blue for no reason. If we're bombing school or hospital, it's only a precise strategic strike that could absolutely hold the international law and justified by its demands. I can assure you that. I will learn more about that case, but this I assure you, we have never, not a foot soldier, not an aircraft, not a sea force, nothing. We would never harm civilians intentionally. It's just impossible. And I've seen, I don't want to say everything, but plenty in my 12 years in the battlefield.
Yeah, I want to get in general.
Just the opposite, by the way, sir. Just the opposite. Where sometimes we would risk our lives in order to save the civilian lives, if it makes sense for you.
Yes,
you could be in a shooting battle. You'll see a 10-year-old kid on a bicycle, and you'll stop your fire. You'll cease your fire because you don't want to harm that 10-year-old Palestinian kid.
No, I'll tell you also what happens is, Mr. Cohen, we've seen this even during the recent Operation Sindoor when we had this war with Pakistan and we pummeled them. All their their guns and their artillery was placed close to civilian areas. Burzine is putting his hand up. Okay, Burzine, quickly, I need to go close to General Bakshi. Quick intervention, please.
Yeah, Minab is on the southern coast of Iran near Hormuz and Karg Island. It is part of which is the Sunni belt of Iran where Sunni Iranians live. And you can be sure that if this has been targeted, it's not a school, but a strategic location of the IRGC for some reason who have some, it is a strategic asset. So Minab is not in Israel. It is in, it's exactly opposite the Musandam Peninsula of Oman. And it's on the southern coast of Iran.
Okay, point taken. General Bakshi, you want to comment on that? There's also a satellite image, sir. I'll open that satellite image. I want you to speak over it. It's doing the rounds across the world right now of Ayatollah Khamenei's official residence reportedly completely destroyed. We have now a satellite image. We'll put that out. General Bakshi, I want you to speak to what our other commentators have been saying. And you saw those pictures if you want to respond to that, sir.
I would actually like to focus more from the military point of view.
Yes.
On, when you put in a carrier battle group into a restricted waterway, then, it has no maneuver space. So we found that the Abraham Lincoln carrier battle group had entered the Straits of Hormuz. It was there for a number of days. And then the Iranians, along with the Russians and Chinese, started holding their exercises. They closed the Straits of Hormuz during that exercise. We found the Abraham Lincoln was very wisely taken out of the restricted waters of the Gulf of Hormuz. It is now off the coast of Oman, almost 800-900 kilometers away. But there are still 3 destroyers of the Arleigh-Burke class, which we find are still in the Straits of Hormuz. It would be interesting to see because the Iranians had put in a number of their anti-ship missile batteries onto the coast, the cliffs on the coast, the caves on the coast, and from where they were planning to engage American battleships. So far, we haven't seen any American battleship being attacked. But I thought this would be a thing to watch because, one, Iran has the anti-ship missiles. 2, it has the hypersonic missiles. 3, there were some reports that the Russians had given Kinzhals, which are hypersonic. and the Chinese C-302 anti-ship supersonic missiles. It would be interesting to see how the Iranians use them, purely from a military analyst point of view, how the Iranians do use them, what is their impact on restricted waterways, and they would like to inflict casualties on, inflict body bags on the Americans so that this war becomes unpopular back home. I mean, that was the tactic that we had seen in Vietnam. That is the standard tactic. But it would be interesting to see what use the Chinese missiles, the Russian missiles, and the Iranian missiles are put to in restricted waterways. Don't forget, last year, the Houthis had played merry hell into the shipping traffic in the Gulf of Hormuz. So they are threatening to close not the Gulf of Hormuz, the Red Sea. They are threatening to close the Red Sea again. And we'll have to see how that goes and what impact does it have on the transshipment of oil, movement of oil, and global oil prices. This has very wisely been done on a weekend so that the stock markets, do not go into a nosedive. But even yesterday, the price of oil had gone up to $76 a barrel. That will have to be watched because that could generate a global recession, a global crisis, economic crisis. And the last card that the Iranians have is a threat for the closure of the Straits of Hormuz. They could mine it, they could sink a few ships there, they could attack with their missile boats, etc. And they have mines which are so-called intelligent mines, which could distinguish between warships and commercial vessels. So that is an aspect that we will have to wait and watch for. Yes. That could have a global impact on the global economy, American economy, European, Chinese, Indian, all economies would be affected if the Straits of Hormuz is closed. And if in those restricted waterways of the Red Sea, yes, Straits of Hormuz, we see missile attacks on shipping.
Sir, I'm getting in a satellite image. I'd like to play that and get maybe Cohen's response to that. If I can see that picture there, Cohen, that's reportedly the satellite image of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei's residence this morning after the strike by
Yep.
Israel, right? So is there confirmation,
yes, sir,
of where he was, whether he was there or not? What do we know? What are you hearing? I mean, because you claim the commander was killed, but there are reports that he wasn't. There are different, a lot of information warfare also ongoing. So what are the facts? What are you saying on record now?
Unfortunately, sir, I'm not authorized to give any information that I know of, and the IDF has not approved just yet of who has been eliminated and who has not. I wish I could because I want to share that information, but unfortunately, I'm not authorized. But I will say this, sir. The strategic, precise strikes of the Supreme Leader of Iran, who hijacked 90 million Iranian good people, most of them, are the living proof of what Israel is truly after. And this is to free the Iranian people from the terror regime. Once Khamenei, the Ayatollah regime, will fall, you'll have vacuum of power, massive vacuum of power. And many armed militias will take over. They'll try to take the throne, if you will. This could lead to a bloodshed. So what I would personally focus on is the day after. Because rest assured, sir, one way or another, jihad will fall. The terror regime of Iran will fall. There is no room in 2026 for destruction, for jihad, for terrorism. This is pure fact. Light always beat darkness. I want to know who is it, that person that will sit on that throne on the day after, because they'll have a verge of civil war to stop.
Yeah, getting in reports of blasts and explosions in the southern Iranian city of Shiraz. So Shiraz is a city in southern Iran, and we're hearing of more explosions there. The Shiraz is in south-central Iran. Okay. Getting in another video right now of an impact of an Iranian missile striking the US base or close to the US base in Kuwait. Now, this is what we are hearing. Let's play the video.
إيراني لا إيراني لا
الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب. الدائر السابع الملك فهد مضروب الشارع. شوف الملك فهد الشارع مضروب.
Okay, so we're getting more details right now. Getting in more details of the retaliatory strikes that continue. IRGC, Iran claims that a new wave of drones have been launched towards Israel. That's the latest coming in. Explosions reported from the southern city of Shiraz in Iran. And we're getting in also a picture right now that I can see of a missile that's been intercepted in Kafar Manda in Israel in the occupied interior. Now that's a picture that's come in. I'll just open that up in just a bit. Okay, let me open that picture. Okay, Bursin, if you want to come in, I mean, we hear that Donald Trump is going to make an announcement, perhaps speak to his country. What are you expecting when he speaks? There was a brief message that came in this morning detailing the operation, but do you think they've got some big names this morning?
Yes, as I've given some big names already to you, of General Ali Shamkhani being vaporized, as well as Brigadier General Pakpur. So those are two top brass individuals, and you can be sure more will fall like nine pins. Mr. Cohen may not be in a position to comment as a serving officer, but I quote, coming from Iranian studies, Khamenei was not at his residence in North Tehran, which is known as the Bayt-e Rahabari, but he was outside Tehran and obviously bunkered. So that answers your direct question of where Khamenei was. He's not in Tehran as we speak. So he's very much still out and about and alive. Likewise, Mojtaba Khamenei, his son, who is supposedly set to take over at some point in the list of individuals that he has put out since last June, when the first attacks were set to come against him. And he is an important linchpin with the Revolutionary Guards and others, and a corrupt security oligarch in his own right as such. What President Trump would want to mention in this upcoming address would be to afford encouragement and moral support to Iranians, that finally it has come, which is what he pointed out in his initial address this morning in the early hours, that you have a chance of a lifetime, once in a golden opportunity lifetime, to dismantle this 47-year regime and seize your own destiny in more ways than one, which is what Iranians need, since they've been captured by what is an unrepresentative government, a police state since 1979. So that is to be expected. What we've not discussed so far are also what has happened in the last week when Kurdish rebels in western Iran and the Jaish al-Adl, the Baloch Sunni group in southeast Iran, in Sistan, the Balochistan province, have also said that they are willing to join the opposition and protests against the regime in Tehran. That will be an important development, because both groups, apart from the sectarian aspect of being Sunni and Shia and the stark divide between both have felt the heavy hand of a Shia government, which has treated Sunni minorities abysmally since 1979, over the last 47 years, despite being an ostensible Islamic republic. Can I also point out here that Tehran is the capital of an Islamic republic,
yes, right.
Mr. Cohen, but there are no mosques in Tehran for Sunnis, even
Okay,
after
okay.
47 years. So that tells you what Iran is as a
Burzine, I have to interrupt you there. We have some breaking news coming in. It's a latest visual that is we are now receiving. It's going to play out on the screens. This is a missile that fell due to interception missiles. Okay, before that, we are going to update you that Pakistan bats for Iran openly now, and it is questioning United States strike. Pakistan calling American attack on Iran unwarranted. That's the breaking news we have right now. Pakistan supporting Iran, questioning American strikes. That's the breaking news. And I have Major General G.D. Bakshi with me, and I also go across to Stav Cohen also. But before I go across to our guests, this still that I was talking about, we just received, that is a missile. This is a video from Kafar Manda. Kafar Manda in Israel. That's the visual we have of a missile that was downed due to interception missiles in Kafar Manda in Israel, in the occupied interior. Breaking news coming in right now. Stav Cohen continues to be with us, representing the Israeli Defense Forces. Sir, how do you react to what Pakistan is saying now? Pakistan is openly backing Tehran. Mr. Cohen, can you hear me? Okay, I'll just go across to Major G.D. Bakshi. Sir, well, clearly we see that I think favorite field marshal is going against United States.
That favorite field marshal had also signed a pact with Saudi Arabia that any attack on Saudi Arabia would be an attack on Pakistan. So I don't see him taking up cudgels against Iran. What is he going to do? I mean, this whole thing was a overplayed joke. And now the Pakistani field marshal, alias failed marshal, is hoisted with his own petard. What is he going to do? Fire off missiles on Iran? Is he going to fire nukes? He is condemning the United States. And he had gone and sat in Donald Trump's lap. 3 visits in 3 months to Washington, D.C., armed with a suitcase full of so-called rare earth and copper and tungsten, etc., as a traveling salesman. So he seems to have had a change of heart, man.
Right. Absolutely. Well, we are just going to play out another visual, and I'll go across to Mr. Cohen. Will be just joining us here. There are 28 buses at least that have caught fire because of the Iranian strikes. That's the latest update we're getting in right now. We'll just play out that video. 28 buses, dramatic visuals, 28 buses burned in Tel Aviv. This is right from Tel Aviv, as you can see, all charred. 28 buses, all in line, charred due to the Iranian missile strike. Breaking news coming in. Just put that audio up if you could understand what's happening on ground. Right, so that was, those were the visuals coming in. And, General Bakshi, we can clearly see, right, the state of affairs in Iran right now. The Iranian strikes have caused much damage within Israel and in a city like Tel Aviv also. And what we are learning from cities like, like Haifa as well, there's been immense damage.
I only hope and pray these buses were not occupied because we wouldn't want to lose Israeli friends. But the simple fact is that even last year, the Iranians had fired about 550 missiles onto Israel. And media reports indicated about $50 billion worth of damage. So towards the end, they seem to have gotten their act together in terms of penetration ability. Israeli success rates in interception were as high as 97 to 98%. And that is one of the reasons why we have we are seeking agreements with Israel to share that Iron Dome technology. We already have the Barak 8 missiles in our layered air defenses, which have proved to be very effective, along with a combination of S-400s and Baraks and Akashes. But missiles had gone through last year, especially the hypersonic. Unfortunately, to the hypersonic, there is no known interceptor. I mean, the Patriot, nor the THAAD has been known to be able to intercept Russian hypersonic missiles in Ukraine.
Right.
So these could be a problem area. This could definitely be a problem area.
This is a big problem. This could be a big problem because I think Iran is now warning. Iran has issued a warning that there is no red line now. That there is no red line now. I think we are just getting in more breaking news as we speak. Even we are getting visuals from the U.S. naval support activity Bahrain base that is witnessing a blaze. Okay, this is the video that I'm talking about. The U.S. naval support activity Bahrain. That's the Bahrain base. It's on fire. You can see that mammoth plume of smoke there. You can see the extent, the scale, and the magnitude of that strike. That's the Bahrain base, and there's massive damage, what we understand. It's on fire after the strikes from Iran. That's the breaking news we have right now. Exclusive footage on Republic TV coming in from the Bahrain base. And as we speak, there are more and more such visuals that have come in from different locations across West Asia. The damage that has been inflicted by the Iranian missiles. So that's clearly we can see. We are also getting in more guests. Okay, we have guests from Istanbul. Helen Sari. Helen Sari is joining us. He's an associate professor, international relations, Istanbul Medinet University. All right, Helen, how do you see this? What's really happening right now, ma'am? This is a situation that is going to get even more grave now. Iran now is saying that there are no red lines anymore and they will do everything possible.
Well, it's a complete chaos. What I see is a big danger, a big risk for the region, unfortunately. It's not only about any kind of clash or, let's say, conflict between Israel, US, and Iran. This is something which can cover the whole region, including the countries like Turkey, my hometown. So we have to be very careful at that moment because it's a delicate situation in which all sides should really be rational, think in detail, plan for the future cleverly, because for the countries like Israel, unfortunately, sometimes they are being nourished from tension. They are being nourished from harsh politics supported by military means. But this is the last thing that we need in this region. I mean, I'm from Turkey, and I can see as an international relations associate professor that we do not need any more tension, any more chaos for our future. So every side, all counterparts should be really clever about what they are doing.
Where do you see this, now spilling over? How do you see the other forces in West Asia reacting now, ma'am? Even if you can just give some more context from Turkey also.
Well, what I see from the Turkish side is that quite in harmony with the traditional Turkish foreign policy approach, that Turkey is really calm and trying to be careful about what it says, what it does. At that moment, I think it's in a kind of wait-and-see moment. But for the Gulf countries, this is not the same thing, as they are being attacked by Iran at the moment, as they have American bases. Turkey also has American bases, but it would be a big, let's say, step if Iran does the same thing against Iran. I don't think that against Turkey, I don't think that Iran can venture that. I don't think that Iran can attack the American forces, American bases inside Turkish territories, but it does. Iran, Tehran does that against the Gulf countries, which are in smaller scale compared to Turkey. So for that reason, I believe that there is a kind of balance, traditional balance in terms of Iranian-Turkish relations, and both sides are trying to be really careful about protecting this balance. But the tension regarding the Gulf countries, Gulf Arab countries, it's quite high at the moment. As Jordan also quite recently underlined that it is intercepting the missiles from Iran, so almost whole Middle East is somehow under attack and in quite a big risk at the moment.
Right. Just stay on with us. We are just getting in some breaking news, and that's about what Iran has said is the latest warning. Iran declaring there's no red lines in the war. No red lines in the war. That's a very, very serious statement that we are getting in right now from Iran, saying everything is possible now, including responses that were not previously considered. What, in your understanding, Ms. Helen, does Iran mean when it says responses that were not previously considered?
Exactly. Iran is such a big country in terms of territory and in terms of its civilizational understanding. So we cannot compare Iran with the countries like Syria or Iraq, which, in my point of view, had been, let's say, established artificially, especially by the Western powers. So I don't see Iran equal to Iraq or Syria or some of the other Middle Eastern countries, especially those in the Gulf. So what I see from Iran is that when they say that there's no red line, they can venture many things which are unexpected. But again, I also would like to underline that hopefully this will not cover any attack against Turkey. Turkey is a traditional Western ally. It's a part of the NATO alliance.
Right.
So it would be a big, big risk to attack a country like Turkey. Regarding the rest of the Middle East, unfortunately, as I said, a big risk is going on. As Iran says, there's no red line. So I don't think that the Iranian side would take any steps backwards. They will somehow further their steps. They will force for the extremes because despite the continuing negotiations, peace negotiations regarding the future of the nuclear deal, the United States and Israel didn't find that enough, and they moved on militarily against Iran.
Right. Mr. Magmar, what do you understand from Iran's latest statement that the red lines, there are no red lines anymore, and they will consider options that they have not considered before?
It is all of a piece with what they have been saying and which we have been seeing from Iranian studies. And your guest from Istanbul is absolutely right. I concur with everything she said. Iran has to go all out because it's a desperate, embattled, beleaguered regime, practically on its last legs, existentially speaking. So that is what you saw in these nuclear negotiations, where capitulation or compromise with the US was a sign of weakness that would discredit it in its eyes of its own population. Not that it needed any more discrediting, since it was tantamount to questioning its core ideology and sovereignty on questions of the nuclear issue or the ballistic missiles, which is why we've seen the talks drag on. And therefore, taking this approach of bringing in or sensationalizing and expanding the arena of operations by targeting GCC countries who are necessarily smaller, weaker, more vulnerable on this side of the Persian Gulf, and have always traditionally felt the heavy hand of Iranian destabilizing influences in their history since the 1979 revolution, is what we see happening. Iran would think twice before taking on a nation state like Turkey, like itself, but it can do with these, well, shall we say, artificial Arab states like Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, UAE, because they are just not smaller, but also weaker. And like I said, Iran has interfered in their affairs in more ways than one, like creating insurrectionists across Bahrain and in Saudi Arabia with Hajj riots and the rest of it. So it can play havoc with them, which is why Iran has been a millstone around their necks for the last 47 years. And although these regimes may not publicly state so, they would be more than happy to see the back of this dispensation in Tehran. Remember, Israel is the least of it. We tend to constantly focus on Israel and this Iran-Israel existential war, as it were, on the nuclear issues and so on and so forth. But we always tend to forget that the GCC states would heave a sigh of relief across the Arab world if this dispensation in Tehran were to collapse. That should never be forgotten.
Right. General Bakshi, before I just discuss with you this, what Iran has said, the other update we are getting is that Saudi Arabia has also issued a statement condemning this attack, condemning what Iran has done, and has also warned of grave consequences. What it calls is the continued violation of state sovereignty and the principle of international law. So Iran now says that it's not going to step back, that it's going to get worse from here. How do you read into the situation now?
Look, Iran had made that declaratory statement from the very, early days of this conflict that should any attacks come to it from American bases in any of these Arab countries, then they had the right to retaliate in self-defense, and that is precisely what they have done. And one does notice that these strikes have been pretty precise, in the sense that they have attacked only the American bases per se. This picture that you are showing, this looks like that they have hit some oil installation. Dense black, oily black smoke, and continually, ever since that base has been hit, looks like some oil installation has been hit there. I'm not passing any value judgments or this thing. I'm just looking at it from the point of view as a military analyst, trying to assess what course this conflict would take, what could be the option matrix of both the sides, what would be the damage templates, because there are lessons to learn. Indian Armed Forces have to learn their lessons clinically from any conflict. So I'm eschewing any value judgments, and I am focusing solely on the military content.
Right.
This looks like some oil installation has been hit.
Yeah, right. We are also getting in more and more visuals that we are breaking right now. There's another visual that is getting in on your screens right now. It's what we are going to play from Doha now. This is, in fact, this was an Iranian missile approaching Doha. And this is a dramatic scene. People running as it falls over, producing a loud explosion. We can have the NAT up, we can have the audio up. Thick smoke, flames, that loud boom you can hear. People in a obviously panic mode.
Oh my God. Guys, look at other. Look at other. Anything here? Oh my God. बिल्कुल मेरे रूम के सामने. साइड पे हो जाओ, साइड पे. भागो. Oh my God. Guys, look at other.
Absolute state of terror. It's a very terrifying video there, General Bakshi. We just saw that it's in a civilian area, we understand, where this missile has been, I think it was approaching Doha, and that's a visual that has been made by someone, an individual on ground, and it's a dramatic video, sir. How do you analyze that video, sir?
Once again, I noticed the very dense, oily black smoke.
Yes.
Either the target was an oil installation or possibly some oil tank. Because when we had hit the Karachi harbor in 1971, our Navy and Air Force combined attack, we had oil plumes like this, black, jet black, oily, and continuing for a very long time. That's all that one can say.
Yeah.
But the Iranians are hitting back.
Yes.
Unfortunately, but that is
in
it.
fact, an Iranian student has also been killed in a missile attack. This happened in Abek in Iran. We'll just play that video out where there was, it's a photograph in fact where we see, of course, with very little information that is coming in from Iran. But yes, the latest we have is that an Iranian student has been killed in one of the strikes amidst the aggression that continues there. This is the footage you can see, that blood spilled. And of course, we advise viewers discretion on that. This disturbing visual there. You can see one person lying on the ground and people surrounding him. This is a student, what we understand. It's a student, as per reports, who was killed in this missile attack on Abek in Iran amid the Israeli-US Iran-Israel-US aggression that is continuing right now. So yes, we can see that even in civilian areas, General Bakshi, that these strikes are causing, inflicting damage.
They certainly are. They certainly are. But the sad part is that from the looks of it, this is going to continue for a couple of days now. Initially, there was talk that, in the Iraq campaign of 2003, the American bombing campaign had continued for almost 48 days around that period. There were 6 American aircraft carrier battle groups in that region then, 6. Today there are 2. And the weapon stockpiles are not sufficient to last more than 10 days. So quite obviously, beyond 10 days, both sides would have fired off what they have. And hopefully peace will descend. But if the Iranians carry out their threat of the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, well, then I'm afraid the global economy is in for trouble. We are heading for a global recession. If the price of oil shoots up to $120, $150, $200 a barrel, all countries are going to suffer. The global economy is going to suffer, including the economy of the United States, of China, of Europe. So we do hope that better sense will prevail. And like I said, India is one country which has good relations both with Israel and Iran. Frankly, we are well placed now to have a ceasefire for Donald Trump rather than the other way around, as he has been claiming.
Right. I'll just go across to Helen again. She's live from Istanbul. Helen, well, these are multiple visuals that we're getting in. An absolute state of terror you can see on ground. You see the civilian casualty in Iran. There's a student who's killed in a strike. In Doha, you can see a missile when it's approaching Doha in Qatar. There's absolute terror, chaos, and we saw people running for life, running for cover there. And, this situation is quickly unfolding, and it could be even worse than what we have just seen, because even in Iran, we do not know, because it's very controlled. The internet has been a long time snapped out. We do not know what's the situation in Iran, but anything that you're learning from your side, and how do you analyze what's happening and what's really going to happen next? Because we understand that this is escalating now, and there are multiple countries now involved. At least 6 countries are under attack.
Exactly. So this is a kind of, let's say, controlled tension by the United States and Israel, trying to push Iran to make many more concessions at the table, which they couldn't get up until now. But as far as I know, Iran is not such a country that you can easily make bow to the Western interests, let's say. I mean, we are talking about Israel, which is a country that is totally being denied by Iran. Iran somehow thinks that Israel is null and void. It's not existing at all. So how can we expect Israel or the United States, a close ally of this country, a big protector of this country, let's say, to make Iran bow other than military means. I mean, they are making calls to the Iranian nation to topple their regime, which is unfair, which is not clever, because we know the other stories in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in the past, in which the United States failed. I mean, it's easy to topple regimes, but the biggest game, biggest challenge starts after toppling the regimes, because the West, especially the United States, is not and has not been capable of establishing new, healthy, durable regimes for the future. They couldn't do that in Iraq, unfortunately. They couldn't do that in Afghanistan. They couldn't reach their targets. So how can we expect these two countries to persuade the Iranians to go out to the streets and try to topple their regime? I mean, with such military escalations, unfair attacks against the regimes, such as in Iran, I mean, the people will be consolidated around their regime. They are the Iranian civilization. They are coming from the Persian civilization, and they are totally aware of that strength. This is something that the United States and Israel cannot understand. The only thing they can use is the weapons, the military option. Other than that, unfortunately, they are far from reaching their targets in the region.
General Bakshi, you feel that Iran will be coming to the table now?
I don't think so, not after all this. And the simple fact is, I agree with this lady. When has the Americans been able to bring in a democratic dispensation? In Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya? We've only seen chaos, dismemberment of functional nation states. That's all that we have seen. So all this regime change business, I don't think America has the divine right to impose regimes on the rest of the world. Leave it to the people of that country to decide what kind of regime they want. It's their choice. It's not America's choice. And has it worked? More importantly, has it worked? The American spent a lot of blood and treasure in Iraq. And at the end of it, they had to leave after 8 years, having wasted a lot of precious lives, lost a lot of precious lives and lost trillions of dollars. Same with Iran. Same with Afghanistan. 20 years, and then, I mean, that route, the way they fled was pathetic. Libya, what has happened to Libya? It was a very, very vibrant, it may not have been a democracy in the real sense of the word, but at least they were a prosperous nation. What are they now? What have they gained from that American intervention? Just destruction of a nation state.
Yeah.
So I don't quite buy that nation state deconstruction argument. It's specious at best, and the results on the ground have been horrible for the people concerned.
Right, sir. Absolutely. In fact, we will just get more information to our viewers. There are students, a rise in the student casualties, at least what Tehran claims, but they are not telling about what Israeli media is saying about the elimination of the army commanders and the one behind the nuclear program. We'll get more information on that after this very, very short break. I thank Major General G.D. Bakshi and Ms. Helen for joining us here on Republic TV. But Republic TV's continuous coverage on this escalating situation continues. We'll be right back in a short time.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines, lands at 6:49 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, and as you get off.
All right, we have more breaking news coming in right now. This is as the situation escalates. We have more visuals, and this is from. Okay, multiple visuals are coming in. We'll just put a location. Okay, we're getting in some breaking news. Students have also been killed in Iran, what we understand. And one of the Oman foreign minister is also, okay, we have a reaction from Donald Trump also, what Donald Trump said about this operation. Please take a listen into that. Okay, so in fact, these are visuals from the locations where Iran has conducted strikes. Tehran, Isfahan, Ayatollah Khamenei's home that has also been hit. We see all these visuals from across Iran where the US and Israeli forces have conducted strikes and there has been heavy damage inflicted. In fact, Israel also claims that the IRGC commander has been eliminated, that even the one behind the, who was the center of the decision-making process of the military apparatus and also the, most importantly, the nuclear program, the man behind that, has also been eliminated. That's what the Israeli media is saying. Nothing on that from Iran. But Iran says that students have been killed. All right, we are just going to now play out what the United States President has to say.
Time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all.
All right, we have our guest joining us right now. Nikita Menkovich is joining us from Moscow. She's head of Eurasian Analytical Club. We also been joined by Netta Bar. He's a journalist from Israel, live from Tel Aviv. And before I go across to both of them, we'll just actually get a sense of what's happening on ground zero. Sabreen from Sira in Bahrain will be getting us more details. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia has also warned Iran of grave consequences, condemning Iranian strikes on the several allies in West Asia, and saying that it's a continuous violation of the sovereignty of these states, and it's saying that this is something that will have grave consequences. And now I quickly go to my colleague Sabreen, joining us from Sira in Bahrain. Bahrain has, in fact, witnessed this missile strike, as you can see on your screens, huge plumes of smoke. Sabreen, can you hear me? Sabreen, please tell us, show us around.
जी मुझे आवाज आ रही है।
जी अगर आप बता सकते हैं कि अभी ताज़ा हालात क्या है और अगर आप दिखा सके पीछे क्या कुछ दिखाई दे रहा है अभी आपको?
अभी आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे जो भी फॉग यहाँ पे जमा हुआ है ये बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट का हुआ है। ये जो बहरीन में जुफेर एरिया जो है वो वहाँ पे ब्लास्ट हुआ था मॉर्निंग, तो वो अभी फॉग पूरा चला गया है, वहाँ पे थोड़ा थोड़ा आपको दिख रहा है। तो ये क्लियर पिक्चर है यहाँ पे। मॉर्निंग से हमें थोड़ा डर का वातावरण यहाँ पे लाइक है। जब हम मॉर्निंग उठे तो हमें बहुत से सेफ्टी अलार्म्स आ रहे थे, सेफ्टी अलर्ट्स आ रहे थे, यहाँ पे अलार्म्स वगैरह सब कुछ बजाया जा रहा था। हमें थोड़ा डर हो रहा था कि ये क्या होने वाला है, हमें कुछ आइडिया भी नहीं था। तो बाद में पता चला कि आधा घंटे बाद कंटिन्यूसली जो हमें अलार्म और अलर्ट आ रहा था, तो उसके बाद आधे घंटे के बाद यहाँ से हम क्लियरली देख सकते थे अपने आंखों से मिसाइल यहाँ से वहाँ, वहाँ से यहाँ, पूरे आसमान के ऊपर ऐसे जा रहे हैं। मैं पहली बार अपने आंखों से देखा है वॉर, लाइव देखा है मैंने। तो यहाँ पे जाके वो ब्लास्ट होना वो वगैरह ये सब कुछ देख के हमें बहुत डर लग रहा है यहाँ पे। मैं यूजुअली इंडिया कर्नाटका से हूँ, शिवमोगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, तो मैं यहाँ पे वर्क के लिए आई थी। जस्ट 8 मंथ्स हुआ है यहाँ पे, तो ये मुझे पहली बार एक्सपीरियंस हुआ है वॉर का। तो आप ये देखिए यहाँ पे ये क्लियर पिक्चर, ये जो आपको दिख रहा है यहाँ पे फॉग वगैरह जो जमा हुई है ये जुफेर एरिया की है। यहाँ पे जो यूएस का जो बेस था तो उसके ऊपर ईरान ने अटैक किया हुआ है ये।
ओके, अभी स्थिति कैसी है? क्योंकि हमने देखा किस तरह से आप भी समझ रहे हैं कि काफ़ी दहशत है लोगों में और काफ़ी ऐसे विजुअल्स भी आए हैं। आपको ये कब शुरू हुआ और कितने देर तक ये आपको देखने को मिला है? एक दफा जी बोलिए।
जी, जब लाइक अराउंड 7 या 7:30 8 o'clock से ये स्टार्ट हुआ है। अभी भी आधा घंटा पहले 2 बार यहाँ से यहाँ से लॉन्च किया हुआ है। पता नहीं वो मिसाइल था या लाइक यहाँ पे टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, पता नहीं। बट एक मिनट में 3-4 बार यहाँ पे हमें साउंड आ रहा है, बम बम बोल के बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट का साउंड आ रहा है। तो हम बाहर भी नहीं आ रहे थे, बहुत डरे हुए थे, तो हम अपने घर में ही थे। तो थोड़ा सा लाइक शांत होने के बाद मैं यहाँ पे आके ये देख रही हूँ, हर जगह स्मोक लग रहा है।
कुछ एडवाइजरी आपको मिली है कॉन्सुलेट से? क्या बोला जा रहा है आपको?
नहीं, अभी तक इंडियन एम्बेसी से हमें कुछ कांटेक्ट वगैरह नहीं किया गया, बट हमें सेफ्टी अलर्ट्स आ रहे हैं लाइक मोबाइल्स में, सेफ्टी जगहों पर आप जाके थोड़ा सेफ हो जाएं बोल के।
जी,
यहाँ पे सायरन वगैरह बजाया जा रहा है अलर्ट करने के लिए लोगों को।
जी बिल्कुल। और we also have Peter Kuznick, Director of Nuclear Studies at American University, live from Washington, D.C. But I'll first go to Neta Bar, who's from Israel in Tel Aviv. What is the situation right now, Neta? What we understand, we're getting in live reports from different countries that have been attacked by Iran. But tell us what's happening in Tel Aviv. We had learned a while back that there was a red alert that was also sounded in there, in Tel Aviv.
Yes, there has been a few waves of red alert sirens and a few what you might call shrapnels or missile parts that fell near Tel Aviv in the Holon area. But other than that, there have not been direct hits or extreme damage. So the entire country is being put in an emergency situation, and we are waiting to see how things will develop.
Nikita is there from Moscow as well. We'll go across to him, but I will just once again go to Sabreen if she is there. I think if she can show us around. Okay, Sabreen is not there. Okay, I'll just go to Peter Kuznick of American University, Director of Nuclear Studies from Washington, D.C. Mr. Kuznick, thanks again for joining us on Republic TV. So how do you read into the situation that's unfolding? We see that Iranian strikes have inflicted damage across the region. And Saudi Arabia says that it warns of grave consequences. We expect Donald Trump to address its country very, very soon. But what's your reading of this situation right now in West Asia?
My reading is that Trump has been warned by many states in the region, as well as many experts in the United States, that this is not going to be another Venezuela, that it's not going to be like when the U.S. bombed Iran in June. This is a much more dangerous situation. that can unravel throughout the region, and that is based on lies. If Trump is calling for a regime change, well, there were millions and millions of people out in the streets in the United States calling for regime change in this country because they dislike what Donald Trump represents. Trump's approval ratings were so low that unprecedented. 36%, barely a third of the country supports him, and 2/3 oppose him. And the latest revelations from the Epstein files are allegations from two 13-year-olds that he sexually assaulted them. So that's coming out. His tariff program has been rejected by the U.S. Supreme Court. So Trump needed desperately to change the focus of the American people. This is partly a war of distraction, but the consequences could be horrific. So he lied about it. He says that Iran is trying to build a bomb, a nuclear bomb. There's no evidence to support that. He said Iran has begun reprocessing fuel again. No evidence to support that. He said Iran is trying to build missiles that will hit the United States. No evidence to support that. Once again, the United States is being lied into a war. Like the United States was lied into Vietnam, like the United States was lied into Iraq, like the United States was lied into Libya. I mean, Americans are sick of this, and Trump's base, his MAGA base, supported him in part because he said no more forever wars. That the United States was not going to be attacking countries around the world. And now he's doing this in a way that is very, very dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah, strong words there, Mr. Kuznick, from you on the American position. I think, in a way, that's how strong the American democracy also is, that you can be there, you can be in Washington, D.C., and take a strong position there. I believe we have Nikita wanting to come in on this. Nikita.
Nice to hear you. But of course, the topic isn't nice at all. We're here to discuss a terrible act of the international terrorism committed by United States of America. Again, they attacked independent country, Iran, and they started to kill civilians. In city of Minab, they killed 35 children in local school, attacked by United States rockets. It means that, in fact, forget about all these Trump fairy tales, they are fighting not against regime. They are not fighting not against the nuclear program. They are fighting from the Iran people who want to be independent, who want to be free. It is not American or Israel business what kind of political system is in Iran. It is Iranians' business. And in this situation of aggression and terrorist attacks, we should understand, we, Russian people, Indian people, China people, or anybody else, we could be next target of this terrible attack. We should cooperate and finally stop American butchers and attacking countries one by one because they just don't like something. Because those presidents pretend to be more popular, killing children in Iran. It is no possibility of negotiation with terrorists. We should fight back from American aggression.
All right, Nikita, we have breaking news coming in. We have the latest reaction coming in from Tehran. Iran's foreign minister has said that this is Arakshi posting saying, I quote, Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. Our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day and will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. Another warning coming in from Tehran. Abhishek.
Well, yes, and I think it's really building up. It's not dying down anytime soon. Remember, this is the day one, and within a couple of hours, we had Iranian retaliatory strikes of the kind that we had seen on the penultimate day of the last war, which went on for 12 days. Okay, let's go to Neta Bar on that note, journalist joining us from Israel. Neta,
coming to you as we wait for Ambassador Ron Malka to join us just in a bit. Is this Israel's war or is this the American war now? I mean, has it become American war for some reasons, as Peter Kuznick was explaining, if you were listening to that?
Of course it is Israel's war. For more than 2 decades, Iran has been arming, has been funding, and has been building forces of destruction around Israel. It has done the same thing with American presence in the region. Iran is a destabilizing element in the Middle East. Its corrupt and cruel regime has killed thousands of its citizens in the last month alone. I don't want to argue about the numbers, and I will not. And nobody in this world should take the words of the representative of Moscow, who's running a genocidal war in Ukraine and telling us that the United States is the enemy of the world. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous. This is beyond preposterous. And I wish for the Iranian people that this war will be its last, and that it will finally, after almost 5 decades of oppression, be led to have a government that represents them and not a bunch of religious mullahs who do whatever they want with no accountability whatsoever.
Okay, I think...
And Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, okay. We have Ambassador Ron Malka with us, joining us for this broadcast. Very good afternoon to you, Ambassador Malka, and thank you for joining us. Just a couple of days back, we were together on a broadcast discussing Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel and the possible stabilizing effects of that on the situation in the region. But now we are in the midst of a war, a full-fledged war and a multi-nation war. It's not just about Israel and Iran anymore. Your first thoughts on whether you were expecting that so soon it would spiral into becoming a multi-nation war?
Yes, first, let me share with you and the audience that I'm taking this interview from the shelter. So I'm in the shelter now, and we hear the sounds of, our rockets that are intercepting Iranian rockets that just arrived here, and also drones, hundreds of drones that are just now arriving after some hours of traveling to Israel from Iran. So we are now in the shelters, but we feel strong, we feel safe. The Israeli people is strong, resilient. We are all united. There can never be a more justice war than this one. We now understand that in order to defend ourselves, to be sure that Israel is an eternity, Israel is here to stay forever. We cannot stay anymore and look at this threat, this radical regime that for decades is calling death to Israel, death to America, and now became so close to a nuclear bomb. We cannot allow that. So we don't have any other choice but striking. And this time, I hope that we will achieve the goals of this attack, which are to create the right condition to the Iranian people to take its destiny in its own hands.
Right. Ambassador Malka, a couple of thoughts as I was listening to you. One, in the Iranian capacity, the fact that you are in a shelter and that already a couple of rounds of retaliatory strikes have come from Iran shows that Iran still has capacity to hit not just Israel this time. In fact, what they did on the penultimate day in the 12-day war, hitting the Al-Adui, the air base in Qatar, they have this time already hit about 5 or 6 American bases in the wider Middle East. So Iranian capacity is number one, that they still have capacity to hit back at multiple multi-nation targets. Number two, you're saying that Iran still has the possibility of turning nuclear. The fact that last time when the US with that Operation Midnight Hammer decimated and targeted the Iranian nuclear sites at Fordo and Natanz, we thought that maybe Iran's capacity to build a bomb is decisively decimated, but it seems from this round of war that maybe there is still a lot left. Are we looking at a long-drawn war this time with Iran, Israel and the United States collaborating to make sure that the nuclear capacity of Iran is finally and forever decimated and finished?
Abhishek, let me answer one by one. First, yes, Iran has capabilities. We never underestimate our enemy. We know what it's capable of, and we're ready for that. When you're going into a war, it's not just only one side get hits. This is not the case, and we understand and realize that, and we're ready for that. Secondly, yes, Iran is attacking other bases in the region. They will cause some damage, but in the end of the day, we are going to achieve our goals, and hopefully this regime will change. And this is not only for the sake of Israel, United States, and the region, for the sake of humanity. And I'm not too much dramatic, the sake of humanity. What happened is that after this 12 days war, yes, we destroyed most of the nuclear power of Iran. But then what our intelligence shows, since then, instead of stopping this process, they accelerated it undercover. And although we warned them and asked them to stop doing that, they say, no, this is our right, and it's not for weapons, but we know. We have good intelligence, as you will understand in Iran, and we knew, and we know that this regime didn't stop his plan to achieve nuclear weapons. And this is what is going on now. So we have to be sure that this regime that is striving again and again, even after what happened,
yes,
a mass destruction weapon will not get it.
I have multiple thoughts and hence multiple questions, Ambassador Malka. I hope you will give us time. But before that, Rakshita has a question for you. Then I come to ask you questions.
Ambassador Malka, thank you for joining in. Iran just issued a statement a while back that there are no red lines anymore and that they will consider every responses that have not been considered before, sir. How do you read into this? And is Israel prepared?
Yes, so we knew and we estimated that this will be the case. So they have no limits and we have no limits. So it both ways, and of course we are ready to that. We are ready to that. We know how to deal it. I'm not saying that there will not be damage on our side. Of course, in every war there is, but we will prevail and we will achieve our goals. We gave very fair chance to this murderous regime that killed his own people indiscriminately, and I wish the courageous Iranian people that they will get the right conditions, as I said, to change the regime and take their own destiny in their hands. And Iran has all the ingredients to be a very successful country. Good people, very wise, hard workers, and they have all the needs in order to become a very, very successful mission.
Right. Ambassador Malka, my thoughts and my questions, I come to them one by one. First, with the kind of targeting of American bases the Iranians have achieved in the first few hours, they might have earned more enemies than they already had. And in that sense, perhaps Israel has earned some friends or might have earned some friends or might be in a position to earn some friendships in the region with the kind of reactions we have had from Qatar, from Bahrain, from even Saudi Arabia and Oman. You think that there is a scope to broaden Abraham Accords as a direct consequence of this war?
Yes, I think that you described it very well. I totally agree with you. The enemy of our enemy is my friend, and yes, and now we understand, and I think the countries in the region now understand that Israel was right, because we told everyone. Now they're saying this to Israel, but their ambitions are much wider than that. They only start with Israel, and now we see it all comes out. And I think Saudi Arabia, UAE, and all their countries in the region understand that Iran is a big threat, a totalitarian, aggressive country that wants to control all the region. And they have Israel alongside them. And when they look left and right and they understand that the best power to help them and to be their ally in order to prevent the threat from Iran is Israel.
All right.
And yes, I can see an expansion of the Abraham Accord just after this war. I totally see that.
Yeah, that would be a game changer, in fact, Ambassador Malka. And another question that comes to my mind as I speak to you and as we have this conversation is, all right, another breaking news. Ambassador Malka, just hold on to your thoughts. We have a breaking news conversation, breaking news in the midst. Airports alerted for possible diversions. That's, of course, a natural corollary to the kind of shutting down of airspace that's happened in the wider Middle East. But Ambassador Malka, my thoughts. You mentioned just a while back that despite Operation Midnight Hammer, the Iranians went on to rebuild their capacity for their nukes. Now, please tell us, help us understand, and the world wants to know, not just India wants to know, the world wants to know, how come the Iranians, despite all the sanctions, been up to rebuilding their arsenal? It needs tremendous amount of capacity, tremendous amount of material support. Who's really helping Iran? Is it China? Is it Russia? How is Iran able to rebuild despite the kind of destruction that was wreaked due to Midnight Hammer and the earlier 12-day war?
This is exactly what we are saying for a long time. This is a radical ideological regime. It's a radical ideology. And when there is a radical ideology, you might have also asked me, how come that 3,000 terrorists penetrated Israel when they knew that their chances to get out alive were very few, very low? Actually, they committed suicide. 3,000 terrorists almost committed suicide coming to Israel to kill and to massacre our citizens. When we are talking about a radical ideology, there are no limits. The people of Iran are starving. They are taking the food, the oil of the people of Iran, the heat of the people of Iran, and investing in developing their nuclear weapons. So radical they are. They don't care about their own people. They can shoot them with machine guns in the streets. Yeah. Kids, women, just like that, just to fulfill their radical ideology. And this is exactly the threat that we are talking about. And with this is why Israel also said that there will not be a diplomatic solution. Because when you are dealing with someone that is irrational, there cannot be a diplomatic solution. They understand only the power.
But, like a good diplomat, Ambassador Malka, if I could say, you really sidestep the question, who's really helping Iran? Let me rephrase it for you. If the situation goes to the United Nations, the Security Council specifically, because that demand has already come from the Iranians, that they want a special session of the UNSC to deliberate on what's happening. Who's going to be standing with Iran? Who's going to be standing with Israel if the UNSC deliberates, and what could be the outcome?
I think these are a very, I'd say, high-level geopolitical issues, and that it's not my, my profession or my core business to deal with and to discuss, because this we should ask, people that are more in the details of that. But they can, generally speaking, yes, there might be some other countries that are helping Iran, and this is something that needs to be investigated. I don't want to blame anyone without having any proof. But yes, I would have put suspicious on those countries that you mentioned.
Okay, Ambassador Malka, last question before we let you go. The Iranian statement, the detailed one which has come, it says that this morning on the eve of Nowruz, on the 10th day of the holy month of Ramadan, the United States and the Zionist regime, in a gross violation of Iran's territorial integrity and national sovereignty, attacked a series of targets. So basically, pivoting to Ramadan, pivoting to Nowruz. Monday is Purim. I'm just sort of thinking loudly about the timing, because the Geneva talks were yet to happen. So something about the timing. Was it done to put more pressure on Iran to make sure that somehow something comes out of Geneva, or both the Israelis and the Americans anticipated that nothing is going to come out of Geneva talks to sort of preempt them?
No, I think it was a very fair process, and I think that we hoped, nobody wants a war. Nobody, because, you start a war and you don't know how it ends and how it evolves, and nobody really wants a war. We really hoped that they will come to themselves and come with some reasonable solution, understanding what is the threat that we are asking to prevent. I think that President Trump was very, very clear. He put his limits, his demands. If they would have stand his demands, there was no war. So it's not that we knew from the beginning that there's going to be a war. No. Until the last minute, we gave a fair chance when we realized that they are trying just to drag some more time and, stretch it, and at the same time expanding and building their capabilities, especially nuclear capabilities, but not only. So we have decided this is it. We cannot wait anymore because they are gaining more and more power and more destructive power, and we had to strike.
Right. Dr. Malka, many thanks. Ambassador Malka, many thanks for joining us here on Public TV. And with that, viewers, we will be now showing you these footages that have been now released by Israel. And this is from the strikes that have been conducted by Israel. It has released footage of strike on Iran during the missile launch. Now, Israel releases this footage. It's a strike footage while the IRGC was just loading its missiles. Israel claims strike was to prevent Iranian missile launch, as it initially called it, a preventative operation, a preventive measure, preventive strikes, preemptive strikes, as they called it. And now we have one of the visuals now as they right there struck the launcher, the missile launcher. As you can see, it's the footage that has been released by Israel itself. And there are two footages that we are playing out. And the one you can see right now is on identification and strike on Iranian regime, it says. Iranian regime operatives that loaded a missile launcher in western Iran. So this is from western Iran. And this is a footage of the identification of the operatives that have been struck. So this is dramatic footage. And in the second footage that we have played out, and we are playing out, the other one is just 5-second footage that we are playing out. It's from the strike on a missile launcher. This is a strike on a missile launcher that's in western Iran, and this is to prevent the Iranian missile from being launched. That's the breaking news we have right now. This is exclusively available on, exclusively run by Republic TV. And right now, this is the footage we're showing you from the identification of the operatives to the missile launcher. That's the missile launcher in western Iran that is struck by Israel. And this is the breaking news we have right now. Abhishek, of course, Israel, this is, in a situation of a conflict, warlike situation, when we see information warfare is also as important, and what we see from Israel is part of that.
Yeah, in fact, Iranians are claiming that they have destroyed an American radar, or the key radar stationed in Qatar outside the Al Udeid airbase. And we are going to see these claims and counterclaims. Remember, the Iranians are claiming, and the Iranian agencies have, according to them, found out that in a school in southern Iran, in Minab, an American or Israeli strike has killed 24 children. And I think, okay, Nikita wants to come into this. Nikita, yes, while you're saying that territorial integrity of independent nations should not be compromised, for 3 years back, we had Russia also getting into Ukraine, and Ukraine till then was a sovereign nation. So, I mean, somebody has to decide to pull back collectively, right?
I think that collective decision is a decision of Iranian people. They elected those way, those constitution, and those way of life. You may accept it or not accept, liked it or not like. It is not your problem and not your business, because you are not in Iran. But another situation we see here, we saw these representatives from Jerusalem who are justifying terrorist attacks against independent country. Nobody of these guys said, we killed 30 children in Mina. It was a mistake. Nobody said sorry. Nobody say anything about it. They're just justifying killing of these children. It could be your daughter or your son. If United States or those allies from Jerusalem would think that, oh, India is doing something wrong. We don't like your constitution. We don't like your government. We want to change everything. In fact, now Iran is fighting for you and me. Because as long as American and Israelis are dealing with Iranian independent people, They have no force to attack you, your family, your house. It is the problem. So I think we should discuss here not all these political things. We should discuss what should we in Russia and India, in other countries, do to stop United States and Israel aggression,
right?
To stop these butchers, to stop these terrorists. Maybe we should boycott all those business and all those goods. Maybe we should implement a kind of sanctions against United States and President Trump. It's too dangerous to just sit and watch this. It was an independent country, and the Iranian people fighting for those freedoms. It is not our problem. Is it good or bad how they live?
Okay.
We should do our best so that war wouldn't come to our cities, to our homes from Iran. We should stop United States. We should discuss what could be done to stop terrorist regime. It is not jokes. It is not propaganda. It is your life. Your son or your daughter is going to be next after children killed in Mina if you would not do something to stop America. It is your duty. It is your future. It is your children. Understand it, please. Do something. Don't be just a watcher.
All right. Haifa has been under attack. Many places in Israel have been under attack. It's not just a one-way street. So while the Iranians have been hit, Iranians have also retaliated. President Trump's new statement. Do we have new statement? Do we have new statement of President Trump?
Okay,
we are getting a new
in
statement
from Haifa. Yeah.
Okay, these are statements from Haifa, but Rakshita, we also have a new statement from President Trump. Let's get to that in the soonest possible time. But in the meanwhile, let me go to Peter Kuznick. He's continuing to be with us from the United States. A very early morning there, Peter. And again, in the midnight, we have seen the United States launching its strikes against Iran. Which direction you see this war heading into? Clearly, this time, both the sides are a little more prepared than earlier. So earlier, it was 12-day war. The United States joined in only in the 10th day or so. But this time, from the very first go, we have the American president announcing it as a major combat operation. And it seems that this is going to be a long-drawn affair.
Comment on that?
Yes, Peter.
Oh, okay. This could be a very drawn-out war. This is not going to be a quick one-off like the last time. The past war in June lasted 12 days. The U.S. bombed 3 nuclear sites. This is a very, very different kind of operation. Trump announces it as a regime change operation. We listened to the Israeli ambassador, former ambassador to India, and he's talked about the Iranian government as a murderous regime. He referred to it as a radical ideological regime. Well, certainly most people would use those terms to describe the Israeli government. I mean, Israel is the main pariah nation in the world. Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Israel broke all international laws in its attempt to sanitize and remove the Palestinian population in Gaza. It's committing crimes in the West Bank. What we've got now are the principal governments now involved in this operation are all pariah states. You've got the Trump regime in the United States. You've got the Islamic Republic, and you've got the Israeli regime with Netanyahu, who is considered globally more of a war criminal than Netanyahu. I think that if you put this before the people of the world, they certainly would condemn Israel more than they would condemn Iran. I'm not a fan of the Iranian government, but you see, the United States started to get involved when the Iranian government was repressing the demonstrations inside Iran. And Trump said, this is terrible. If they kill more people, the U.S. is going to get militarily involved. Well, you have to remember that when the Americans were protesting back in 2019 and early 2020, Trump wanted the army to use their rifles to shoot American protesters in the legs. It was General Milley, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said that, no, that's not you can't shoot American protesters. That's Trump's answer. We see these masked thugs in the streets of Chicago, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, who are being deployed there by the Trump government, the Trump regime. So he doesn't care about protesters. This is about, and then the Israeli ambassador said that they were so close to a nuclear bomb. You know, the Israelis have been saying this for decades. There's no truth to that. The CIA said that the Iranians gave up their nuclear weapons program in 2003. And now, then Trump bragged that we obliterated their nuclear facilities in the bombing in June. They were not close to a bomb. They were not anywhere near a bomb. But they use this as an excuse in order to justify an invasion. But the world is not going to buy it. The American people are not going to buy it. The American people, between 70 and 80% of Americans were opposed to the U.S. attacking Iran. But Trump doesn't care. Trump is going to be out of office, and he needs a distraction. He needs to change the subject from the Epstein files, from his own involvement. He's named in the Epstein files more than anybody else other than Epstein and Maxwell. Some at least 38,000 times, but some people have alleged 1 million times Trump's in there. Epstein has said Trump was his closest friend. Yeah. And his base is furious with him. So this distraction will work for a while. You know, maybe it'll be successful for a limited amount of time. Right. But the reality is that the economic situation in the U.S. is not good, that people here are not happy, and that they really, 2/3 of the American people think that Trump is doing the exact opposite of what they want.
Okay, I think we have more videos, Rakshita.
Yeah.
I have some questions, follow-up questions for you, but before that, the video.
That's a video, very dramatic scene that unfolded in Qatar. A video that shows the Iranian missile being intercepted. It was approaching Doha, and video shows the Iranian intercepted missile falling right near the civilians, and there was absolute state of terror on ground. Listen in.
Oh my God. Guys, look at other, look at other. Look at other. Look at other, anything here. साइड पे हो जाओ, साइड पे भागो. Oh my God. Guys, look at other, look at other. Look at other. Look at other, anything here. Oh my God. बिल्कुल मेरे रूम के सामने. या अल्लाह खैर. साइड पे हो जाओ, साइड पे भागो.
That was the visual we just saw, and you know, these are strikes, Abhishek, near
it seemed like Indian or Pakistani or South Asian. It seems like a labor camp. They are Indians, right? Yeah, they're Indians. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I'm told that they're Indians, and these are visuals that have come straight from the ground. These are raw visuals that absolutely show that what all is happening there. And this is in Qatar. And this is in Doha. This was a missile that was approaching Doha in Qatar. So this is, of course, the most important city there, and it's hitting right near civilians. That shows that everything is on alert in these countries there. And as we were just talking about the ramifications all across. Clearly, we see that Iran is actually doing what it says. That this time there are going to be no red lines, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, and I believe we continue to have our guests with us. Peter, I have a couple of follow-up questions, as I said before we got the video and we went to it. My questions are, you are saying that Iran, that the United States is going to earn enemies, but to the contrary, if you look at the regional dynamics at play, if you look at the regional reactions coming in, I think Iran has fallen into a trap. Saudi Arabia has said that they are going to join in on the side of the United States because they're not liking the manner in which Iran has targeted American interests, but breaching their territorial sovereignty. So in the case of Bahrain, so in the case of UAE. So it seems that the fault lines have really got strengthened in favor of the United States or Israel, for that matter, with this latest action. Also, you're saying it's a distraction, or that this might go against Trump's mega base, but perhaps, as it happens with every war, the American president might end up consolidating his support just ahead of the midterms.
It's too far ahead of the midterms to work for that. We saw what happened with George H.W. Bush, his attack in Iraq back in 1990. And then the defeat in 1992. You have to time these things very precisely. We talk about the Maggie Thatcher effect with the war in the Falklands, but usually you get a bump. But this is so much a war of choice, and it's going to be exposed as a war based on lies. I even go back to what the Ambassador Malka was saying. He says there cannot be a diplomatic solution. Those were his words. There cannot be a diplomatic solution. Well, I want to explain to him that there was a diplomatic solution in 2015. The U.S., Russia, Britain, France, Germany, China, and Iran concluded the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, which meant that Iran was not going to be anywhere close to a nuclear weapon. Iran mothballed its centrifuges, shipped its highly enriched uranium out of the country, and enriched only to 3.67%. And then Trump comes in there, and partly because it was Obama's biggest foreign policy victory, Trump blows it up and ends the U.S. involvement in 2018. Then the Iranians respond by enriching up to 60%. So but there was a diplomatic solution, and it was working. It was working perfectly. The IAEA was sending in hundreds of investigators. We had so much information about all of Iran's nuclear sites and nuclear programs, and with surprise spot investigations. They could go in there to any facility at any time without warning. We knew exactly what was happening, and Iran was nowhere, at least a year away from a bomb. But then the U.S. ended that. That was a diplomatic solution. There could have been a diplomatic solution this time. The U.S. demands were really, really unrealistic. They said that Iran should enrich zero enrichment. Every signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty is allowed to enrich uranium on its own soil. And Iran was negotiating to diffuse the 60% enriched uranium, the highly enriched uranium, to bring it down to much, much lower levels. So Iran was not going to develop a bomb. But these people keep saying that but we know that game plan. You remember what the Americans, Condoleezza Rice and Dick Cheney and George W. Bush said before the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003? They said we don't want that Iraq is about to develop a bomb. And there's going to be the mushroom cloud is going to be the proof of it. There's always this threat that a country is building a bomb that justifies a U.S. invasion. But the American people have lived through this before.
Yeah.
They've seen this movie. They know the way this turns out, and they know how mendacious the Trump regime is. Trump, even in his State of the Union address the other night, one lie after another.
Yeah.
And this is just more of the same right now. And in the nuclear age, war is never the answer. War is never justifiable. The repercussions, this could spin out of control in ways that we can't anticipate.
Right, Mr. Koznick and Nikita, thank you so much for joining us. We will be slipping to a very, very short break, viewers. The Indian airports have been placed on high alert, and the Civil Aviation Ministry is currently reviewing the situation as is only escalating in West Asia. The war between Israel and Iran being closely tracked by Republic TV. We'll be right back in just a few moments from now.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Now here's the reality. It's fact, not fiction. You are sitting on a plane. You're boarding the plane in the national capital of India for Leh at 6:08 in the morning. It's a SpiceJet plane. 6 minutes into the take, against the backdrop of daybreak and a beautiful sunrise, you suddenly look to your right towards the wings and you see the flames of fire on the wings of the plane. Your plane is on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, these are real visuals. This is the reality that the Civil Aviation Minister does not want you to see. This is the reality SpiceJet does not want you to see. This is the reality DGCA does not want you to see. Because at the cockpit, at that very moment while you're sitting in the plane, there are calls of Mayday, 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 Mayday. That is a flight emergency. The flight circles back. There's engine failure in one of the engines.
Good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting in more updates from West Asia. Situation now escalating, and we have now UAE releasing some visuals, releasing pictures of interception of Iranian missiles. And the UAE is claiming that it has destroyed all Iranian missiles. That UAE has claimed missile debris fell on civilian areas. And we're just going to play out more visuals as UAE now updates that there is a fresh wave of Iranian missiles that have been now intercepted. We'll just show you that still that has been released by the United Arab Emirates. Okay, that's one. You can see this is part of that. interception missile that's intercepted, and UAE says that it has destroyed all of the Iranian missiles, and that missile debris fell on civilian areas in UAE. So we do not know this. Where is this exactly in UAE? But yes, this is in part of the.
It's in the MBZ area and Al Falah area. No injuries have been reported. The ministry, this is a statement attributed to the Ministry of Defense of the United Arab Emirates. And I think this is something which is going to earn Iran more enemies, not that there was already animosity along the Shia-Sunni fault lines, but this seems to be strengthening it further. Joining us in the studios, General G.D. Bakshi, sir. And welcome back, sir, to the broadcast. These are pictures from the UAE. Iran has targeted American interests, but in so doing, it has possibly created escalation in anti-Iran sentiment across the wider Middle East, the Sunni Middle East, so to say, with Saudi Arabia announcing that they are going to join US efforts and this operation. General Bakshi, sir, you think that we are looking at a long-drawn affair now?
Very much a long-drawn affair. It has become a regional conflict already. With the very first day, Iran has succeeded in making it a regional conflict, not just confined to Israel and Iran and the United States. It has already become regional in geographical scope. Now, it looks to me that the joint attack launched by Israel and the United States was preceded by a cyber attack, which seems to explain the slight 1 hour or 2 hours delay in the Iranian retaliation. But then the Iranian retaliation had already been decentralized. Yes, possibly the loss of the commander-in-chief, if that is true, could have delayed it by a little, but it has gone on fairly effective retaliatory strike. Looks like they have used their hypersonic missiles because the degree of accuracy was pretty high, and they have hit all the bases. There's not much collateral damage that we see in the civilian areas. They're precise hits on American military targets. Now, I think in the second phase, they are going to try the swarm tactics. Swarm tactics means swarm of drones, so that you overwhelm the air defenses. And then that is followed by missile attacks, maybe liquid missile, fuel missiles, which are less effective, but then followed, so by the time you have fired off all your interceptor missiles, then the main missiles come to do the damage. So we can see that thing over the next 2-3 days. Of course, the American and the Israeli air attacks will continue, and the missile salvos will continue from here, drone salvos will continue from here. An interesting dimension will be added to the whole conflict when Iran tries to strike the American battleships.
Right.
Whether in the Gulf of Hormuz, there are supposed to be 3 Aegis class destroyers
Bakshi,
there.
Sir, sorry to be interjecting, more dramatic pictures.
Yeah, we'll just play out that in a short while from now. Yes, General Bakshi, please go ahead.
So, like I was saying, the interesting development tomorrow, day after, would be Iranian attempts to hit the American aircraft carrier battle groups. They have their own anti-ship cruise missiles, hypersonic, anti-ship ballistic missiles. Then they have the Chinese anti-ship missiles, the C-302 supersonic anti-ship missile equivalent of our BrahMos. Then they also have, the Kinzhal missiles that the Russians